you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Yes, it is the Penthouse on Real Radio. Good morning and welcome to the program. If you're a Knicks fan today, you are just going crazy. My phone blew up last night so much. It's crazy. I mean, the NBA playoffs are like March Madness this year. It is crazy. People are watching. Ratings are up. If you want to buy any apparel in New York for the Knicks, it is just crazy. And man, you know what? Let them have their time. I mean, the Knicks have been getting beat up for so many years. I don't know if the series is over, but my God, it's just unbelievable. And down here, we have so many New Yorkers, which a lot of people like and don't like. But for the Knicks, you know what? Hats off to you guys so far. You're halfway there. Panthers lose last night. Not a good situation. We are in trouble. We definitely are. We'll come back Friday night and try to get a W. On the Penthouse today, you got a chance to win a New York Prime gift card at 11:45. And then after that, you got a chance to win Billy Idol tickets. And don't forget, you can go to our website, Real Radio 92 Word. Put in the keyword and try to win $1,000.
92 Word?
92 Word, yep. Real Radio 92 Word.
And Dominic's here.
Hello, G-Man.
And we'll get to your good news after we introduce Miss Francis.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Little Friday.
Happy Little Friday to you. So, Dom, you said you had some good news today, and I didn't know where it was. I always do this to everybody when they tell me they got good news or bad news, and I said personal or business, and you said
We talked about it on air yesterday.
Yeah.
So I guess it's
A little
both.
bit of both?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both.
all right. So what happened?
I found the $100.
Oh, yay. Look
yeah.
at you blaming the cleaning crew for nothing.
No, I wasn't blaming them. I was just saying they got a nice, nice little present.
I blame management.
I'm just kidding.
I thought management took it.
What? Where was it?
Well, I was going to let Greek try to guess.
Is he going to try to figure it out? Do you know? You
No,
don't
I
know.
know.
Okay.
All right. So was it found in the building?
Yes.
Okay. So there's not a ton of people here who work here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but there's a lot of building.
Yeah, there is. And there's not a lot of honest people. And for $100,
See, that's the thing.
Yeah,
Who would take it and who wouldn't?
yeah, that's the whole thing.
So somebody took it.
No,
no,
but
they
who
found
who
it.
would found it and who was reasonable to ask and say, "Hey, did you lose money?"
Oh,
Yeah, so
all right.
I would think, I'm trying to put this together as a detective. I auditioned for once to be a detective. I would think it was somebody who knew you lost $1,000 and would listen to the show.
$100. If you
Yeah,
lost
yeah.
$1,000,
Yeah. Oh,
I'd
sorry,
be like,
sorry.
nope, didn't find it. Just
Honestly, the person didn't know that I lost the money.
But why did the person come up to you and
was
say,
it? Can I guess? No.
Yeah.
Brandon could guess too.
Yeah.
Was it? Is it our promotions director?
No.
Oh, interesting.
And I actually gave him a warning, like, "Hey, I lost 100.
Yeah.
Be on the lookout."
you would
'cause
have
I
never
know
saw
that-
it if he found it.
Well, I know that you guys, interact quite and sometimes he hops into your studio every now and then.
What is it, management?
Management? No,
Well, it's not management.
Was it Joel Malkin?
it was not.
Wow, there's not many people left.
I know, but I feel like he's saying it.
And
It's
Megan, she would attack it in a second.
I feel like it's a guy. Is it a guy?
It's got to be Mud. There's nobody left.
Was it Brian Mudd?
Curtis.
You want me to say?
Yeah.
All right, you guessed it, G-Man, but you said it wouldn't be her. It's Megan. Megan
Really?
found the money.
Wow.
And she texted me, side note, did you randomly lose money at the station?
Where'd she find it?
I guess so I haven't yet to see her yet, so I don't know where exactly she found it,
I'm
but she found it.
curious.
Oh, well, you go and sometimes you talk to her in her studio.
Oh, yeah.
So-
You go in her studio every now and then, so you probably left it in there.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised because I really don't think she's trustworthy.
See, that's where I wanted to see who Greek thought was trustworthy and who would actually,
Well,
give
you
it up.
went in there, so it was
Because that was yesterday, right?
2 days ago. Or
2 days
It
ago.
was 2 days ago. Clint was here yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, because you're typically the only person who goes in her studio. Clint was in there yesterday too. So yeah, that would make sense. So probably in her mind, she's like, if he's missing $100, he's gonna know I have it.
Yeah.
But
well,
she was just like,
Well,
also,
she probably figured, there's really nobody else in the studio. So when she found she probably have 100
Well, that
on
was
her.
very nice.
Yeah, that was very nice. I'm totally shocked. Please tell her.
I'm not shocked.
I'm shocked that she took $100. Because what I was going to do today And one of my buddies told me to do this last night. And he goes, Greek, just go in there and throw $100.
Oh, thanks, you.
He goes, why don't you do that for the kid?
Hey, listen, if he did that and then Megan told you that she found $100, would you have kept both of them dumb? Would you be like, wow, $100? That's where it went. And then she texts you. Would you have taken it?
No, I would have gave it to you to help you with your little purse.
Perfect.
There you go.
What purse? You need a new purse?
No, I don't need a new purse.
Oh,
Fanny
I thought-
pack.
The fanny pack, yes, sorry.
the fanny pack.
Yeah, they're cheap. It's fine.
Well, that's nice.
Yes, that was very
That
nice.
says a lot about her.
And I'm glad you have your money back because
Yeah.
that sucks. $100 is a lot of money to lose.
Yeah. And again, a couple of my friends were saying that last night. We were watching Nick game. They listened to the show. They're like, and they were saying to me like, well, what are you doing giving him $100? So I said, I don't want to get into that. That's
I thought it was their idea.
What?
I'm very confused. I thought it was your friend's idea to just leave it in there.
No, my buddy said, why was I giving him $100 in the first place?
Oh, because that came from you. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And got it. It probably has to do with betting, I'm assuming.
No, it's for a charity.
Yeah.
That he looks into sometimes.
Yeah.
It's for feed the kids in Omaha. So I was doing it. So I'm happy that you got it. Now, have you seen her yet?
No.
Because I heard she's leaving. So, my God, she might be gone.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, leaving today. Not coming in.
I don't think she's in it today. I mean, she is in today, just not yet.
Oh, yeah. All right, so we'll see. Well, that's very nice. Maybe, you know what? She probably also felt bad because, let's be honest, you did a very nice thing. You helped her move.
I did.
That was very nice. I mean, and you helped her move, and she's married. That's even nicer. I mean, I got to be honest with you.
What, you're not supposed to help married people move?
Well, I'm just saying he did it as a friend.
I was helping Taylor move too.
I was like,
her husband.
Yeah.
Who's Taylor?
Oh, my goodness. You know, there are nice people out there who help married couples move, right?
Oh, yeah, it's nice.
Freak's like, it's not me.
I would have got a crook.
I'm not that person.
I mean, moving sucks.
Like,
Everybody
not worth
says
it.
it. Everybody says it sucks. So I think that's very nice. She gave you the $100, and you must have feel great. I mean, when I lose my iPad, whatever the hell they are, earplugs, and I find them, I'm like, oh my God! I found them. My cleaning lady found one the other day, and she goes, "Oh, Mr. G found these." I went, "Oh, thank you, so nice." So I felt bad. Like when she gave it to me, like she didn't hand them to me, like she put them out. So I said to myself, like, "Ugh, she looking for a tip?" Because that's the way I felt. Like she just didn't give them to me. She just put them out. I was like, whatever. And then last night it was weird. Where I live, it's a whole row of houses, and my person down parked in my driveway.
Oops.
Right? And I thought it was a little weird. So
In your driveway, absolutely, that's weird.
yeah,
'Cause,
so-
the side of the road may be different, but in your driveway?
yeah, so I was like hesitant because it was a little late. I'm like, man,
Yeah.
who am I gonna like knock on the door? You know, because I wasn't sure about the car, but I was a little. I said, I think it's this house, but I wasn't unsure. So I just put my hand on the horn, my horn, a couple times, and he came flying out. He goes, "Oh man, it was so bad. I'm so sorry. I was gonna come right back out." He goes, "I had a friend over." He goes, "And they were in my driveway." He goes, "And I was just gonna move my car." He goes, "But you came home within 5 minutes."
Yeah, dude.
I said, that's great. I said, just try not to do that in the future. I said, that's all. But he's like, oh, I really apologize. I was like, no problem. And I was like, where am I going to park? Like, I could have parked on the street, but I felt weird. Then I thought, like, oh, my God, is somebody breaking into my house again? Like, what's going on? I'm going to open the door to be another brunette on the couch? Like, hi, I'm home. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
So I have a place that you have to try, all right? So yesterday was my sister's birthday.
Oh.
And we went and we had some Mexican food at a very authentic local establishment. Very good. I'm not talking about that because I know you're not down with that. But they have all like the weirdest tacos you can think of, but everything's delicious. Like they have like tongue, they have like pork belly. Well, pork belly is good. It's like some other like stomach weird.
Oh.
But I haven't tried those. But my my niece's dad swears that every single taco they've had is good. I did the birria tacos and they had a ceviche one. Amazing. So good. But afterwards, my sister has been raving about this dessert place. And you know, I tend to be kind of healthy. I try to be. And so I haven't been because I thought it was ice cream. And lo and behold, it's not. It's called Vampire Penguin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I wish I could make a t-shirt.
So first of all, the name and the logo is really cute. But I was like, I was telling my husband about it. I was like, yeah, we're going to go to Vampire Penguin after we have our Mexican food. And he was like,
an
is that a
S&M
name
club.
of it sounds like a band, right? He was like, what the hell is that? So we go and it's shaved ice. But it's like snow. It's light, it's fluffy, and instead of putting syrup on it, they infuse the ice.
Oh, wow.
And I've never seen anything like it. I actually put a story up so you can see. It's on my personal page. I'll put it there. I've never seen anything like it. Absolutely beautiful desserts. But the one I had was a peanut butter and jelly. So it was strawberry infused, shaved ice. Then they did like little peanut butter crumbles, peanut butter sauce, and raspberry sauce on
sounds
top.
great.
Yum.
It's amazing. It's like fluffy, it's light. And so going in there, the place is super cool. G-Man, I think you would like it. It's right off of 95 in North Lake.
Oh, okay.
Where like the Home Depot is.
Oh, I know where it
In
is.
that plaza. It's incredible. But hopefully maybe we be able to get him to do some events and stuff with us because Troy, the owner, listens for years. He was asking about Johnny C and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
It's family run. Him and his wife and his daughter was even, and
Let's
the
go down.
little girl just working the counter. His
Let's go
daughter.
right now.
I mean, hustling,
Oh,
doing
yeah.
so good. So I'm saying it's incredible. But yeah, he's been a fan of Real Radio for a long time. When I walked in, he actually, because I wasn't there yet, I stopped by my house after dinner to pick up my sister's gift, and Matt got there before me with my sister and her daughter and her brothers and stuff. There was a little group of us, and so my sister walked in. She was like, "The owner is a fan of yours." Like, how do you know? And I guess he recognized Matt from my pictures.
Oh.
So that's how we knew. And then I showed up. But the place is so cool.
What's it
And
called again?
Vampire Penguin.
Oh, that's a unique name.
It
Even
is.
I can remember
and
that.
a unique dessert.
Sounds cool.
I couldn't
Yeah.
wrap my head around it, but it is. It's magical. It is.
Oh, I
It's-
definitely like to try it.
Yeah, I think you would dig it, G-Man.
Do I get it in t-shirts?
I think you would
can
be a
see
fan.
That. That's a cool t-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah, but so good. And she had a great birthday. It was a nice day.
I saw another
good.
kid last night in Boca with the Kendall starting 5 shirt on. So I asked him
that's funny.
where'd you get it? He goes, I got it on Amazon. So I'm going to try to get one. I think it's such a hilarious
Oh.
t-shirt. And there's the 5 guys, Booker and them. Oh, it is so crazy. Now I think the kid was telling me because he's a fan of the show. He goes, one of the sisters is the one who I guess got it going.
I told you that.
Yeah, I know you said
It
it,
was a
too.
joke.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like, last time we talked about it, it was the reason why it became so popular is one of the sisters was wearing it.
Now, would you get mad at that if that was your sister, like calling you out as a little bit of a hooch? I mean, really? I don't know. Now people are just walking around the
I
streets.
showed you a picture of that dessert. Look at that.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing.
For like shaved ice, it was incredible. I'm sorry, I'm talking about it. I was just really mind blown.
Great. Yeah. And thank you for listening to Real Radio.
Yeah.
We appreciate that, obviously. But yeah, we love to do something with them, and I'll definitely try
great.
to stop there. I go in that plaza once in a while. There's a nice furniture store in there that you can buy some unique
They have
things.
antique stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's actually next to it, right next to it.
Oh, okay.
Maybe they could do our tastings event.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. They do have I believe, or they're trying to get a cart that they can take around and do events
Oh, that's
with.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, so
Well, lots of good luck.
that would be awesome.
Local establishment, family owned.
Yeah.
Can't ask for anything else.
Right?
877-927-6969. We've been telling you all week because it's important. Actually gets more love than Father's Day. It is Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And don't forget, I mean, again, we've told you so many places to go. Again, today we're going to have a gift card for New York Prime.
It's a great place to take your mom.
Yeah, I don't know if they're sold out.
They
but,
probably will be, but hey, you can take her Monday or
Yeah.
Saturday, or it doesn't have to be right on Mother's Day.
And then tomorrow we're going to have Deck 84 in Delray. That's right on the water. That's a great place to take your mom. But Franny, you have something where these are bad Mother's Day gifts.
Yeah, we know. It's always the same, but there's some mixed in that maybe you didn't think of. So actually, real moms were all right. If you're looking into these things, just don't. And sometimes shopping for your mom can be challenging. I know it's very challenging to shop for my mom because my mom is so easy. She lives life very easily. She's got everything that she needs. It's difficult, and maybe that's the case with you, and maybe your mom has everything. So I know it can be difficult, but they're like, listen. Do not do this. They said, do not add any world's best mom shopping or mug to your shopping cart, all right? But so according to this survey, real moms were asked, what are the worst gifts? Number 8, gift cards. But they said to a store that you like, not
okay,
that they
okay.
like.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Uh-huh.
Monroe's.
Moms, and it's cute when kids do it, but they don't want a homemade coupon book either. I think it's cute if a kid does it, but if your husband gives you one.
Like a hug,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Clean the garage.
Yep. They said gas station flowers. Moms are like, guess what? We know if it comes from a gas station. Leftover holiday candy. Who the hell does that? Some candy from Valentine's Day.
Well, that's brutal. That's a little low budget.
Uh-huh. Unsolicited self-help books, unless they asked for it, right?
Oh, yeah, that's
if
bad.
It's unsolicited.
'Cause that's like you telling them they got a problem.
Yep. This one too. Tell them they can't do them. How-to cookbooks.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
And that's your mom. You've had like maybe 50 years of her cooking. Now you tell me I suck?
Yep. Cleaning supplies. We've always heard that.
That's terrible.
And then finally, what do you think number 1 is?
Download Grinder? I don't know. What would it be?
What?
Worst gift for your mom?
Yes. What do you think she doesn't want? Do you have any guesses?
Cleaning stuff.
Cleaning was number 2. Said that.
Oh.
What doesn't she want? New pot and pans?
No.
Vacuum cleaner.
That goes.
That goes with cleaning supplies.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah.
I give up. What?
Anything weight loss products,
that's-
whether it's a product
you
or
can't do
exercise
that.
equipment, unless they ask for it, weight loss products is the number one thing.
You can't do that to anybody.
Yep.
People get so mad.
Unless they ask for it,
Yeah,
right?
if they
Like if
ask,
mom's like,
it's
"Can I have a Peloton?" They're like, "Yes."
Of course. That's different. But if you walk in, how many guys have made that mistake? Like, bring home a treadmill or I got one.
I mean, don't get me wrong; it's a nice gift, but you should get it for the household, not just be like, "Here,
This is for you.
it's for you. Get on it."
Yeah, and if, get on it. Wow, that's a little blunt. And if you ask for it, it's totally different than anything. Sometimes that you give somebody, like you'll be like, "Wow, what the hell is this for?" I mean, there could be a lot of things. Anything to do with your appearance, I think people would be a little upset. Maybe, how about like a gift card to like where they get their hair done? And would that be nice? Would you think for a mom? Like if they have a favorite salon?
I would say so. I mean,
Right.
even like one of the gifts I got my sister, I called. We get our nails done at the same place, and I called the lady, and I was like, "What does she normally do? How much does it cost her every time?" And so she told me, and I gave her. I got a gift card for that amount. But I think things, hair, nails, spa,
nails.
If that's what they're into, right? As I mentioned before, if I got that for my mom, she'd be like, "No thanks," because she's weird. She doesn't like people touching her.
She was terrible at
She doesn't
that.
want massage. Yeah, she doesn't like massages and stuff. So you got to know your mom. Not everybody wants to go to the salon or spa.
Nail salon's great. Every time I go to one of my buddies' wife, like birthday, if they have it, I always get them a thing of Venetian. $100, here you go. And they like it. They're like, okay, because what do you get them? I don't want to get them liquor because then I'm promoting drinking, and anything else is a little bit too perfume, so that's easy. It's simple. So look into that. And you should know by now what your mom likes.
You should.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. I mean, I'm just taking it.
If you have a good relationship and you're close, you should absolutely know.
Yeah, even by accident, you bump into things. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We'll get ready for the weekend for you tomorrow. Franny's going to tell you some things going on. She always does. We'll come back with Trifecta. We'll come back with This Day in History. And also a special quiz.
You said I was doing things. I was telling people what was going on.
I said tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, man, you're freaking me out.
No, I said on
Is it
Friday.
Friday? Okay.
I said we get you ready for the weekend.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So all that and so much more. We'll be back. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Sucking out the venom seems like a bad strategy altogether.
I don't think that really works.
Then you just end up with the venom in your mouth.
I don't think you swallow.
You can spit it out?
Yeah, you spit it out. This guy's never sucked venom before.
No, I'm sorry.
Just the other thing.
How dare you?
The news junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
A nice drive along your expressways. 95 finally accident-free and flowing freely. The Turnpike looking good as well. Got a surface road incident, Royal Palm Beach. That's going to be Crestwood Boulevard at Adele Avenue. Avoid that area. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag. You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. Like the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a JBC, 4-piece nugs, fries, and a small soft drink. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon all the time. Duh. For the best deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Hey, it's the Greek for Alini Water Filtration System. Call them today, 954-646-7402. I didn't think it'd make a difference in my life, but it does. Jump in the shower, and I come out feeling like a perfect 10. Walk over to my faucet, get some water, and I'm happy. Because you know what? I'm saving money, and it's good for my health. It's simple, it's safe, and it's clean, and it's no hassle. Call them today, 954-646-7402. Alini Water Filtration System. It'll make a difference in your life, and it makes a difference in my life. Soon as I get out of bed, I feel like a winner. Peace.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell. Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews. Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell and Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Got a classic hot rod or resto mod? GiveMeTheVin.com wants it. Just go to gmtvcc.com. Get an offer in minutes. GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with their big cash giveaway. Give Me The VIN is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
When a person calls 988, they're connected to a crisis counselor.
A caller can expect to talk about coping skills.
They can chat, they can text, and when they come out on the other side, they're feeling better.
Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
N62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell. Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell and Cordell in those interviews. Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell and Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com Penthouse.com/free.
Do you know May is Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month? When a motorcycle is in motion, it's more than just a motorcycle. The rider is someone's friend and family. You can save a life by taking time to look for motorcycles before turning or changing lanes. You must look for motorcycles to see motorcycles.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are going to be mostly sunny as we go through the remainder of our Thursday. It's a warm one, too. The temperature's in the upper 80s. Humid, so it might even feel like it's in the low 90s at times. A few isolated downpours or storms could return late into the evening hours for us and possibly lingering overnight, but plenty of sunshine returns for the day on Friday.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. At Robert Half, they found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles.
Together, you say goodbye, and I say hello.
Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits.
And on the run.
Listen commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Beatles Now and Then, and make it your next preset.
iHeartRadio. Hey, it's Greek. If you want number one in water filtration system, it's Alini Water Filtration System.
Real Radio 92.1. We are an iHeart radio station. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for tuning in to Real Radio. Welcome back to the program. And I can't thank you guys enough. And we try to thank you every day by doing a decent show. And secondly, we like to give you giveaways. So today, 2 giveaways, 11:45 New York Prime, 12:45 Billy Idol tickets. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
What are you going to do with that $100 now you found? You going to spend it?
Ooh, maybe I put it on, I don't know, the Pacers, or do you think the Cavs are going to win?
If I can give you a bet for today.
Let's hear it.
I would bet the Tigers in the second game of a doubleheader because I know a girl who knows the pitcher who just got brought up from the minor leagues. And she texted me this morning and she said he sucks. She goes, he's going to get crushed. Second game, Tigers, and there. Put your $100 in that.
Okay.
And if it loses, I'll pay it. Franny's here.
What's going on? And speaking of giveaways, we'll get into some more, but I know G-Man said we have the 2. We actually have, besides the $1,000, which is another giveaway we're doing, we have 2 other really cool ones.
Yes.
Yeah, that you can seek out on our website, and I will give you details very soon.
It's time for a Greek trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek's Trifecta.
All right, the Panthers are in trouble. They lost last night to Toronto, a team that has not had much success in years in the NHL playoffs. We're down 0-2. You never know. It's going to be tough, but they got to win Friday night. You could hear that game on Real Radio. Again, last night didn't start off good. Was down 1-0, I believe, and just not a good. Toronto's an okay team. They added some new guys this year, and they're playing better. And experts say, you know what, they got a lot more depth. But Panthers down 0-2, it's going to be tough. But we got to win Friday night. I mean, you want to talk about a must-win. So I'm sure it'll be sold out. The place will be going crazy, and we'll be representing because the Panthers always sold out. But, yeah, backs against the wall Friday night. And the NBA playoffs are like March Madness. Every night you don't know what's going to happen. It's the third time a team blew a 20-point lead. Again, the Celtics up by 20 points in the second half. I was with a bunch of people at Strike Cigar Lounge, and people were saying, oh, could you imagine if the Knicks come back again? And they did. And it was just unbelievable. And the Knicks fans that were out and about just going crazy, people beeping their horns. And I was like, oh, my God, you would have thought they won the world championship. But they hate the Celtics for years.
I have a clip of it, but I'm not sure if I censored it enough yet. I got to double check it.
Okay. All right. Well, when you feel like it's ready for radio, we'll do it. And like I said, there was one the other day on Instagram where young kids, like 7, 8 years old, were using profanity toward the Celtics. And everybody laughs because it's a young kid, but it's like a 6-year-old kid, 7-year-old kid.
There's a beep every couple seconds.
Oh, yeah. And, guys in their 20s, 30s, 40s. Not too many ladies. I saw one girl in one where she was pretty bad. But again, they're playing the Celtics Saturday night. Tickets already, secondhand market. This morning I heard on a radio station, like over $1,000 for upstairs. Upstairs. And this is just a playoff game. So they're going to be going crazy. I'm sure the Statue of Liberty is going to be dropping her torch. It's going to be nuts. But that is game. And the Celtics are still 5.5-point favorites on Saturday at the Garden. Man, that is crazy. Oklahoma City last night set a record, scoring 87 points in the first half, most ever by any NBA team. They ended up smacking Denver. Tonight, Golden State takes on the who's Golden State playing? Minnesota. And hopefully Minnesota can get even with them. And then yesterday home, the Marlins were playing the Dodgers tough. It was nothing going into the seventh. And then all of a sudden, bing, bang, boom, and the Dodgers win 10-1. Greeks Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza. Now over to Franny for this day in history.
On this day in history.
We are going back in the day, May 8th, 139 years ago, in 1886. Dr. John Pemberton came up with the secret formula for Coca-Cola syrup while cooking over a fire in his backyard. At first, he combined it with straight water, but a drugstore clerk used carbonated water, and that's how Coke was born. They said 38 million gallons are now consumed daily, and Coke is the most understood word in the world. Did you know that?
No, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm. They said our president even once had a button on his desk so he could push whenever he wanted his butler to bring him one.
Oh.
Yep. Dom definitely, he helps bring that average to that 38 million gallons.
What do you knock out a day? 6-pack, would you say?
No, not even close.
No?
Nope.
I would say a 6-pack for you.
He said 2.
Maybe 2.
1 or
That's
2.
it? That's it? No, in the afternoon, you don't drink any?
No.
All right.
Yeah, he's told us.
It's mostly in the morning to get me through the day.
Well, it says a lot about us. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, that's like his coffee, right? 74 years ago, 1951, men's Dacron polyester suits were introduced. 66 years ago, 1959, Little Caesars Pizza was founded. 55 years ago, in 1970, the Beatles released Let It Be in the UK. It was their final album, and it included The Long and Winding Road, Get Back, Across the Universe, and of course, Let It Be. 49 years ago, 1976, the theme song to Welcome Back, Kotter was the #1 song in America. It was by former Love and Spoonful member John Sebastian. 47 years ago, 1978, David Berkowitz, better known as the son of Sam, pleaded guilty to 6 murder charges against him in the .44 caliber shootings that had terrified New York City. 41 years ago, 1984, Joni and Chachi got married on Happy Days.
Aww. Did they stay married or no?
Sure. Same year, 1984, Russia announced that they were boycotting the LA Olympics. They blamed it on security concerns, but it was basically payback for the U.S. boycotting the 1980 Moscow Olympics. And we have 35 years ago in 1990, Tom Waits won $2.5 million when a Los Angeles court ruled that Frito-Lay unlawfully used a Tom Waits sound-alike in its Dorito ads. 31 years ago, 1994, party animal, golfer, John Daly won the Bell South Classic. He said it was the first time he had won a tournament sober.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. 26 years ago, 1999, Dana Plato, who was Kimberly Drummond on the Different Strokes, overdosed on painkillers and died at the very young age of 34.
It's a shame.
The coroner later did rule her death as suicide based on the large amount of drugs in her system and previous attempts. Very sad. 16 years ago, 2009, the J.J. Abrams remake of Star Trek was released. And then finally here, 15 years ago in 2010, Betty White became the oldest person to host SNL at the tender young age of 88. And that's what happened this day in history, May 8th.
Thank you, Franny. Good job as always. We do it every day to reflect on the day we're actually in.
Thanks. And I do want to give a heads up. I'm going to sprinkle these giveaways because we got a bunch that we're doing. Obviously, besides grain in your hand, you got to listen for that keyword that Rover's going to give you. We do this every hour, 9 to 9, 13 chances a day. Make sure you jump on that because we want you to win $1,000. You get the keyword, you enter it, realradio921.com. Now, speaking of our website, we're doing something else pretty cool. We want you to show us your preset. And by that, I mean, go to the iHeartRadio app, make realradio921.com the number one preset. Then you're going to do a screen grab. That means just take a screenshot of it, however you do, just to prove that we're number one on there. You're going to submit that photo, that screenshot, to realradio921.com. That's realradio921.com/preset, shall I say. realradio921.com/preset. And if you do it, this week's prize is a pair of passes to Welcome to Rockville. That is next week. It's happening May 15th through the 18th, Daytona International Speedway, and it is stacked lineup. Shinedown, Green Day, Alice in Chains, Linkin Park, Incubus, Korn, Sublime, Bush, just to name a few. So if you want to be in the running for that, just make us that number one preset on the iHeartRadio app. Take a screenshot, enter it, realradio921.com/preset.
Thank you, Franny. And again, we'll give you a couple more updates on some other giveaways we have for you guys to have an opportunity to win. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. You can call us at 877-927-6969 or text us at Real Radio 47142. Panthers, do you think they're done? Or can they come back? Let us know your opinion.
Somebody wants to know, 47142. Greek, are you saying take the Tigers in the second game?
Yes.
All right.
Second game, not the first. They might win the first game, but there is a doubleheader today. And the one that I got the little bit of a text from was the second game. So if you're going to take it, jump on that.
That sounds right, because the guy's probably going to be tired after the first game, right?
Not pitching 2 games. What is wrong?
Why not? You never know.
He doesn't pitch 2 games. What's wrong with you, knucklehead? They don't do that. He's being brought up for the minor leagues, and he's had a bad. The Rockies, first of all, one of the worst teams in baseball. So it's not like I'm giving you this big thing. It's just somebody that I know knows him, and she just said he's terrible. And he was like telling her, like, I shouldn't even be brought up. So we'll see. I mean, who knows? I mean, it's like anything else. Sometimes you get a tip on a stock, a horse, and it could crash and burn. But when somebody tells me something, then I'm like glued, like I got to do it.
You're itching to do it.
Yeah, I'm itching to do it. Like when people, like even at the Derby, like if somebody wanted a 6 and they wanted 100, then I put on more than that. It was just, it's one of my flaws, and I have a lot of them.
So they did look at what makes somebody the golden child. The special child. This is a study in International Journal of Psychology and Psychological Therapy. Was looking at these attributes that make you a golden child. Right, everything the child touches turns to gold. Hence the name. So I'm curious, and I put this on there. These are the rare qualities that define the golden child in a family, and let's see how many of these Greek has. How about that? Because you consider yourself the golden child in your family?
Well, if the golden child means the favorite, I would say
the golden child, everything you touch turns into gold?
Not really.
All right, the golden child. Let's see, Greek. How many of these do you have? These are the rare qualities that define the golden child.
Now, am I answering or you?
No, you are.
Okay.
Well, no, you're just like, they're competitive. As earlier mentioned, golden child is a reflection of a narcissistic parent. This child is very competitive, always striving to win.
I would say yes.
Okay. And it says, you grew up very competitive, often taking personal risks to ensure they secure the first position in all aspects of life.
I wasn't one of those kids that ran house to house for Halloween, but I did like to win.
Okay. They are studious. Which kid loves studying? None, other than the golden child. Unlike other kids, they're extremely excited about going to school and taking part in competitive events they love. Studious. Were you studious?
Just enough to get by. Did good, but could have did a lot better.
All right. They abide by their parents' rules. One can find most children being rebellious on being dictated to and controlled, but a golden child, the rules set by their parents are ultimately the rule book for them.
More yes than no, so I would say yes.
Okay. They have productive hobbies. Video games and television shows are not the golden child's cup of tea. They prefer engaging themselves in truly inspiring and fruitful hobbies. Anything to improve themselves.
No. I mean, I used to like to build rockets as a kid.
That's funny. So no to that. They're sociable. This child is a talker, the attention grabber of the lot. All right, we're just going to skip that one because we know that you like attention and you talk. So that's a yes. They're sensitive to criticism. The child knows they are exclusive. They know they are not like the rest of the other people. Oftentimes, they hold themselves on a higher pedestal than they could be credited for. But being this hyper sensitive to criticism, they do not like getting slagged on for whatever they say or do.
Stretch.
You're not hypersensitive?
It depends who gives me the criticism.
Okay.
That's true. Like if I respect a person, then I say, okay, you're right. But if I don't,
a lot of this is like you. Like they know they're not like the rest of the other people. They hold themselves on a high pedestal, higher than they could be credited. Than they could be credited for.
A little stretch.
Yeah, the rest of it sounds about right.
Yep. Okay.
The child, they seek perfection. The child has tended to be obsessed with perfection. They want their dress all clean and tidy, food just like the way they want it, their rooms organized and in order, and their homework should be free of mistakes.
Everything except the homework.
And you get frustrated. Well, yeah, that's for kids. And they get frustrated when they fail to live up to their unrealistic expectations.
Excuse me?
You don't still have homework?
I can't hear you.
You don't still have homework?
No, I don't still have homework. No, I don't. Some people give me homework. People I've dated, like they'll say, this is homework.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? Like,
learn how to do this.
Yeah.
Learn this position.
No, find this at the store. See if Cartier has this watch in. That's homework.
Put this bed in.
No, put this bed in.
So take the child aspect out of it. The rest?
Yes.
Yeah? All right. Seek perfection. And that's it. So really only like one or two out of these you were like, no, that doesn't make sense. So yeah, you're up there. Which one was it? The studious, you said, meh, kind of.
I did good, but I could have done a lot better. I really could. Like most
and
kids.
the one that you definitely flat out said no, you don't have any productive hobbies.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
No, some girl was asking me that last
Everything
night.
else you said yes to.
She's like, what do you do for, like, hobbies? I go, I fish. She goes, oh, I like to fish. I go, I'm kidding. I don't fish.
I fish.
Oh, man.
I don't have any hobbies. I said, I don't know. I don't. I mean,
Smoke cigars.
That's not a hobby. That's more of a monetary thing because I get paid to do it. So, I mean, let's be honest. I would never smoke cigars if I didn't get paid.
What?
It was all because those were clients. I mean, honestly.
Oh, but you still do it even without getting paid.
But I'm saying it's still a way of me making money and us doing live remotes and stuff like that. So I can't say like I was a cigar smoker. That's how it started.
Okay.
So, I mean, I socialized with my friends, but I don't know. I don't. Some people.
Do you collect anything? Don't
No.
you collect? No.
Footballs.
I was gonna say jerseys, footballs. I mean, collecting things can be considered a hobby.
Okay, maybe then that's a hobby. I mean, I only get footballs when I meet people and they sign it, and I throw it in my garbage can, and my garbage can's full of footballs. I don't know. I don't think
Great place to keep them.
Yeah, I don't have any hobbies. I don't think I do. Like maybe like I like to walk on the beach once in a while, reflect on life, and find a shell, and pick it up and like put it to my ear.
You like the spa?
That's a hobby, but that's being a brat. Yeah, a lot of my things that I do are very, like, unusual. And I know that, but it's just me being me.
You like to be pampered.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't? But we'll see. 877-927-6969 if you think you're the golden child of your family. And I think the golden child, now who would you say out of the three, the girls, who is the golden child, in your opinion? Or does it, because a lot of families, it switches.
It does switch. I was, and now I think Karen is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it switches in time. And it also switches as you become an adult.
No knock on Giselle.
Yeah, I was just going to say. Giselle never? Wow.
I love her. She's fantastic. She's the best. But I don't know if she ever was.
I love you. You're so funny. I was going to try to save you. I'm like, wait a minute. But I think it always changes, too. Like, I gave my parents more of a problem than my brother. My brother was a saint. There's no doubt about it. But I think there were times, like, where I was, looked upon maybe in a different light, but I gave them more problems. Yeah, I definitely gave them more to worry about than my brother. He was a saint. He really was. Still is. God bless him. How about you, Dom, and your family?
I would say maybe my sister was the golden child growing up, and then probably me later on.
Yeah, like I said,
so
it can switch.
I have like a big gap in between. Like when I moved down here to Florida from New York, I was in 4th grade. My sister was a freshman in high school. And my brother was a senior in high school.
Okay, so there's a big difference.
Big difference.
Age-wise.
Yep.
My brother and I, too. He's 15 years older than me, so it's a big difference. Yeah, and there are times where, I've heard people say that, like, my sister was the favorite as kids, and she still is. Or my brother's the favorite, and he still is. Like, my dad, whatever. I don't know. Parents always say that they're not supposed to have a favorite. But I think if you really ask them, there always is a favorite. Just like your boss is not supposed to have a favorite. But he does. Teacher. I mean, you say that. I mean,
teacher's pet.
Yeah, they have it. But I think bosses, too, they have a favorite. There's no doubt about it. And it helps you in your career. I definitely think your boss has to like you for your career a lot of times to take the next level. If you fight with your boss a lot, it's not a great thing for your career. I mean, it isn't. But I think your parents, there's definitely one where you just, and they expect more from the golden child. They just do. I mean, that's just what it is. But if you guys have an opinion on this, let us know. Call us or text us. Real Radio. You can text us or you can call me at 877-927-6969. That means call the show, by the way. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Hope you guys are having a good day so far. We're going to come back with our first batch of Florida stories, which are always good and intriguing. And, man, I shake my head sometimes the stories I hear that Franny brings to the table. And then at 11:45, your chance to win a $125 gift card to New York Prime. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
You're listening to Real Radio, available everywhere you want to listen. Yeah, even there. On our free iHeartRadio app. Download it now. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers are roaring through the playoffs. Now facing off against the Toronto Maple Leafs in round 2. The quest for a repeat is heating up, and Real Radio is your ultimate destination for all the action. It's heart-pounding playoff hockey, and we're bringing you every thrilling moment. Tune in for every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Can't get to a radio? Stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
A decent drive along your expressways this morning. 95 and the Turnpike continue to be accident-free, flowing freely as well. Got construction here at Atlantic Avenue between 441 and the Turnpike. Avoid that area. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag. You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. Like the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a JBC, 4-piece nugs, fries, and a small soft drink. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon, all the time. Duh. For the best deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Hey, it's the Greek for Alini Water Filtration System. Call them today, 954-646-7402. I didn't think it'd make a difference in my life, but it does. Jump in the shower, and I come out feeling like a perfect 10. Walk over to my faucet, get some water, and I'm happy. Because you know what? I'm saving money, and it's good for my health. It's simple, it's safe, and it's clean, and it's no hassle. Call them today, 954-646-7402. Alini Water Filtration System. It'll make a difference in your life, and it makes a difference in my life. Soon as I get out of bed, I feel like a winner. Peace.
When a person calls 988, they're connected to a crisis counselor.
Crisis is completely self-defined. If you're wondering if you should call, you should probably call.
A caller can expect to talk about coping skills, talk about resources and ways to move forward beyond the call.
They can call us, they can chat, they can text, and when they come out on the other side, they're feeling better.
Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell. Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. And Friday night, Fetish Fridays. Live fetish shows every Friday. That's where the beautiful girls are. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Open to 5 a.m. Fetish Fridays. What's your kink? Every Friday, there's a beautiful lady waiting for you. And they're always there 7 days a week. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Get over there today. Makes a good night a great night. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Peace.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance. William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx, save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are going to be mostly sunny as we go through the remainder of our Thursday. It's a warm one, too, with temperatures in the upper 80s. Humid, so it might even feel like it's in the low 90s at times. A few isolated downpours or storms could return late into the evening hours for us and possibly lingering overnight, but plenty of sunshine returns for the day on Friday.
This report is sponsored by FreshFromFlorida.com.
Meal planning is work, so let Fresh from Florida help. Learn what's in season, browse hundreds of recipes, and get tips from Chef Justin by visiting FreshFromFlorida.com. Eat healthier with Fresh from Florida. There's sunshine in every bite.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword BILLS at realradio921.com. That's BILLS. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, welcome back into The Penthouse on a Thursday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Real Radio 92.1, 101.7, of course, on the FM dial. Or if you're listening on the absolutely free iHeartRadio app, hopefully you're listening all the time, not just The Penthouse, News Junkie, Rover's Morning Glory, all the shows we got going on. Because each hour we got a keyword we give you, and we want you to score $1,000. We call it grand in your hand. Good morning. This is Franny. Of course, we have Dom. Hi, Dom.
Hey there, and the keyword was bills. Bills. Take bills and go to realradio921.com and enter the keyword there.
Perfect. And then we have G-Man. Hi, Greek.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you guys are having a good day, and I hope your breakfast, your eggs are the way you like them, or whatever you got. Over to Franny for some Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
All right, well, I got an update on that kangaroo that was out and about. It's another one in Florida. This one was in St. Cloud. So it was seen hopping through the streets, St. Cloud, this past Monday. Florida Fish and Wildlife. They did capture it, and they were looking for the owner. So they were just waiting. I was waiting to see. I was like, because nobody had stepped up yet. Be like, yeah, it's mine. And I figured it's because they didn't own it legally. Because you are allowed to have a kangaroo if you have the proper permits.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what happened. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation announced that they found the owner and charged him with 2 misdemeanors. Brian Steven Castro Andone did not have the proper permits for the kangaroo. So they said he can have the kangaroo back after he does the right thing. So he's not allowed to retake possession until he builds an enclosure that's up to code. So that sucker can't get out again. And of course, gets the proper permits to do so. So at least they're not saying we're taking it forever. They're just like, if you want kangaroo back, do the right things and do it legally. Then, speaking of animals, this is a Florida man, but it didn't happen in Florida. Just don't get too close to bison. How about that? A lot of people are like, ooh, I want to get a picture with this buffalo or bison. Guess what happens? In another tourist season, another story about someone getting too close to a bison. This time, a Florida man visiting Yellowstone National Park decided to approach the creature a little too closely. And the consequences of doing that was, being gored. Oh. Luckily, the man suffered minor injuries. Park authorities are again reminding visitors, do not get close to wildlife because, well, they're wild.
Pretty simple.
Yeah. And then we have a couple who was getting it on, but not where they should have. I told you I saw this going on at a nice restaurant in Palm Beach Gardens. This was at a sidewalk cafe. The couple has been charged with disorderly conduct after witnesses claim they saw them engaging in explicit contact while enjoying a sidewalk cafe. The place, called Jube's Bar, downtown St. Pete. When it occurred, Ryan Cook and Kimberly Morey were enjoying each other's company a little too much. And that's when Cook allegedly decided that a finger appetizer not on the menu was in order.
Wow.
By slipping his hand up her skirt.
Wow.
Reports say this caused a disturbance and breach of peace. A couple people were like, what is happening? So yes, cops were called. And they didn't identify the witnesses who called out the couple in their moments of what they call marital bliss.
Oh, that's a nice way to say it.
It's a time and place, y'all. Time and place. And then we got a couple more things here. A federal judge in Miami just ruled that Burger King must face a lawsuit claiming it exaggerated the size of its Whopper in the commercials.
Dom, you do that a lot.
So this suit was brought by 19 customers in the state. But they say the burger looks way bigger in the ads than in real life. These overflowing toppings and twice the beef. Burger King admits that sandwiches are styled more beautifully for marketing. Of course, they do that for all the commercials.
Yeah,
but
food.
But say no one actually expects fast food to look like the ad.
Oh.
The judge disagreed.
Wow.
Saying BK's ads may have gone too far beyond just puffery is what they're saying. So yeah, they're facing, they said, the judge ruled that Burger King has to face this lawsuit. And then speaking of food, a nacho-fueled domestic dispute making waves in Florida. Port St. Lucie. Say a nurse, Allison Swan, got into a heated 3 a.m. argument with her wife, also a nurse, over late-night snacking. Things escalated when Swan allegedly grabbed a handful of cheesy nachos and shoved them down the back of her wife's leggings.
Oh,
That's gotta feel so gross.
Oh, I hate that. Don't do it.
Cops say it didn't stop there. Swan reportedly dragged her to the ground, fish hooked her mouth.
Oh,
that's a move.
Oh, it's terrible.
And slammed her head into the floor, all while shouting that she was in charge.
Wow.
Yeah.
We want to throw her a bad toss.
The victim's friend heard the chaos over an open phone line and called 911. So somebody must have been on the phone with the friend. Thank goodness. Swan was arrested on domestic battery charges.
Ooh.
She's been ordered to stay away from her wife and can only return home with police escort to collect her things. I was like, I'm in charge. When I saw like the whole slamming and the nachos in the back of the leggings, that's a move. But a fish hook to the mouth, that's strong. And that is your What the Florida.
I don't even know what we should do anymore. It's unbelievable.
Wow. Yeah, that's strong. And then I want to just sprinkle in another hookup that we got going on. It's almost lunchtime, y'all. Actually, it's breakfast. Maybe it's breakfast for you. Maybe it's lunch right now. Either way, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. If you want it for free for an entire month, Ideal Nutrition wants to hook you up. They're giving away an entire month of free meals. Delicious, flavorful meals. You don't have to deal with food prepping. It's super easy. It's chef curated, made right here in West Palm Beach. You just pop in the microwave for 2 minutes. The stuff is delicious. I've been eating Ideal Nutritious for a long time, and they have partnered up with us to give you an entire month of meals for free. Yes, I said for free. All you got to do is register. It's realradio921.com/meals, realradio921.com/meals. And we will be doing this for a few weeks. And every week we do pick a winner. So we will have one picked for tomorrow. So make sure you jump on that this week.
Thank you, Francis.
Francis. Why is it so hard? Why? He's been calling me Francis for years.
On and off.
Francis.
877-927-6969. Her name is Francis, everybody. Come on.
Francis, thank you.
Yeah, Dom. Tom Brady again was speaking about the roast that I guess the roast was, I mean, I don't know if you could have kept his kids from watching it, but he was like, I should have never done it.
Yeah, he was on, what's his name, Theo?
Yeah.
He was on his podcast.
And he said that
it
was a bad mistake. The kids still bring it up.
Oh, goodness.
And
get over it, kids. I'm just kidding.
I mean, when it's somebody's parents, like, there's two things you have to be delicate with a lot of times when you're speaking. Like, when you're speaking about somebody's parent, obviously. Also, that was millions of people.
I know, but it's like, take some personal responsibility. He keeps on saying how he regretted it. You know what a roast is. And they take shots at everything, especially if it's taboo, especially if they know it's going to hurt, because that's what it is. When it comes to comedy and roast, it's fair game. It is. And so I feel like ever since he's done with it, he just keeps on, he doesn't take responsibility. He keeps on saying regrets.
Well, I think he was maybe surprised about what they did about Giselle, because that's the kid's mother, obviously. Didn't paint her out to be great, like she painted out that she was having an affair. Like they said, Tom, did you learn not to make your wife take, lessons and stuff like that? I don't know if he could have said maybe more stuff was off guard, because even when they started, who was the one who went after Robert Kraft? And he got up real quick and he said, he goes,
it was Jeffrey Ross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and maybe he wasn't familiar. Again, maybe he's just speaking in general for parents or whatever, but he's just said, shouldn't have done it. He's still bringing it up. And maybe his kids still bring it up. Or maybe there's some feelings.
His kids probably like, you stuck up for Robert Kraft more than you did Mom.
Yeah, you're right. They might have said that.
Yeah, but he's like, Robert Kraft didn't cheat on me.
I mean, a little bit.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
He might have said that. And then again, you don't know the response from the mom. When a divorce happens, I lived it. It's not good. It really isn't. There's hurt feelings on both sides. I've said this many times. Very few people do they wake up and they say, hey, we had a good run and that's it. So kids are involved, things like that. I don't know. I don't know if they watched it live or not. Like, I don't know if they, like, the kids and Giselle watched it that night. I don't know if that happened.
That'd be rough. Watching it with your mom?
I don't know. I mean, because they probably didn't know what they were going to say. But, it is Brady, and he did say again, hey, I should have never did this. Should have never signed up for it. I think he's also maybe trying to send a message to people like, hey, watch what you do. Maybe if it was a different time, like say he did it now and they're divorced and she's married, with the kid, with the other guy, maybe it's different and it's not as much of as an impact. That was still pretty fresh when that happened. So I think that could have had something to do with it. But it's, it's a kid's mom, so you have to watch what you say about anybody's mother or somebody's children. I mean, try to ever say anything to anybody who's got a son or daughter that's not great. It's not going to go over too well. Some parents are cool, and they're like, yeah, I get it, but it's hard. But it's Brady, and, most people look at it like, it's Tom Brady. You got the life of Riley. What are you bitching about? I get it. Like Springsteen yesterday, people were like, oh, my God, Springsteen doesn't like nickname boss? How bad? I mean, because everybody looks at their own lives, but, I mean, at least he's making maybe some accountability, and maybe he says it for the kids. When he's doing this stuff like, hey, you know what? It was a mistake. I'm sure he's told them that. Maybe the kids say like, maybe they didn't even know why they broke up. You know what I mean? And maybe the kids say, did mom really cheat on you? And then she ends up marrying the guy and being with him. And is she married to the karate guy?
No, I mean, I know they had a kid. I don't think they got married.
Okay, I don't know if they got married or not. But if they get married, I don't think Brady's invited you.
No.
I don't think Brady's 877-927-6969. Are the Panthers done? Don, what do you think? Can they win 4 out of 5?
I think they can do it, but they have to start going now.
No, kidding.
They have to go up big right away.
Yeah, they got to win Friday night. If not, it's pack your golf bag and get ready. I know you texted me something about what, Nick tickets?
Oh yeah, you were talking what the cheapest ticket you get was like $900
upstairs.
Well, yeah. What about the most expensive ticket for that game 3? What do you think it is?
Courtside seats for the Knicks. I'm not even gonna look. I mean, they're always so expensive. I'm gonna say 6,000, 7,000, 8,000.
For that game, they're going for 20,000.
I believe it, no doubt. I've always said something's worth what somebody will pay for it, and there is somebody that's going to go. Now it's only game 3.
Mm-hmm.
Now if they win game 3, I could see game 4. Again, it's Boston. You got money. I mean, this is people with blank you money. They don't care. But man, there are some fans that they'll put on their credit card, like they'll go crazy, like just to say they were there. You know what I mean?
I saw that. I saw an article on Coachella that said a lot of people that attended actually put it on like a payment plan, their tickets.
Well, I'm sure they wanted to be there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, like, we talked about the other day, the Greek Zone. Josh joined us, and it was a great point. I agree 100%. Where people just today with their phones, they want to say they're there and they've been at this thing or I was at that event. Where years ago, like, you really only had your small circle. Or, like you said, you bought a T-shirt and people knew you went to the concert. People were like, hey, you went to that concert last night? Now everybody wants to say, I was at Ultra and you could see me, follow me. I was at Coachella. I was at the Knick game. So for people to put it on their credit card, I'm not surprised people would do that. I mean, they just want to be in an event. And when you're younger, I think you tend to do some stuff that's a little bit different than when you get, a little bit older. Who do you have?
We have Mike on the phone.
Good morning, Mike. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Greek. Good morning, Franny.
Hey, Mike.
Hi. By the way, Franny, I went to Ideal Nutrition the other day after breakfast. I got the baked chicken parm. Very good.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's one of my husband's favorites.
And I have to watch out for I think it's got about 450 sodium. I got to watch out for the sodium and the sugar, obviously. But it was very tasty.
Well, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You should sign up for that free month.
Yeah, I should, but I kind of used I had like a lot of points towards the meal, but I kind of like wasted it. So some of the items I couldn't, like I was saying, I could only have so many.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, they have stuff for everybody. I mean, they have all kinds of dietary needs. So I don't know. Obviously, you can't have everything, but I know that they offer a lot.
Yeah. Well, I got another one sitting in the freezer for now. It's only like 5. Oh, I put it in for 4 minutes and then like an extra minute just to, cook it through. But it was delicious.
Good.
And Greek,
yes,
really
sir.
Quick on the horse race.
Yes.
I've been betting crazy. What was the last one?
The Derby.
The Derby. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of bet a little crazy, but I only picked up a little money. But
that's good.
Do I? Is the best bet to do just win?
Well, if you bet the horses to win, they're going to pay the most, obviously. But you could bet a trifecta, and that's where it's a $2 box, and that'll cost you $12. And any 3 combinations come out, you could win. So that's something you could do. The Preakness is the 17th. It's a smaller field. The horse that won the Derby is not running in the Preakness.
Right. Because I usually bet like place and show.
That's okay, as long as it comes in.
Well, the place came in. I don't understand. I bet a lot of money. Well, I didn't bet a lot of money, but I bet more money than I usually bet, per horse.
Mm-hmm. But you get less for second and third than you do for first, obviously.
Yeah, I'm just probably better off just betting the win. I think there's only 10 or 11 horses at this point, right?
I think so. The Preakness always has a smaller field than the Derby. The Derby has the biggest field out of the Triple Crown, and it's a shorter distance, and then the Belmont is the longest distance.
Right. All right. We shall see.
Hey, try to bet after the race. That's the whole way. That's the guarantee way to win.
Yeah, that's even better. Yeah. I'll be guaranteed to win, right? All right.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks for the time. Have a good day.
You too.
Appreciate the call. 877-927-6969. You can call us. Are the Panthers done? They're down 0-2. I know a couple of Panther fans say absolutely not. Again, they were away, so it's not like they were supposed to win those games. You're supposed to keep home court. They're going to have to win one game to win the series, obviously, because they're not the home team. We'll see. I thought last night they were going to get a W. I really did. I thought they would bounce back and then come back Friday night and take over the series with that 2-1 lead. But it didn't work out that way. We'll see. And Toronto has not advanced since like the early 2000s at this round, which is just unbelievable. So
I mean, you can't give up on your team. That's when you got to be more of a fan when they got their backs against the wall. It's easy when everything is going good and everybody's all sight, but just relax, see what happens. Put it on Real Radio and check it out. Again, Knicks and Celtics Saturday night at the Garden, and I cannot believe that the Celtics are still champs. I mean, still a favorite in that game, which is a lot. And New York is just going crazy. Anything you want to buy with New York on it, if you're up there, it's going to be triple the price. I mean, you're going to go crazy. Freddie, I know you have something on medical professionals tell us things they would never do because of the trauma that they've seen happen.
Yeah, I mean, some of these are pretty serious, and some are like everyday things that we have. But it was a BuzzFeed listen from nurses, doctors, surgeons. They talked to them, and it's specifically the trauma units is what they were looking at. So they did. It was one medical professional was on TikTok. She's like, I'm bored. So other medical professionals, she was like, let's get into this. And they were saying, what is something that you would never, ever do because you work in the trauma unit and you've seen things happen. Oh. So that's what they're saying. They said they won't do because of the trauma they've seen on the job. And you may anxiously want to start taking notes here, according to this.
Oh, wow.
Yep, they said... not even do, but they're also saying things that you should do. Some are serious, some aren't. But they said as a paramedic, I'm begging everyone to have a carbon monoxide detector in their house. Oh. I've even heard, too, of people going as far as now as getting ones that you can bring on vacation because you've heard all these terrible stories. That one baseball player and his kid, it's happened too often in places. The carbon monoxide poison, there's a leak, there's something, you don't realize it. It's super scary, and there are some that you can take with you on vacation.
Wow, I never knew that.
So, yeah, they said, I'm begging everyone to get one for your house.
Okay.
We talked about this the other day, looking both ways before hitting the gas when the light turns green.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, saying that these are people who've worked in the trauma unit and they see stuff because of this. Somebody just says motorcycle, 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 motorcycle. That's it. They said that they would never get a motorcycle.
Yeah, and again, in our state, you don't need a helmet, which is crazy. I saw some kid last night on 95 when I was coming home. I mean, he blew past me. Just like 2 seconds. No, cap on backwards.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
This one, an EMT says, hey, get your feet off the dash, please.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, they said many medics and safety professionals advise against this. Putting your feet on the dashboard in a car, they say, obviously, they don't realize it can cause severe fatal injuries when that airbag deploys if you get in an accident.
Yeah.
Imagine where your feet are.
Yep. And that's not a good thing to do either, like respect-wise.
Well, I mean, some people, they don't care. Like, you're on a family road trip. I see it all the time driving down the road, people stretching out and their feet on the dash.
Yeah.
This one I've heard for women. I've heard this before, and it's scary. Those hair clips. They said, ER tech here, don't wear a hair clip while driving. They said that if you do, and they've seen it, and I've heard this, which is terrifying, if you get in an accident, it can get lodged into your skull.
Oh, Jesus.
On those, like, claw clips.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Tom, don't do that anymore.
This one.
Let me take it out.
Never argue with strangers about anything. You never know who's carrying and has a temper. Yep. Taken one too many victims of this in the OR.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I always tell my friends that. I say it's not worth somebody cuts you off, gives you the number one, just keep going. It's not worth it.
Speaking of guns, they said also, can we please treat every gun as if it's loaded, especially when you're cleaning it? They said they've seen too many people accidentally shoot themselves. They said, this one, as someone who took care of the elderly, please move, go on walks, exercise, go biking, do things that stimulate your mind and memory. Just take care of yourself. So that one in general, because they took care of elderly that probably didn't have it going on mentally or physically, they're just saying, just move, do something, keep it going. There you go, G-Man.
Thank you.
Good job.
Trying to move around.
That was a nice move.
I do my dips every morning by my sink.
This one very serious, especially because we have so many bodies of water here. They said never, ever take your eyes off of a child near any body of water. They said it just takes a split second.
Yep.
This one, as simple as this is, wash your damn hands. They said especially around babies. This is sad, seeing too many babies in the ICU because grandma thought it was cute to let them suck on her fingers to calm down.
Oh, God.
Ugh.
Ugh. And, like, when you talk about kids, like, I notice a lot of times, sometimes I'm at restaurants, and, you see little kids, they're walking, and maybe their grandparents or parents are watching them, but they, like, let them take off. And, like, I saw a kid the other day take a nice, on concrete, nice spin.
Yeah.
I felt so bad. I'm like, what are you doing? Like,
I mean, kids fall all the time, but, yeah, you got to be careful.
Concrete's bad.
Yeah. They said as a 911 dispatcher, this is something you may not think about when purchasing a home. They said as a 911 dispatcher who's done both police and fire, when purchasing a home, always consider response times in your area.
Okay.
Right? Mm-hmm. Live in the middle of nowhere. It may take a few minutes longer than if you're in a place that does have hospital, fire department, whatever it is nearby. Let's see. They claim here, I will never clean my grill with a metal brush. ENT specialist caution again, using wire bristle grill brushes as the fibers from the brush can get dislodged into your food and injure your internal organs.
Oh, Jesus.
Something you probably don't think about.
No. Think you're doing the right thing cleaning your grill, and then you
Just
could
not with that. Yeah, just not with one of those brushes, the metal brush that you do see a lot of people have. They say, RT here, wear a mask when gardening, working in a field, or hiking through caves. You don't want those pathogens in your lungs. Say they're like trust. Those aren't good for you. Also, here, this is going to make some people mad. Says, I'm a labor nurse, and I'll never get pregnant after seeing all the complications associated with pregnancy. They just probably saw too many bad things.
Yeah, that's just...
Yeah.
That's great.
And then EFT says, please take your meds as prescribed. Don't just adjust them on your own because you think it'll fix something faster because you Googled how to take them. Take them as your doctor prescribes it to you. Some people are like, oh, but I looked at this, or I watched TikTok, or whatever. Yeah.
And I think that's another thing they always talk about. Like, you have any kind of something's bothering you, go to your doctor. So many people say, I Googled it or I looked on it, and you don't know what it is. I mean, a lot of times. And then you make that be like, the be-all. Go to a doctor and get a professional's opinion. I mean, it's your life and it's your health. Don't just wing it. Like Franny said, like, you know what? I'm going to have a big day today. Let me add to this. Like, you don't do that. You're not baking a cake, by the way. And here's another one. Don't drink when you're on any kind of medication. So many people do that. And I've seen it over the years with girls and guys, and I'm like in amazement. I'm like, aren't you not supposed to be drinking? Oh, just one. It's fine. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. We're going to come back with a trifecta. I have a real estate question for Franny that she just said something, and I've been trying to ask her for 6 months and always forgot, so I'm going to ask her this question, and we're going to come back with trifecta and also your chance to win a gift card to New York Prime for $124 in the Greek Casino. We'll be back. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
My parents told me years later that I was supposed to have like leg braces.
Really? Like Forrest Gump?
Yeah, like Forrest Gump.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
A decent drive along your expressway so far. 95, the Turnpike, accident-free, flowing freely as well. Got some construction here at Atlantic Avenue between 441 and the Turnpike. Avoid that area. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is already hiring for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Job seekers never pay a fee at Express. Go to ExpressPros.com to find your location. That's ExpressPros.com.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Precision Garage Door of South Florida. Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth?
The care team at Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, can help you use your Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or Florida Blue to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you're ready to change your life, search Eric's Dental Group right now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
It's the Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. 2 bets facing off. Winning side splits $250K in bonus bets every single day. Time to pick a side. Team underdogs or team favorites. Team over or team under. There's one way to settle this. Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. Pick a side for $1. Win your share of $250K or more today. Prize pool will be paid out in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Settlement Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
When a person calls 988, they're connected to a crisis counselor.
Crisis is completely self-defined. If you're wondering if you should call, you should probably call.
A caller can expect to talk about coping skills, talk about resources, and ways to move forward beyond the call.
They can call us, they can chat, they can text, and when they come out on the other side, they're feeling better.
Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor. Rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell. Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cardis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about fun Mother's Day gifts, all for under $15? Get low prices every day on unique finds before they're gone. In-store only at Macy's Backstage today. Find a location near you at Macy'sBackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Car accident? Visit smithball.com to learn more about our legal power and how we can help.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
The number 2 pick in the 2025 WNBA draft, French phenom Dominique Malonga, participated in her first WNBA practice with the Seattle Storm on Tuesday, a few days after arriving in the States. She wasted no time impressing her teammates, throwing down a dunk on day 1. The Storm tip off the season Saturday, May 17th against the Phoenix Mercury. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Capital One is a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. With the Capital One Spark Cash Plus card, you earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase for your business with the Capital One Spark Cash Plus card. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/SparkCash for details.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles.
Together, you say goodbye, and I say hello.
Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits.
And on the run.
Listen commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Beatles Now and Then, and make it your next preset.
iHeartRadio.
Mo Better Garage. We make it Mo Better.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, it is The Penthouse on a Thursday. What are you waving your hands for?
Well,
what are you, a traffic cop?
I turn your mic and you're talking to Franny still, so it's like, hopefully he's not saying something bad.
We don't talk bad stuff.
Oh, I don't know about you.
We talk generic stuff, just conversation like two people in the street. Like, hi, how are you? How's your mom? What's going on? We don't say anything. And we don't use profanity. Those are role models.
Yeah.
I mean, we really are. It is The Penthouse on a Thursday, 877-927-6969. If you think we're role models for society, call us. I think we are in a lot of ways.
I don't see the phones lighting up. No, no one's calling.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
Wait. Nope.
I think I'm a role model in a lot of ways. I got to be honest.
You want me to fake it for you? Look. Oh, look. The phone lines are full right now. Look at all those lights.
Do you think I really care what anybody thinks? It's what you think of yourself every day in the morning when you wake up. I think I'm a role model. I don't do drugs.
Hey, you are a good role model.
I don't drink.
Mm-hmm.
I work every day. I'm clean. I wear Armani. I mean, come on. There's a lot of stuff. I gave you the Tigers second game today. How I got that play for the text from the girl is crazy. If it works out, it'll be amazing. Bettors, I've always said, are very superstitious if you don't know gamblers. So Jason was on the other day on the Penthouse, and he came on and he said that the Panthers were going to lose. So the next day, when they played the next game last night, a lot of my friends texted me. I'm like, hey, what does he think? What does he think? Because there's a Panther, everybody watching. I said, and he told me last night they're going to win. So like last night, 11 o'clock, they're like, he sucks.
Get him off the show.
Oh, my God, he's brutal. And that's what gamblers are. Now, if he won, oh, my God, forget 2 in a row? Like, ooh, people would love him.
He'd be the next pope.
Oh, yeah, he'd be up there.
No Pope yet, though, right?
No Pope. Nope.
No Pope.
No Pope yet.
Black smoke coming out of St. Peter's. What is it called? St.
Peter's Square.
Cathedral.
Cathedral?
St. Peter's Square. It's the Vatican.
Yeah, not yet. We'll see what happens. They said maybe. Now, there's a Pope in New York who's has an Instagram page, and he's like promoting himself a little. It's very interesting. First time he's a cardinal, in New York, and he's like promoting himself a little, which is nice with social media. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with it because nobody knows who any of the cardinals are until somebody gets named.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're like, wow. Then they give you the background, the history, and everything like that.
There's one that's name is Pizza Balla, and everybody wants to go over Pizza Balla because of the name.
Really?
Because it's Pizzaballa.
But this kid last night was telling me about it because he's pretty religious. He's like, Greek, have you seen this one Cardinal who's really promoting himself? And he's from New York. And I said, no, I haven't. And so he goes, you should check it out and see what he's doing. It's something different that they really, I guess, most Cardinals don't do. So we'll see. Maybe
Was he on the gram and TikTok?
I think he's on Instagram. And he's just speaking about his thoughts and things like that. So I don't know. We'll see. It could be something different. I don't know. If I was a Cardinal, I wanted to be a promote. I get out there, self-promote. I'd be like, come on, guys, let's go. Chop, chop. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. A little tough with the days today for me. I think we got a trifecta coming up.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, Marlins are happy the Dodgers are leaving. No doubt about it. The Dodgers ended up winning 2 or 3 and 3 last week. Game was close last night. Very close in the afternoon. They did have the roof open at Marlins Stadium. Then all of a sudden you went back to your TV after maybe getting a pina colada, and it was 10-1. 10-0, excuse me. And they ended up winning 10-1. Also, the Yankees last night, they got a victory, late innings, and the Mets won. So all the New York teams won last night.
Wow.
So if you had a nice parlay with that, and there are people who do that every day. They'll bet the Mets, Yankees, Knicks, and they showed the Knicks score up on the scoreboard at Yankee Stand. People went nuts. Like I said, I was out last night. I heard people beeping horns, crazy. When I was at Strikes, people were like screaming, like they won the championship. I'm like, calm down. It's only one game. And again, no stake on the game second half, so it really was a lot easier for me. I know Dom's going to play a clip in a couple of minutes of some New York fans.
You want it now?
If you want to give it to me, I'll take it.
Oh, okay. Hopefully I don't get fired now.
Should I get out of here? That's privacy.
Let's calm down. Boston! As New Yorkers, we can see into the future. Hey, go New York, go! Let's go Knicks, baby, let's go! Knicks and 5, Knicks and 5! Let's go Knicks! My king, I salute you, my king! Feeling good, man. Tatum, light skin curly headed bitch. New York got top, what's up, baby? You Boston!
It's crazy. And there was a couple of kids, like 8, 10-year-olds at the games, and I saw a couple of them using profanity, just going crazy. And the parents are right next to them. I'm like, what kind of role model is this? Yeah, Knick fans are going crazy. Now, the only thing that could be worse for Knick fans, there's only one thing, is if Boston comes back.
Ooh, lose 4 in a row straight. Ooh.
Yeah, because I heard some people yelling last night, park my car, go get some clam chowder. New Kids on the Block, I'll give you a T-shirt. Stuff like that, all from Boston. So we'll see what happens. Second time in a row, the Knicks were down by 20 in the third quarter. Second time. Like, this never happens in sports in the NBA. This doesn't. The NBA playoffs are like March Madness. They really are.
Crazy right now.
And they really are. We'll see what happens. But, man, if you've been betting the underdogs, you shouldn't be in work today. You could just take off and go down to South Beach and have like a pina colada. I mean, because you're making so much money, you need a dump truck.
OKC put a stop to that, though, last night.
Oh, yeah, they spanked them hard. I like OKC last night. I didn't even look after the second quarter. I saw 53-30. I'm like, they got this. So I want them to win it all. Not because I have them, but because I have them. So there was some big upsets last night with the Knicks winning. The Knicks also are 5-0 on the road in postseason. I mean, these are amazing stats. I don't know what's going to happen with the Knicks, whether or not they're going to end up to beat Boston, but we'll see. It's very exciting. There's one game in the NBA playoffs tonight, Warriors in Minnesota. We did talk about the Marlins getting beat by the Dodgers. Mets won yesterday, and the Yankees also won. And also in the NFL, there is still a lot of news going around with Tucker and what happened. And there are people saying that the Ravens knew a lot more. And the NFL is supposedly the next week going to come down with some kind of suspension from him. And we'll see what happens with all that situation. Not a great one for him. That might even keep him out of the Hall of Fame. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza, and soon to be in Palm Beach Gardens. So I had a real estate question for Francis. If you don't know, Francis has a real estate license and really does radio just for fun. And just hangs out. And she owns a piece of the Atlanta Braves.
And the Falcons.
And the Falcons.
Yeah, not the Hawks.
No, not the Hawks. And she's very quiet about these things. She just keeps them under the key. But I asked her, I had somebody looking at a development, and he asked the real estate woman, is there any crime around here? Or what is the situation? Is it a safe neighborhood? And the woman told my friend, I cannot answer that question.
So is it a safe neighborhood? Okay, by law, this is like and I was telling G-Man, it's kind of tricky because there is like a Fair Housing Act, and that agents, they are not allowed to share any details that could be interpreted to be discriminatory or prejudiced against any neighborhood. All right. So when it comes to that, so they're generally prohibited from discussing crime rates with potential buyers because of that reason. But if the agent is aware of specific crime activity that's near the listing, they are obligated to disclose that information in writing before closing.
All right.
So,
and the other thing you would think, obviously, it's a real estate agent. They don't want to hurt themselves. So if you tell somebody, again, hey, there's a lot of crime. Who's going to buy the house? That's going to be a deterrent. You're going to be like, well, then I don't want to live here. That's pretty obvious.
So it is. I know it's one of those things where like, well, that kind of makes sense. But with the fair housing, it's demographics, including race, ethnicity, easy for me to say, ethnicity. I'm having a hard time with that one. Religion, even crime rates, because it could be perceived as discriminatory. But if you are aware, the agent themselves, specific incidents of crime or a high concentration of crime activity near it, then you're required to disclose that information.
And you did say, maybe I'm mistaken, that you can look up stuff like this?
Yeah. So it's public information.
Okay.
And that's the thing. So if you ever want to look at crime activity in your
future of what you may
well,
be
just
purchasing.
even now,
Yeah.
if you want to look it up, not only do you have the Nextdoor app, there's spotcrime.com. There's a crime map too, which is Crime Stoppers of Palm Beach County. So you can do crimestopperspbc.com if you're in Palm Beach County. There's ways to find this information on your own.
Do you think, and I'm just asking, you may notice or not, could you go to the local police department and ask them, would they give that information?
Well, that information is Crime Stoppers information. And
Okay.
yeah, you can Palm Beach Gardens, you can go to the official website too.
Okay.
But yeah, there's a lot of options. Listen, Google's your friend. There's a lot of sites. I would check out Crime Stoppers of whatever county you have to, or Spot Crime. But yeah, you can get that information on your own for sure.
All right, now is the chance for you guys to win a $125 gift card to New York Prime. Give us a call right now, 877-927-6969. My favorite spot, bar none. Some of my best evenings ever were at New York Prime. You guys should stop in and have a great dinner there for any occasion. Mother's Day might be sold out. They're opening up at 3 o'clock. That's a great place to take mom. You'll have a good time. But call us right now, 877-927-6969. We'll play the Greek Casino. That's where we spin the roulette wheel. I got to tell you, we've gotten a lot of use out of this wheel. And I'm very happy, and the audience seems to like it. It gives you a fair shot. Again, you don't really have to know anything. It's all about luck. And I think that's about life, too. Sometimes the luckier you are, the better you are. And I've always said I'd rather be lucky than good. Phone lines are blowing up. Dominic will get you on and get ready. Take your time with him. He's, has a couple issues he deals with every day. So we'll just see if we can get you on. And then it's black or red, odd or even, first 18 or 19 to 36. I've said this before, but I just want to make it clear for people who are listening. 0 goes with first 18. 00 goes with 19 to 36. Dom, who do we have?
First up we have is Tom.
Tom, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Doing good. How long you been listening to Real Radio?
Long time. Probably 15 years.
What do you think of Dominic? Should we keep him?
Yeah, unless he could bring back Jimmy.
Wow. Dom's killing over right now. He didn't expect that.
Yep.
It started with
Dom's probably like, all right.
Okay.
Future first rounder.
That's a pretty good one. I'm going to give you that. I'm gonna also, after this contest, tell you about something I said to a girl and a line I used, and it was pretty funny, I thought, but it didn't work out. All right, so what do you want? Odd or even, black or red, first 18, 19 to 36?
First 18.
All right, it's spinning, Tom. Have you ever been to New York Prime?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then you're in good shape.
Yeah. All right.
All right, spin around. Ooh. Ah.
A lot of oohs and ahs. It's looking good. Still spinning. Still spinning.
What's going on over there? How many times have I heard that in the bedroom?
I don't know. He looks like he's shaking his head. Is it not good?
You said what, first 18, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's 36 red. Sorry about that.
can you get further away?
It doesn't matter. A loss is a loss, whether you lose 1-0 or 35-0.
Right.
But thanks for listening, Tom. Appreciate it.
Yep, bye.
Who do you got next there, Cream Puff?
Next we have is Rick.
What's up, Rick?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing good, Rick. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
All right, good. What is your selection in roulette? Odd or even, first 18, 19 to 36, red or black?
1936.
All right, here we go. It is spinning as we speak. Have you ever been to New York Prime?
No, sir.
All right, I think you'll really enjoy it. Hopefully you win. The food is excellent. If you like steak, there's no better place.
Oh, the steak is so good.
Ooh, what did you say again?
First.
You said the first 18?
Yes, sir.
27 red. Ooh. Sorry.
Man, you made it sound like you won for a second. That was deceiving.
Thank you.
I'm a good faker. If I was a woman, I would never pay my rent. What do we got next?
Next up we have is Jeff.
Jeff, what's up, Jeff?
Same soup, just reheated. Greek, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You spelling that with one J?
Yep, yes I am. No G in this, Jeff.
All right. What is your selection? Black or red, odd or even, first 18 or 19 to 36?
I'm going black odd first.
Oh, you just have to pick one.
You just have to pick one.
Don't make it hard for you.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay. Well, give me black.
All right. Have you ever been to New York Prime?
No, but I love steak.
All right, you'll love it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, listen to Don. He's a big fan.
Bone in ribeye. Go for that one.
Oh, I'm in.
It's spinning, and your selection again was for the neighborhood?
Black.
Red 36.
Son of a bitch.
Standing strong.
Yeah, winner.
Good things phone lines are jam-monied. What do you got next?
Hold on one second. Next up we have is Jason.
Jason, what's happening, Jason?
What's up, buddy?
Doing good. I like that first name. That's my attorney's name, Jason Weiser, so I think you're in good shape here. What is your selection?
First 18.
All right. It is spinning. First 18. You got a nice spin, man. It's banging around. Woo. There we go. Ooh. First 18. We'll see what happens. So far, not too lucky for everybody today. The roulette wheel has not been kind. Ooh.
Is that a sign? Stay away from Hard Rock G.
I was there this morning.
How was it?
It was good. I cashed the ticket. What was your selection?
First 18.
You win 7 red. Ding, 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 ding.
Yes,
Nice job.
Way to be there. Stay on the phone. Dominic's going to help you get your information, and you'll be on your way to New York Prime with a $125 gift card. And if you're lucky, I'll be there parking cars.
Hey, that'll work. I'll give you a tip.
Hey, I'll take it. Let me tell you. I've never refused money. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening.
Congrats. You're going to enjoy it.
Awesome. Now, Dom, if you could think of something to celebrate, because your birthday's already past, you and Franny. Spoke to Nick Woods last night, the GM. He said if you can come up with something else to celebrate, he will let me take you guys out to dinner again. I said, all right, we're going to have to think about it because you rave about the steak so much. But I don't know if there's anything else to celebrate. You got to think of something. So think about it. Birthdays already passed, so you can't use birthdays. And you've already passed your 6 months anniversary here.
Oh, yeah.
So that's
You can't do that.
You can't do that. Oh, man. So think about it. Maybe a sale at your Babanya store.
Let's see. Is there like a Dom? You know how there's always like a day for
Yeah.
everything? Is there a National Dom Day?
Yeah, 'cause- that's right. Because there was a Tony Day the other day.
Well, there's always a name day. I never bring it up. But
There's a
let's-
St. Dominic Day I know out there for sure.
That's,
Oh, really?
Yep.
Are you
Maybe when they pick a pope, we can celebrate that.
Celebrate picking a pope. Oh, I don't know if that's great. Using religion as getting dinner. I don't know.
Why is that? Why is that terrible?
I don't
Here,
know.
yes, Dominic Day. No,
What is
that's
it?
No, that's not right. There's a person named Dominic Day.
Well, New York Prime is trying to help. They said they could tell Don really loved the steak that night. Yes, he did. He had a good time. But so if you think of a thing to celebrate, then maybe we can get back down to New York Prime and have dinner. 877-927-6969. A lot of times I'll pick up like these protein drinks and I see them. I don't even know what I'm buying. I just buy them based on the label. I'm like, oh, that looks cool. Like when I buy a magazine, it's whoever's on the cover, not what's inside, because I'm superficial and shallow. And so I drink this and I'm like, is this good or not? I don't even know. It's got a cow on it.
It's a protein shake.
It's got a cow on it.
You just pick, it's a protein shake. You didn't read? Yeah.
Yeah, I said it's a protein shake.
Yeah, okay. So what do you mean is it's got 26 grams of protein?
Yeah, I said I don't know if it's good or not.
Well, yeah, you look at the back. You got 4.5 grams of fat. Only thing, not too terrible. Just 5 grams of added sugar.
That's not great. I gotta keep my sugar level down.
I've seen you put worse in your body, G-Man. So
well,
I have.
I don't really drink soda, which is good.
I mean, I've seen you drink soda too.
Very rare, only here.
I mean, out of all the things that I've seen you consume, this is probably one of the better options.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate that because you know all stuff like that. You're the guru when it comes to that. 877-927-6969. You can give us a call. Are the Panthers done? Do you think it's over for them? They're down 2-0. But are you a real fan? Maybe when your team is down, you're like, all right, let's go. We got to see what we're made of right now. We got our backs against the wall. Our backs are against South Beach. Maybe we can turn it on. Yes, Tom.
I know what we could celebrate.
What's that?
Did somebody tell you? Or did you come up with your own?
All right, Evan called up and told me.
See, you're cheating, but go ahead.
Celebrate me finding my $100.
She's like,
I don't like that one.
That's a little weak.
It's a little weak.
That's a little weak. Thank you, Evan, for getting involved. We got to think about something like
OKC wins the finals.
Oklahoma City.
Don't you have money on that?
Well, how about if Greek is right about what's the bet today with the baseball team? What baseball team?
Detroit Tigers.
Yeah.
Second game.
What about that one? If you win big on that.
Yeah, I guess we could do that. I mean,
and you told me I should put the 100 on that anyway. So
yeah, maybe we could do that. But really, when he said celebrate, he meant like an anniversary, a birthday, your iHeart. How many years you been at iHeart? 8 years?
Yeah, coming up on that.
All right.
When is your anniversary? Yeah, when's your anniversary? You know?
End of September.
Okay, that's something to look forward to. And that's a 50-50 shot.
That'd be yeah, it's so far away.
So far away.
We gotta find something sooner.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's think about it.
Let's see when my work anniversary is. I don't even know. Where do I find out?
You would go to your
the work day.
Yeah, yep. And it says the day you're hired.
I know. I have multiple because I left. So we're not going to count, right? I have to count from the beginning, or do I? Because I left for almost 2 years.
See, here's where you're smart.
Yeah.
You celebrate the one that's closer.
Okay.
Which one is closer?
Yeah. Right. You might have one October, and you might have one June 1st. And you're like, oh my God, it's my celebration. So you can think about that. If we find something to celebrate, we'll go out to dinner, but it's got to be something. I can't say you're $100. That's a little, that's a little weak. Evan, I like it. Trying to, get it past the goalie, but that's not good. We're thinking anniversary, birthday, something that maybe you and somebody special.
When did the Penthouse start? Now that John's a part of it, do we know the date of the Penthouse?
It's been on like 17 years. I don't know. It was in, I know it was in, I think, like September.
Okay.
Or October.
It's around the same.
Yes, that's a little far. We got to think. And sometimes
we need to remember this. There should be like acknowledgement every
day.
Time our anniversary happens. Yeah.
I think you know what? I remember years ago. It was me, you, and Johnny doing it.
Yeah, no, I know.
No, but
only 2 hours.
I'm going to find out because I gave a bottle of Dom Perignon and we celebrated. I don't know if you remember.
I don't.
Okay, I brought it in and I think I have it in my office with the date on it. So I'll check. Because it was like a celebration, I think, of 1 year.
Okay.
And now I'm going back, obviously.
Yeah.
It's like 17, 18 years. The worst 2 years were when Franny was gone.
I don't know.
Oh, I bet.
I mean, without a doubt. I mean, it was just.
I wouldn't listen then either.
Would it be under personal information?
For you?
Yeah. What is it under?
It should say when you go to work day, it says your day you're hired.
I know, but there's so many options.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'll find out.
Yeah, we can call. I could call. Who's the guy who runs the company? Bob Pittman.
Bob Pittman.
Bob.
It's all right. I got this.
Bob, it's great.
I can figure it out.
Great. How are you, buddy? Not bad. Sorry, I didn't call you back.
Who?
See, the one word carries a lot of weight. You know what I mean? Like if I said my name, you'd be like, "Who?" But if I said Greg, you'd be like, what do you want?" And I'd be like, when we hired Franny, I would have to check again. We'll see. Again, we'll find the Penthouse thing.
Yeah, we got to find that, and I'll find my information. But I'm curious about when the Penthouse started, the exact date.
It is that Johnny C might know too.
Maybe, yeah. He's got a good memory.
Yeah, I know it was like September, October. I do believe that.
I thought it was like January, February.
You might be right. You might be right.
I don't know.
I'm not going to bet against you. You could be right.
But you could be right. I don't know.
I don't know.
I found my official date.
Oh, really? When is it?
October 3rd.
So where'd you find it?
2017. You go to the app, Workday app, and then go to profile, and you scroll all the way down. It's somewhere down there, original hire date.
All right, there you go.
Okay, I'll figure it out.
Franny has two, so we got a chance. Because the one who's closer, you know what I mean, then we could use that as, Franny's day of it. Geez. And HR would have it too, if you want to call that.
No, I'll figure it out.
All right.
Yeah. I'll look.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. If you're a Knick fan today, you're buying lunch. That's right, because you're excited. And there's a lot of New Yorkers down here going crazy. And I know a lot of Florida people are not big fans of that, but what are you going to do?
Beat Boston.
Beat Boston. I'll be shocked if they still win. They win one more, then I'll be like, I might have to join New Kids on the Block. And park your car and get some clam chowder. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
iHeartRadio is the easy-to-use app for music and radio. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it. Woo! Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
After your car accident, we will put money in your pocket or you don't pay us. Call Steiger Green and Finer.
Steiger Green and Finer won $300,000 for my case.
800-561-1111. 800-561-1111.
Offices West Palm Beach.
Actual client testimonial.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Palm Beach expressways look good. We are up to speed. We do have roadwork slowing us down. Look out for delays. Blue Heron Boulevard West, right before Congress Avenue. That right lane is blocked, and we are slow Indian Town Road West after Island Way. Left lane blocked there. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Don't postpone better sleep. Shop Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale now. Upgrade to a premium bed from a curated selection and take your rest to the next level. Don't miss out. Visit Mattress Firm today. Get matched. Sleep at night.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in-network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Franny in South Florida, your garage door's got a big job to do to keep you safe and to make your house look great while doing it.
Exactly, Jason. That's why Precision Garage Door Services is the only name we trust.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
Whether your door's squeaking, stuck, or you're just ready to level up your curb appeal, they've got you covered.
They do it all: repairs, replacements, custom doors, even smart garage door openers. And get this, they're available 24/7 for emergencies, nights, weekends, whenever you need them.
And you'll always feel safe. Every tech is background checked, professionally trained, and shows up in a precision wrapped vehicle in uniform, and you'll even get a text with their photo before they arrive.
Plus, their trucks are fully stocked, so most jobs are done right the first time. Precision cares about safety, security, and yes, making your home look great too.
So if your garage door is acting up or it's just time for a new one, go to flgaragedoor.com. That's flgaragedoor.com. Why settle for better when you can have the best?
When a person calls 988, they're connected to a crisis counselor.
Crisis is completely self-defined. If you're wondering if you should call, you should probably call.
A caller can expect to talk about coping skills, talk about
resources and ways to move forward beyond the call.
They can call us, they can chat, they can text, and when they come out on the other side, they're feeling better.
Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cartus, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are going to be mostly sunny as we go through the remainder of our Thursday. It's a warm one, too, with temperatures in the upper 80s. Humid, so it might even feel like it's in the low 90s at times. A few isolated downpours or storms could return late into the evening hours for us and possibly lingering overnight, but plenty of sunshine returns for the day on Friday.
This report is sponsored by Straight Talk Wireless. Straight Talk might not be on your shopping list, but it should be. Next time you're grabbing some milk off the shelf at your local Walmart, stop by the Straight Talk aisle and switch to real unlimited data. It's quick and convenient. It won't even take up room in your cart.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword cash at realradio921.com. That's cash. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for always tuning in. 2 giveaways for you today. 12:45, your chance to win tickets to Billy Idol. Tomorrow we'll do Deck 84, and your last day to win tickets to Billy Idol. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
Hey, and just once again, I want you to show us your preset. Yep, Real Radio. Yeah, show us your preset. You got to go to the iHeartRadio app and make Real Radio 92.1 your #1 preset. Just like you would do right there on your car dash. You got to make Real Radio 92.1 your #1 preset on the iHeartRadio app. You're going to take a screen grab, take a screenshot of it, submit it to realradio921.com/preset. That's realradio921.com/preset. And if you do, you are in the running to get a pair of passes for next week's welcome to Rockville. This is a massive, probably the biggest rock concert that we have in the nation, happening Daytona International Speedway. You got Linkin Park, Alice in Chains, Incubus, Bush, Green Day, just to name a few bands. 4 days of rock music. We got a pair of passes for you. Just make us that number one preset. Take a screen grab on the iHeartRadio app and enter it to realradio921.com/preset.
Thank you, Francis.
Yes, of course.
Dom, you said you had a callbacks?
Oh, I do. And these are talking about the bets that you want people to place for your tonight baseball bets.
All right, let's make this distinctly. I just said it was a tip. I don't want anybody to bet. I don't promote gambling. Go ahead. What do you got?
So, after hearing this hot tip from G, I just did a little homework. Okay, Detroit versus Colorado Rockies. The first game, the starter is 5-1 for Detroit with a 2.70 ERA. And the Colorado Rockies are coming in with a guy that is 0-4 with a 5.70 ERA, right? So I think we're going to go in the first game. We're going to take Detroit to win by 1.5 runs. Got to lock it in, right? Let's lock that one in.
And then I have one more from him.
Then in the second game, the Colorado Rockies are countering with Tanner Gordon, who was 0-6 with an 8.65 ERA and has pitched 34.1 innings in Major League Baseball. This girl was right. He does suck. All right, so we're going to take the over in that game, and we're going to take the 1.5 runs again, right? We're going to lock it in. Seems too easy. Thanks for the handout, G. We'll see you in the unemployment line.
Thank you, my friend. That's what I love about him. You know what? You get a tip. If it wins, great. If it loses, kiss it. We're going to go over to Franny for some fun facts.
It's Franny's Fun Facts. Oakley dokley. Let's see. Today, May 8th, all day long, it is National Coconut Cream Pie Day. Listen, if you love coconut, I got to give them a plug. Hands down, Spoto's has the best coconut cream pie. It's one of my favorite desserts. So good. It's National Give Someone a Cupcake Day.
Oh, that's nice.
National Children's Mental Health Awareness Day. National Animal Disaster Preparedness Day. You gotta, if we have disasters that happen all the time, and make sure that you got your animals ready too. It's Make a Book Day.
How about write a book?
How about you can do that too. Free Trade Day. And something that I mentioned earlier, I gave you a couple little facts, but today is the day that secret formula for Coca-Cola was made. This is Have a Coke and a Smile Day.
Oh, cool.
So,
will do.
A few facts you may or may not know. It was the first soft drink in space. NASA gave astronauts special space cans of Coke aboard the Space Shuttle Challenger in 1985 because zero gravity shouldn't mean zero fizz, is what they said. I think we all have heard this before. It used to have cocaine in it. And then they were like, yeah, I guess we should take it out.
That's crazy. Daddy used to have cocaine.
Hence the name. Well, it was coca leaf. What was in it? Yeah.
Wow, it's crazy.
Hence the name. I mean, that's where the name came from. Coca-Cola is recognized by 94% of the world's population. We've heard about this. That's more people who recognize the Christian cross or the Apple logo. It's practically a universal language.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. We have heard before. I'll mention it again. It helped create the modern image of Santa Claus. Remember that?
Yeah, it did.
And the jolly red suit that we know today due to its Christmas branding, because Coca-Cola is all red. Coke has been banned in some countries. North Korea and Cuba are the only places where you officially can't buy Coca-Cola. Maybe you can smuggle some Coke in. They said it does happen.
Is that a six-pack? No, that's kilo.
Smuggling Coke in, yep. There are over 500 different Coca-Cola drinks worldwide. Go to the Coca-Cola Museum in Atlanta. It's pretty cool. You can sample a lot of them. I highly recommend don't try Beverly. It's disgusting.
Wow, there's a tip for you.
Yeah, Beverly is one of those, if they still have it. But yeah, they have all kinds of Coca-Cola products. And the Coca-Cola Museum, they have one area where it's all just like the little Coke machines, and you can go and you can sample like the fountain.
Oh, that's cool.
And you can just sample.
Epcot too.
They do. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
And there's somewhere else. Do they have something similar in the Universal parks or no?
I don't know about Universal.
Maybe it's just Epcot. Originally, Coca-Cola was green. They said not the liquid, but the bottles. We did see that, the old vintage style bottles.
Yeah, I remember. That was years ago.
Yep. They said Coke's formula is kept in a vault. Like a literal high security vault in Atlanta. Only few people in the world know the full recipe. They produce 3,500 beverages under 500 plus brands. That includes Sprite, Fanta, Minute Maid, Powerade, and more. They say it's basically what they call the Amazon of thirst. And Coca-Cola once created a vending machine that reacted to your facial expressions. In Singapore, people got a free Coke just for smiling at it.
Oh, that's nice.
That was the ultimate feel-good campaign. I love that.
That's
Can we
nice.
bring this back?
That'd be awesome.
And there you go for some fun facts.
Thank you so much, Francis. A couple of weeks ago, there was an accident in Florida, in Boca, and now the reports have come in. What a lot of people are talking about, what caused the plane crash, and the pilot could not turn left. So they made that official report yesterday, and that came out. And again, 3 people lost their lives. I believe that was April 10th. I was, 120 yards away that day, and I remember calling Brian Mudd before anybody knew anything and said, man, there was just an accident happened in Boca. So they did do final reports about that. They always do that, all plane crashes, to find out the report of really what actually happened.
April 11th.
Oh, it was April 11th? That was your birthday,
Well,
right?
my
day
birthday was
after.
day after.
Oh, yeah. So again, if anything happened to me, we would have blamed you.
Oh, yeah.
So I did find you guys. So it looks like my 2 hire dates,
Okay.
my original, they're both pretty close, but one's around the corner, y'all.
Ooh.
My original hire date, July 17th, 2006. God, I'm old.
You're not old.
My other hire date, because after I left for a little bit, June 11th, 2018.
Ooh.
June 11th. So I think June 11th.
That's close.
That's a closer one. But if we want to wait for the official one, which is July 17th, but yeah, June 11th, 2018. But I do think we should also find out when the Penthouse.
What about G-Man's?
My original?
It just passed, didn't it? It passed a.
Because they have it in the meeting.
Yeah, I know we acknowledged it. It passed a couple months ago.
Yeah, I think it was.
It was like you hit like 25 years.
Yeah, November.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've only gone on really one interview in my entire life.
So how long have you been on the radio for? Since you were like, I don't know, 6? If you've been on for 25 years?
Wow, look at that. He's giving you a compliment. I can't.
See, he can't even take the compliment.
Oh, no.
He's
He gets
fighting
mad
me
when
right
you,
away.
when you make old jokes, but you give him a young compliment and he doesn't say anything.
I'm so like shocked. You're like somebody I used to date. She would say to me like, I just said something nice, and I'm like, I'm so surprised you just said something nice. She goes, you don't need compliments. Everybody tells you nice things. I'm like, well, it means something from you.
Oh, well, it shouldn't matter. Everybody likes compliments.
Yes, tell her, Franny.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know who she is, but I'm telling you.
Thank you.
Diane. Just kidding.
Billy. I think 2099 of November. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I've been on the radio like maybe 20 years. But yeah, I think we'll go.
Yeah,
with
because he
Franny.
was at the company at first, sales
Yeah.
management position, and then moved into the.
And he was like, I could do better than him. Put me on the air.
That's actually the truth. I'm being
I think we're
honest.
surprised. I don't think we are. Don't ask ChatGPT though, because I was like, you know what? Let me see ChatGPT. Let me see if it knows the answer. It doesn't, but it's weird the answer that it gave me.
For what?
Because I was like, when was the inception? When did
Oh.
Penthouse start? Oh, where'd it go? It said it's completely wrong, but it says a Penthouse show on WZZR, Real Radio 92.1. Maybe this is when it switched from 94.3 to 92.1 because we originated on 94.3.
Yeah.
It says has been a staple of South Florida since 2017. Yeah. I love this. The podcast version of the show, hosted by Jason Carr.
Of course.
This is incorrect. Began in 2017.
Oh, he takes all the credit.
Jason's my co-host on The Gator, but it says it continues to be updated daily. Currently, the Penthouse airs weekdays from 10 to 2, featuring hosts Greek, Francis, and Dom. Over the years, so it's got that part right. Over the years, the show has seen changes in its lineup. For instance, a Facebook post on Real Radio 92.1 noted that a key member, Jimothy0317, departed from the show through that's his handle, I guess, though he remains with iHeart Radio in some capacity. So it gives you like some things that are right, but a
then
few
why-
things that are wrong.
So why don't you put in if it would pick up when it was on 94.3? Maybe that'll tell you the actual date. When did it
Yeah,
start?
but I said WZZR, so
I know.
we've always those always have been.
I'm just
our
asking.
call
Maybe
letters.
if they said 94.3.
And they probably have Jason because he was involved with Love Docs back in the day back then.
No, but it's saying that he hosts our podcast.
I know. It's got something wrong there.
Well,
but
he always puts his name in front of the show. Like he says, if you like the show, it's because of me. And if you don't like Greek, please call me. 877-927-6969.
So ChatGPT, you ain't always right.
Yeah. I think you might be correct.
About what?
About that's when the signal changed.
Maybe,
Yeah,
but our call letters have always been WZZR.
Yeah, but again, you never
Okay,
know.
all right.
We'll try. Dom, you have somebody on your horn?
yeah, we have your bestie, Jorge.
Jorge, what's up, buddy?
Not too much. Happy little Friday to everyone.
Oh, happy little Friday.
Our audience might know, because like our audience knows like Greek misspeaks certain
Well,
ones.
we know certain people out there who, yes, they have a hell of a memory.
What do you got, Jorge?
Not too much. Boy, those Panthers got their backs against the wall, huh?
Yeah, well, that's a part of sports and being a good team. And sometimes, you know what? It's you see how you are. Just like in life, when things are going bad, you rise or you fall.
That's right. That's right. I have faith in them. I think they can do it. Well, I know they can do it. Whether they will or not, that remains to be seen. But
well, when you're down in sports 2-0 or 3-0 or 3-1, experts say this, and players have said this, and coaches, you take it one game at a time. You're not going to win four games in one. So the first thing is hey, let's try to win game 3 and build on that. Because, again, if you win game 4, then you're even and you're back to square zero. And the momentum Toronto had is gone. So you got to win Friday night, and then hopefully it carries on.
Yep. Hey, what's going on with the Pope here? Did they pick a new Pope yet?
No, they did not.
No white smoke. Not yet.
Yeah. You know what that's all about, don't you?
Be nice, Jorge. What is it?
I'm nice, buddy. You know that.
That's why we're scared.
Go ahead. Now, what it is all those, what are they, bishops?
Cardinals.
Cardinals, there you go. Yeah, well, anyways, what they all do is they sit in that room, and they all smoke Pope dope,
Pope dope.
Never heard of that.
No, I haven't either.
Never heard of that.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah, and when it's all over, they surrender and they puff out the white stuff, so.
I don't know. Again, I have never heard this.
That's what I've heard, buddy.
All right, I'm not gonna doubt your sources, but it's never come across my plate, to be honest with you. But we'll see.
There you go.
We'll probably have a Pope sooner than later.
Yeah, there you go. Hope it's sooner. Getting sick of this,
Well, how's it affecting you?
It's only been a day.
It's like a couple days.
It's only been
You're impatient. My God. I mean, there's some big selection. I mean, it's not like Saturday night, who am I having dinner with? They got to really put some process and thought into this.
Oh, yeah. How much thought does it take? Pick the next pedophile,
All right, Jorge. Come on. Oh, my God. I told you to be nice.
Oh, yeah. How about them Celtics?
You're just hammering everybody today. Yeah, Celtics are not doing good. I don't think you're going to be at any New Kids on the Block concerts anytime soon. Not good.
No. What are they now? What are they now? One game?
Two.
Two?
Yeah, they lost last night, too. They were up by 20 again. They lost.
Wow. What's going on with them, Greg?
They're not playing well in the second half, and they're shooting threes. And when they got a lead, instead of driving to the hole or getting fouled, they're just sitting back there throwing threes, and they're not making them. And the Knicks are coming down and executing. So it's part of, obviously, the Knicks really playing great in crunch time and the Celtics playing terrible. They are the champs, and you would think one game that happens, but when it happens 2 games in a row, it's pretty brutal.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well, they better start driving to the hole.
Oh, yeah. If not, they're going to be in trouble. Yeah, it's going to be over.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
All right, Jorge. Thank you for always the interest in the show, and we'll see what happens with the Pope. Hopefully, we get one sooner than later.
Yeah, I think Aaron Rodgers might be in line.
I think they asked him, but he said no. He's not sure.
A little busy.
He's got some things going on.
Oh, yeah. All right, you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, brother. Don't ever change. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you want to get involved in the show. If you're a Panther fan, I want you to stand up right now. Call us or text us. Do you believe in your team? What do you think? Can they come back? Dom says yes. I know if we talk to Jason, who is a big Panther fan, I know he's going to say yes. There's some fans, they're just like, there's no way. But if they lose Friday night, might have to start getting the shovel. Show started off on a good note today because Dominic found his $100 bills by a coworker, Megan, and she's out today. She's probably spending it. But we were very
She's
surprised.
working, all right?
Okay, Dom, I'm kidding. It's a show. I don't think that she would take your $100 and not come to work today. I'm just saying. I am shocked that she gave it to you, though. Who do you got on the phone?
Oh, hold on. One second.
All right, do your job. He's so funny.
Wait, so is there white smoke? I haven't looked.
I haven't seen anything.
Let's see.
Have you seen?
Yeah. White smoke, so there is a Pope. Kevin and Jupiter, 47142.
Okay.
I don't know. I know yesterday there was black smoke, unless we missed something from today. I have no idea. So we got a couple texts, 47142. Started off with Real Radio. It says, hi guys, I was just listening. Here's some information about Dom Day from Stacy B. When is Dom Day? It's National Dom Day on August 7th. History of National Dom Day with the first online mentions of National Dom. Let's see. I think she just paste, but yeah.
Is this dominatrix or?
No, emerging from the chaotic realm of social media. Yeah. It says, so August 7th is Dom Day. So there you go. And then given, I think it's, let's see, continue from National Dom Day. National Dom Day, given the ambiguity, the method of celebrating the day is equally ambiguous and versatile. Have a bottle of Dom Perignon on standby, pop it open. Fun, vague, and mysterious. I don't know if you copy and paste all this or you type this. National Dom Day is truly the Schrodinger's cat of internet holidays, and we're here for it.
Oh, my God.
In conclusion, whether it celebrates a person, a luxury drink, or remains an enigma, National Dom Day continues to mark its presence, hovering in cyberspace, much like a ghost ship. But isn't that the charm of the World Wide Web? You bet it is.
Did ChatGPT make that?
I think so. Stacey, thank you for doing that. Was so confusing. And then we have Pope Bowl odds. Black smoke, plus 115. White smoke, minus 120.
Wow.
I'm on the white smoke. Trends show that Pope is elected on the third vote on the second day 36% of the time since 1725.
Wow.
Jeff DeForest told me that because he hasn't missed a Pope Bowl since 1842. I said, is he really that old? That's from Hugh. 1985, Challenger's first Coke in space is the one that didn't make it. White smoke, yeah, so Kevin said, breaking news, new Pope chosen. The higher smile coming from the Sistine Chapel. Yeah, white smoke. So we missed it because we were watching ESPN.
We just had a caller confirmed white smoke.
Dang
they don't know the name yet, though.
Yeah, put it on the news.
Well,
we don't need to watch Pat. Curious, white smoke.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. Pat can take a knee. Finding out who our next Pope is going to be is more important than finding out about the Celtics and the Knicks right now. As we speak, what's his name? Dominic's trying to find it and trying to take care of it for us. So we got to thank Dom for everything he does every day because without him, we would have never had TV. New Pope is elected.
There
Did
you
you
go.
say new poop? It sounded like that for a second.
He did.
I said Pope.
New Pope. Only 2 days into it, and did we find out who it is? We just know that the white smoke is there, so I don't know if they made an announcement yet. That's what they'll do.
I'm sure it's going to be within the next half hour. I would think 30 minutes or something like that. We'll see. We'll see if it's that guy from New York, who the Cardinal from New York, who was promoting himself on Instagram.
Yep. So, they said from the chimney from the Sistine Chapel, indicating Cardinals have successfully elected a new pope. The identity of the pope has yet to be revealed, so we will find out.
What do you think?
Pizza Bola.
Pizza Bola is the only one I know.
Yeah, that one.
I have no idea.
So there was a Reddit thread, and Franny usually comes up with these, but these were things not to say to somebody when they're going through a tough time. But we'll get into it in a couple minutes. I did lose time. I thought it was 12:20. I didn't realize it was 25. Dominic, our great producer and a guy who always keeps me on the cuff and the rails, just to point it out. So when we come back, maybe we'll know who the new Pope is.
Yeah, interesting. Our buddy Christian, who used to do promotions with us, he's in Italy. I wonder if he's over there now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's. I know he was in Positano like yesterday, so I wonder if he's checking it out at the Vatican.
Maybe. See what happens. Or maybe he's got the inside word.
We can call him up.
Ask him. Ask him what he thinks of the Tigers and who the new Pope is today. It is Pope.
Jesus.
I said Pope.
Sounds like poop.
Well, whatever. I said Pope. It is the Penthouse. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
My parents told me years later that I was supposed to have like leg braces.
Really? Like Forrest Gump?
Yeah, like Forrest Gump.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Palm Beach expressways look good. We are up to speed. We do have roadwork slowing us down. Look out for delays. Blue Heron Boulevard West, right before Congress Avenue. That right lane is blocked, and we are slow Indian Town Road West after Island Way. Left lane blocked there. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rocket. Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started, all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From their first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6-time distilled. Till it's just right and naturally gluten-free, making a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything. From the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Beyond the bottle, Tito's has gained a reputation for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits around the world to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's and learn more at Tito'sVodka.com. Distilled and bottled, 5th generation, Inc., Austin, Texas, 40% alcohol by volume. Distilled from corn. Copyright 2025. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life. In office, West Palm Beach.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor, rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early, while it's still a simple repair, and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Trust & Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust & Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust & Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust & Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here. If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331.
Snyder has landed in South Florida with top-rated AC expertise just in time to beat the South Florida heat. Ready for a shocking twist? Snyder's also got plumbing and electrical expertise. That's right. When you need a home hero, Snyder's a full-service, one-stop shop ready to answer any call.
Car accident? Call Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather at 500-HELP. HELP is just a local phone call away.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are going to be mostly sunny as we go through the remainder of our Thursday. It's a warm one, too, with temperatures in the upper 80s. Humid, so it might even feel like it's in the low 90s at times. A few isolated downpours or storms could return late into the evening hours for us and possibly lingering overnight, but plenty of sunshine returns for the day on Friday.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag. You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. Like the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with the JBC 4-piece nugs, fries, and a small soft drink. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon all the time. Duh. For the best deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Made for This Mountain exists to empower listeners to rise above their struggles and face the mountain in front of them. So during Mental Health Awareness Month, focus on your emotional well-being. Tune into the podcast and climb that mountain.
You will never be able to change or grow through the thing that you refuse to identify. The thing that you refuse to say, hey, this is my mountain. This is the struggle.
Listen to Made for This Mountain on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Made for This Mountain.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
You poop.
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
All right, if you're not familiar, this broke. The new Pope has been elected. His first appearance will be soon, so I'm sure I'll get a text message. We'll see who it is, and everybody's anticipating to see who it is. In the Penthouse today on a Thursday, you got a chance in 10 minutes to win tickets to Billy Idol. Woo! That's going to come at you in a couple of minutes. And tomorrow you get a chance to win tickets to Deck 84. Maybe that's the place you want to take your mom. Beautiful place on the water, great food in Delray Beach. You'll really have a good time. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
What's up?
And we're trying to find out the day. Well, when did the Penthouse start? We're going to think around 2013, 12. I think around there. No, maybe before that. Actually, maybe like 9. Maybe. I don't know. 8.
Oh my goodness.
7. I'm good with relationships, like when I'm dating somebody.
I was going to say, you're so good with dates and numbers and all this stuff. I can't remember that, huh?
I checked that bottle of champagne in my office, and there was a date inside it, but it's gone. It was like taped to it. So phooey. Let's do a trifecta.
Alrighty.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right. The Knicks are the toast of the town, down twice to the champs, to Boston. Last night, again, 20 points. Imagine if you were out and somebody said, hey, I'll give you the Celtics right now. Do you want to bet on them? A lot of people would have said yes. And guess what? They would have lost one of their asses because they got slammed.
Only one of them?
Only one cheek. They would have lost. You don't lose both cheeks. You always got another ass to bet. But the Knicks came back from 20 down. The NBA playoffs this year are like March Madness. You just don't know. This is like the 4th time teams have come back from 20 points or more. crazy upsets. Knicks are undefeated on the road, which is amazing in the playoffs, especially NBA. 5-0. We'll see. Saturday night game 3. Tickets are going to be crazy. Unbelievable price. What'd you say? $2,000 for upstairs?
Oh, well, for the cheapest ticket was $890, and then the most expensive was $20,000.
Yeah, crazy. We'll see what happens. And the Celtics are favored again by 5. My God. If you bet the Celtics again and they lose, oh, man, that's Tapioca City. You're going to have some problems. Also, last night, the Thunder got even with Denver. They blew them out, scored the most points ever, another first time ever, in the first half, 87 points. The guy right there on the news right now, CNN, looks like Andy Garcia. Everybody's waiting to see when the Pope comes out. I would guess by over-under 12:50. I'm saying he comes out by. Also, Mets last night, they won, and the Yankees won. So if you had a trifecta, Mets and Yankees and Knicks, guess what? You cleaned up. Our Marlins are glad to see the Dodgers leave. They got beat by them 10-1. Not a good situation. And the Dodgers took 5 of 6 from the Marlins within the last 2 weeks. So the Marlins not too good with that. And they are glad that the Dodgers are out of town. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza. So a Reddit thread had things that you don't say to people when things are going bad. So it could be something like they lost their job, they going through a breakup, a divorce, maybe a loved one passed away. Something, any of those things that are bad, and you're trying to, and sometimes people just don't know what to say, but this was on a Reddit thread. This isn't me. I do agree with these, because I think a lot of these are just people with just have nothing to say, so they just throw it out there. It happens for a reason. We always heard that. Dom, you're shaking your head. What do you think of that?
That's just not good.
Yeah.
Nope.
Again, these are real problems. Not your phone's not working. You can't get an appointment for your nails. These are real problems. There's a lot of people worse than you. Another thing on the Reddit thread, people said they don't like to hear. And that is true, because there are a lot of people worse than you, but you don't care.
There's people worse than you?
Like in a situation, say you're in a bad...
Okay,
so
that are worse off.
Yeah, there are people that are worse off than you.
Okay.
And these are things from the Reddit thread that they say they just... they don't like to hear. It's weak, they feel like. What doesn't kill you will make you stronger. Another thing they say a lot of people say.
I got one for you.
Go ahead.
I've been through that. I'll be fine. You'll be fine, I mean.
Yeah, you're right. People say that, but everybody's different.
And everybody's situation is different.
Yep,
Even though it may sound similar, everybody's situation is different.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. But those are things on a Reddit thread when people have said things to people who are going through a bad time in their life. Maybe they lost their job, like I said, a divorce, somebody passes away, anything that you consider to be bad. These are things that they say in this Reddit thread that people have voted that they really don't like to hear. And some of them are cliches people just throw out there. It could be worse. And it could be better, bitch. I mean, you can say that too. So again, if you don't, they also said in the article, if you don't know what to say, you don't have to say anything. You just listen and be there as a friend and just listen. You don't have to feel like when somebody's telling you a really bad story or something bad's going on that you have to have a comment. You could just listen and say, just trying to be supportive and be here for you if you need me in any shape or form, which is simple. My buddy Booty, you could tell him like the worst problem in the world, and he's betting horses in like Ohio, and he'll be like, okay, yeah, that's good, and doesn't even like pay attention. And you're like, what do you got? He goes, oh my God, I just missed a trifecta, which is crazy. 877-927-6969, that's the number to call. Anything that you've heard. Dom, you had a good one. You really did. I've been through it. It's going to be okay. You hear that a lot of times if you break up with somebody or divorce, people say that. But again, these are things in this Reddit thread that people just don't like to hear. If you have anything, you just also text us. And we are waiting for the announcement of the Pope. Once we find out who it is, we will tell you who is elected.
What was your time for the over-under?
I'm going to say 12:50.
I'm going to go over on that.
It's 12:41.
Yeah. What are we, 12:41?
9 minutes. Well, they keep showing the window, the door
know.
where he gets out. So I mean, I'm not really
Yeah.
putting money on this because I don't think it's great, and I don't want to get up there one day and they question me like all the things you do.
You were just making a call to your bookies.
was not.
Is that what you're doing out there during the break?
Wasn't calling my bookie. My God, who goes
Put it
up
on
a-
Pizza-Lola.
Pizza Balla.
I
Yeah.
might bet the Cardinal who's on social media. That guy from New York. Because I
I
think
can't find it. Did we? Who was in the running?
Oh,
Who
there
was in
was-
the running? I don't even.
there was-
That's a right way to say it.
Who was up for it?
Yeah.
You know what? I thought when they originally said it on CNN, they showed like 16 or 17 different gentlemen, and I could be wrong. But I thought it was like 16 or 17. I remember.
Well, I know, like, because when you could bet on it. So
Yeah, yeah.
I can't remember how many people were there.
Yeah, I think there was like 16 or 17. I could be totally wrong. I'm going to guess less than 20. But I did see it on CNN one night. They showed everybody, like all of them, and a little background about them and what they did and their story behind them. I like Pope Francis.
So at least 18 Cardinals were potential candidates.
Oh, that's a pretty good guess. Way to be, G-Man. Way to be.
That's correct. Who knows? I don't trust the internet anymore.
Okay, sorry. Okay, not great, G-Man. Trying to get a little confidence today.
No, you could be right. I just saw that like the first thing that pops up, but I didn't like click on an article.
18, isn't that crazy? 18, and the horse that won the Derby
Was the number 18?
Ooh. No horsing around. This could
Crazy.
mean something. Because if it comes out a little bit similar to the name, then people will be like, ooh. Who's going to win the Preakness? 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. We'll give you guys in a minute an opportunity to win tickets to Billy Idol.
Somebody, it's our girl Sarah B, 47142, started off with Real Radio. Bad cliches. I hate it when people tell me others have it worse. I feel bad for whatever reason. What kind of ass clown douche nozzle would I be if knowing someone else is going through something worse than what I feel is so bad it's depressing me? Makes me feel better. I'll step off this soapbox now. That's from Sarah.
The one thing I learned from Sarah yesterday, don't bring me flowers.
I love the ass clown douche nozzle.
Douche nozzle.
Ass clown douche nozzle.
Well,
I love it.
that's strong.
That's strong.
Yeah.
I think she took a couple things that Johnny C used to say.
Ass
clown.
Ass clown. Was there something in a hat too? Ass hat?
Ass hat.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Those are some strong ones. Somebody calls you that, you might want to check.
I feel like it's going to happen.
Yep.
We're on Pope Watch.
Yep.
Pope Watch 2025.
Yep. They are now moving.
They're moving. They're making hand motions.
One of the soldiers to the other soldier. I had under 1250 today time.
Where's 1244?
John bet against me. We'll see. We don't know. I don't know how long this whole process takes. What's coming out and everything like that. But we'll let you guys know. But in the meantime, you can win tickets to Billy Idol. And you know what? That's a great story. You could be like, I won tickets on Real Radio Billy Idol, and they were announcing the Pope.
Look at that.
Unbelievable.
Great story.
And maybe your name's going to get mentioned on CNN.
So give us a call, 877-927-6969. That's 877-927-6969. We're playing Who's Most Likely To. I give you a scenario. The answer is either going to be Dom, Greek, or Franny. You want to think like us. Get in the head of the penthouse. I know it's scary. I know it's a scary place to be. I know. But you want to think about who, because we are the ones who place our votes silently here. And if you do, you will be on your way, if you guess correctly, shall I say, to go see Billy Idol with Joan Jett at the Amerant Bank Arena next week, May 13th. So 877-927-6969. That's 877-927-6969.
Give us a call, people. Billy Idol. And Dom just tripped out the phones because he's a little biatch.
Greg from Melbourne said, new Pope announced it's Pope Tom Brady, according to the text line.
Wow, Brady's the Pope. I can't believe it.
Wow, I didn't see that.
I didn't see that coming.
He must we must have a delay on our TV.
Because he's getting information before us.
Yeah, they're like, let's go, Pope. Now they're cheering.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's in Italian.
Of course it is. Come si chiama. Wow, it is packed there. I mean,
877-927-6969. Come on, people. Let's go see Billy Idol. I know everybody's probably glued to see who the Pope's going to be, but we'll make this an easy one. We'll make it an easy who's most likely to.
Yeah, we're going to be who's most likely to. If you're not familiar with the game, it would be like, who would go out on a Thursday night and get more trouble? Would it be Dominic? Would it be Franny? Or would it be Greek? And you would come up with a pick.
That might be a hard one.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. Who do you got?
First up, we have is Russ.
Hello, Russ. How you been, buddy?
I've been good.
Is this Russ, the guy who used to fix screens?
No, not me. Wrong guy.
I just made that up.
Wow.
What's going on, Russ?
Another day in paradise.
All right. Franny's going to take it over from here.
All right. I have a feeling you can get this. I'm going to ask you a who's most likely to question. Russ, just give us just a moment, all right? Don't answer until I ask you for your answer because we place our votes here silently. And sometimes it takes us a second. Sometimes it takes us a little bit longer. But let's start here. I think you got this. Just think about us, all right? Out of Dom, Greek, or me, Franny, who's most likely, and these are hypothetical, who's most likely to hook up with someone just because they had snacks?
Snacks?
Oh.
All right.
Snacks?
Yes, just because they had snacks. Who's most likely to hook up with someone just because they had snacks? Who do you think we voted for?
Oh, that's got to be Franny.
Wow, that's impressive.
Nice job,
Way
dude.
to be
Dom
Russ.
voted for G-Man, but I voted for myself, and so did Greek, and it's majority rules here, so that's all you got to do.
Wow. I have some snacks in my
He knows
office. Oh, gee.
He just knows. See, you listen, Russ. You know how much I love food. So, only reason being.
I was thinking just snacks. I wasn't thinking like, food. You know what I mean?
Snacks
like,
are food.
But I was thinking like potato chips, pretzels.
That's
I wasn't,
food, dude.
Okay.
Jesus.
Are we going to go back to the ice cream?
No, don't get me started. All right, hang tight, Russ.
Let it be, Russ.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
You're the best, Russ.
It's ice cream dessert?
Oh, my God, don't start. Don't start.
She gets really mad
I
at
do.
that.
The fact that you don't think snacks are food now, I can't.
Well, when you say snacks, I'm thinking like a pretzel. Or
Yeah,
something.
is pretzel not food?
Well, that's a snack. I don't think it's really
my
like a
God.
food. Like, to me, it's like steak,
Can
salmon.
I leave here? Can I go today? I can't. It's a holiday. The Pope's about to be announced. I got to go.
I didn't know you were that
If you
real.
could hear my eyes roll. Oh, you could see them. Real TV. Real radio. 92.1. Click on Real TV.
And she's not faking it, by
no,
the way.
Oh, 100% not.
Oh, thank you. And now they just dropped the red curtains. Before they didn't have them. Now you're seeing the red curtains.
I thought they were there the whole time.
I'm just trying to build anticipation. So it's getting closer and closer. They're going to announce the new Pope. It's coming out. Maybe it'll be by 1 o'clock. I don't know. He's probably inside being like, I don't know if I want to come out. Let him wait a little. 877-927-6969. Something you don't want to hear if you're going through a bad situation in your life. And it could be you just lost your job. Maybe you were moving and the moving truck got hijacked and it's gone and all your stuff is missing. Maybe you were supposed to get engaged and you lost the ring. Something like that. Any bad scenario. But let us know.
That's kind of different from what you were giving us before.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's the over.
There you go. It is the over.
I've never seen somebody get such satisfaction out of somebody losing.
And it comes out right now.
Right?
Big man!
As long as it comes out by 12, well, I don't know. how
See,
this
it's
works.
really until 12:51. So if he came out now, it would be a winner. Just saying. So I hope he does. I hope he does. And he comes out and he goes, gee, man, way to be. Will let you know.
Speaking of smoke, there was a whole entire town in Turkey that got super stoned.
Super stoned?
Yeah. So this
Where?
is what
What-
happened. There was a Turkish town with about 25,000 people, and they all got high inadvertently after authorities burned more than 20 tons of seized cannabis in the town center.
You should have been there.
So
In the town center, they burned
in
it?
the town center. They said people say the air became thick with weed smoke for 5 days, forcing residents to keep
God.
their windows closed and avoid going outside. Officials didn't burn the weed in an incinerator. They arranged the bags in the shape of letters spelling out the name of the town. And that's why the smoke
thought of this?
That's why the smoke got out of control.
What, a supermarket's busy?
That's what they said. It's unclear whose bright idea this was. But yeah, the marijuana was confiscated over the previous 2 years. And get this, they say it was valued at more than $261 million in U.S. currency. And they burned all of that sucker, and the town for 5 days was stoned.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You would have think maybe they would have tried to sell it. My God, help the economy. That's crazy.
Yeah, they burned $261 million worth of weed. That's nuts.
Dom wishes he was in Turkey.
Yeah, it happened on April 18th.
What's the town?
So just a couple of days before, and it lasted through 420. So looky there.
Now, can you imagine that? Like,
Looky
you couldn't
there.
really go out. Like, if you were not, you know what I mean? You'd probably get headaches and what the hell's going on.
Or you're outside the whole time.
Yeah, like, this is great. It's utopia. I mean, there's people who, you know, like the smell will come up and like a concert, restaurants. I was out the other night or last week one night and somebody lit up something and people I was with, they were like, what? Like, it was really bothering them. And it doesn't bother me. I don't really care, but it was annoying them.
All right, I'll light up right now.
You can do whatever you want. You're in your own studio. I don't care. I think it will be sooner than later that you get evicted. You almost
Probably not the first time someone smoked in here.
I don't know about that. I don't think anybody's ever smoked in the building. I really don't think.
I think, so the town, it's spelled like lice, but I think it's Licea is how you're supposed to say it.
Licea?
Yeah, but it's spelled like lice, L-I-C-E. That's where it was. And they said that they spelled out, like I said, the bags, L-I-C-E. They spelled out all the bags of weed to spell out the town city and just let that sucker
When do you think
fire.
they realized like this is a bad move? Like their phones started blowing up. Like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm stoned.
Yeah.
911 calls coming in.
Right?
Yeah,
Like even thinking like there's kids and
Everything.
everything. Yeah.
The schools.
The elderly, I know.
All the animals.
Nobody.
I mean,
That's
everything.
what they said. They could not say. They're like, we don't. They were like, we don't know whose bright idea this was.
Nobody's putting their hat on that. Like, hey, you know what? I was the one that said we should let up
In the
this.
town center.
In the town center. There's
Yeah.
21 million things.
Like I don't know if they were trying to prove a point to people who were trying to, smuggle or.
Or if we
weed.
catch your stuff, we're just going to burn it.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a lot of stuff, too. I mean, but I can't
And
even.
I'm surprised weed's not legal in Turkey.
It's not?
I guess not. If they confiscated that much.
Yeah, it's crazy. Don, weren't you planning on Turkey this time of year?
I've heard Istanbul is supposed to be amazing.
Oh, so have I.
Oh, you have not.
Holy Istanbul, whatever. We're waiting for the Pope, and it looks like it's going to be sooner. It's going to be later than sooner. It looks like he's probably going to come out around 1 o'clock now.
He's got to put his Pope garb on.
His what?
His Pope garb. Yeah, because they did the vote, then they got to get him ready, and I'm sure this is a whole big deal. It's a to-do, G-Man.
Now, Pope Francis, he used to wear shoes by Prada, I remember. Remember, that was like a big thing?
Okay.
They were talking about that. We'll see. It's going to be very interesting. Couple more minutes, people. You're going to have to wait, or we might be on break while he does that. Maybe he's waiting for, because he probably.
I will say it is very cool doing a tour of the Vatican. If you ever do it, highly recommend. Do a tour group, because
Okay.
if not, the line is like 5 million blocks long. It's insane to get in. But we did one of the first early morning ones, and we did a tour where you didn't have to stay with the tour if you don't want to. And ladies, make sure your shoulders and knees are covered up, because I learned the hard way.
I know, they're
go in there.
strict.
You can't go in there. Women, I saw guys with shorts, and I'm like, that's stupid. Their knees can show, but mine can't. Because I wasn't even wearing anything short. It literally was up to like just right below or above my knee, and I had to buy a shawl to cover it up. But shoulders and knees have to be covered if you're going into the Vatican. But super cool. So they have this one area where they show all the Pope mobiles from every single Pope.
Really?
It's really, really cool. And I'm guessing, obviously, for Pope Francis, wasn't he, his body didn't, it was like a truck or something. Like I remember it wasn't
Mercedes?
anything fancy. No, I said a truck.
I thought it was like a Mercedes truck or something like that.
I
He
thought
had
it
one.
was just,
maybe.
something like just very blue collar
Yeah.
kind of thing. Yeah.
Maybe. Now, going back to the Vatican, when you made that tour for people who don't know, did you have to make it well in advance?
We booked a lot of things well in advance.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, his Pope Mobile was a Ram 1500.
Oh, okay.
No, wait, that was a different one. Body was transported and funeral in the same manner. Here we go. But yeah, because Francis' final Pope Mobile is based on a Ram 1500 is what I'm seeing. But I knew it was some kind of truck.
All right.
Yeah, that's what he did.
All right, it's the Penthouse on a Thursday. We've been through a lot of things over the years with you guys. I think this is probably the first time we're live for a Pope announcement. So we'll be back in a few
True.
minutes, and maybe we'll have the answer of our new Pope. Stay tuned and come back with us, please. Peace.
Download the app and then take us anywhere. Except maybe there. Get it from your app store. Search for iHeartRadio. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers are roaring through the playoffs. Now facing facing off against the Toronto Maple Leafs in round 2. The quest for a repeat is heating up, and Real Radio is your ultimate destination for all the action. It's heart-pounding playoff hockey, and we're bringing you every thrilling moment. Tune in for every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Can't get to a radio? Stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
No significant incidents or delays on our Palm Beach expressways. We do have plenty of roadwork slowing us down. PGA Boulevard East at Ellis and Wilson Road. That right turn lane is blocked. Major construction. Blue Heron Boulevard West before Congress with a right lane block. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is already hiring for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Job seekers never pay a fee at Express. Go to ExpressPros.com to find your location. That's ExpressPros.com.
Looking to sell your ride? Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. It's the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with the big cash giveaway. Hey, it's Franny, and they're giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Mail-in entry? That's 250 chances. Sell them your car? That's 1,000 chances to win. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. Enter your VIN, get a top dollar offer in minutes, and ditch the tire kickers for good.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell. Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Card, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
When a person calls 988, they're connected to a crisis counselor.
Crisis is completely self-defined. If you're wondering if you should call, you should probably call.
A caller can expect to talk about coping skills, talk about resources, and ways to move forward beyond the call.
They can call us, they can chat, they can text, and when they come out on the other side, they're feeling better.
Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. And Friday night, Fetish Fridays. Live fetish shows every Friday. That's where the beautiful girls are. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Open to 5 a.m. Fetish Fridays. What's your kink? Every Friday, there's a beautiful lady waiting for you. And they're always there 7 days a week. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Get over there today. Makes a good night a great night. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Peace.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Carr, just Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are going to be mostly sunny as we go through the remainder of our Thursday. It's a warm one, too, with temperatures in the upper 80s. Humid, so it might even feel like it's in the low 90s at times. A few isolated downpours or storms could return late into the evening hours for us and possibly lingering overnight, but plenty of sunshine returns through the day on Friday.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Get big summer flavor in every bite with the new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Featuring new mixing bowl mashup, fan-voted s'mores, and more. For a limited time, right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. At participating locations.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword FUN at realradio921.com. That's FUN. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
What kind of ass clown douche nozzle?
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Another situation where people sometimes don't know me or are surprised what I know. Joe Malcolm, who does mornings on WJNO, when I said to him, the Pope, previous Pope, Pope Francis, was a bouncer. He denied it and didn't believe me. He thought I was joking. Then he looked it up. He said, you were true.
Yeah.
So I just saw a post that Franny put up before the show on Real Radio because I was at the board.
Yeah, I did. I walked in the studio and I see him and he's sitting by him. G-Man is sitting in Dom's spot, but Dom's nowhere to be found. He's sitting right in his chair, right at the board. And I'm like, this can't be good.
Okay, tell her why I was there.
This can't
I
be
just
good.
all I told him was tell me when they go to break. That's all I told him. But he didn't have to be right here.
Yeah, I mean, sitting there because there's stories where he has taken a whole station off.
That was for gambling, though.
Yeah, but that's what you put down the board, and so I saw you on your phone and you're by the board. I'm like, oh my God, he's gonna get a phone call and he's just gonna shut everything down. So that's exactly. So I did. I did a video. Well, and he didn't know I was taking a video of him and the producer side, and I was like, this isn't gonna be good. But it was fine. It was fine. We're still on air.
I only did it because Dom said to me, let me know when Rover goes off so we could start a show because he had to go talk to somebody. So I figured I would take the mission very serious, and I sat in the actual chair, and I was like, okay. And I put the headphones on. I was
very scared.
But
it worked out okay. So I asked our boss if he can find out, if there's a way to find out when our show started.
I know he can find out when we're done.
He can't. He said that he wants to say, because he was here for a while and then left to go to Dallas, and he wants to say that we started right before he left, which would have been like 2008, 2009. I don't know, man. But something tells me in my mind, in my gut, something tells me 2010. But I don't know.
All right, I could check home.
And there's
too.
really no way to find out.
I'll check home. I have a couple papers.
I was like, look at us. I was like, every show knows. And we don't.
We don't know.
We just don't care. We're just happy we have a job.
That's it. We're here. I mean, the keypad works.
We're just happy that they let us do this. We're like, I don't know how long this has been.
It's been a long time. It's worked out.
Who knows?
We appreciate everybody who's contributed. Again, we don't know. We just don't know. But I will find out tonight because I have an email like congratulating us. and I have a big frame. Somebody did it for one of our old bosses, Mark Bass, who was a GM up at Real Radio for years, had like a nice frame and everything. So I'm going to look at my garage.
Alrighty.
I'm going to check.
And all that crap you have. Good luck.
I don't have a lot of stuff. I really.
What? You talk about you have garbage cans full of footballs and stuff.
Oh,
and
yeah,
jerseys galore.
I have a lot of, but I have everything like pretty organized.
All
So I'm going
right.
to check tonight. We are waiting for the new Pope to be announced.
Still not there.
So who knows? We thought
This is
1250.
like the way over.
They're trying to get a lot of people watching.
It's 106.
So we'll see. This is a big announcement. Again, we'll see what happens. And there's 133 Cardinals that actually vote on this.
There is, yeah.
So if you didn't know that, there's a little bit of a tidbit for you. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
And it's time for Franny to get us some Florida stories. And if we find out, we will interrupt with big breaking news. Dun, dun,
Exactly.
dun.
You gotta get you gotta get the breaking news sounder. Do you have it?
Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida.
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Okie dokies. We're going to start here with the update on the kangaroo that was hopping around St. Cloud on Monday. It was caught by Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. And they were like, hey, somebody want to step up and tell us who the owner is? Come and pick up your kangaroo. Well, it took a couple days for them to do so because they did not have the proper permits for a kangaroo, but they did find out the owner. His name is Brian Steven Castro Rendon, and he did show up being like, yeah, that's my kangaroo. Well, now he's been charged with 2 misdemeanors, so he's not allowed to have the kangaroo back. They said he can't retake possession yet. They said that he will be allowed to once he gets the right permits, and he has to build an enclosure that is up to code to keep his marsupial. Then we have, with tourist season coming, or it's actually here, Yellowstone National Park. I know you're like, hey, that's not in Florida, but it was a Florida man who did this. And by doing this, well, he got gored. This guy got way too close to bison. I feel like we hear this every year. Somebody getting gored, attacked, whatever, stampeded on. And yeah, he wanted to go up to it, take some pictures nice and close. And when he approached it too closely, the consequences, well, yeah, he got gored. They say luckily the man only had minor injuries. Park authorities are again reminding you, yo, don't get too close to wildlife because guess what? They're wild, hence the wildlife part of it. You never know what they're going to do. And we have a very frisky couple in Florida, Kimberly and her dude Ryan Cook. They have been charged with disorderly conduct after witnesses claim they saw them engaging in explicit contact while enjoying a sidewalk cafe. Sounds nice, a little sidewalk cafe. They were at Jube's Bar, downtown St. Petersburg, when this occurred. Said Ryan and Kimberly were enjoying each other's company a little too much. They said that Ryan decided that a finger appetizer not on the menu was in order by slipping his hand up Kimberly's skirt. They said they caused quite a disturbance and a breach of peace. The arrest affidavit didn't identify the witness who called out the couple in their moment of marital bliss, but it doesn't matter. They got arrested anyways. And then finally here in your What the Florida, we have a nacho-fueled domestic dispute. And man, this Allison Swan is aggressive. So Port St. Lucie, what's up? 1017. They said that a nurse, her name is Allison Swan, got into a heated argument. It's like 3 a.m. with her wife, who was also a nurse. They said over some late night snacking. And some nachos. Things escalated. I have a feeling 3 a.m. nachos, they were drunk.
Yeah.
Nachos Oh, yeah. Like nachos. I've made 3 a.m. nachos.
Wow.
I have gone home and be like, let's make nachos. Yeah, so they said things escalated when Allison Swan grabbed a handful of cheesy nachos and shoved them down the back of her wife's leggings. Which, what a mess that had to have been. And that's a move, too, but there's more.
No.
Cops say it didn't stop there. That's when Swan dragged her to the ground, fish hooked her mouth, slammed her head to the floor, all while shouting that she was in charge. She's the one in charge. The victim's friend heard the chaos over an open phone line. So I'm guessing the girl probably was like, Kimberly's being nuts right now, calling her. So while the friend was heard the whole thing happen, she hung up, called 911. Cops did show up, and Kimberly Swan Allison Swan was arrested on domestic battery charges. She has been ordered to stay away from her wife and can only return home with police escort to collect her things. And that is You're With the Florida.
Not good. That situation definitely sounded bad. We hear a lot of crazy stories on the Florida Stories every day at 11:05 and 1:05. And we've learned a lot over the years. I have. I mean, one thing I learned that I didn't know, you can't throw food at anybody. That's considered assault, like a hamburger or a pizza, slice of pizza. I never knew that. You can't hit anybody who's over 65 years old. I didn't know that. Did you know that?
Yes, you can.
No, I didn't know. I really didn't know. I didn't know there was an age. I didn't know.
It gets worse. You can't hit anybody in general, but you get hit with a bigger charge if they're 65.
Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yes.
But again, I just didn't. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah. So Dom,
So if I hit you, G-Man, which
I'm not 65, douchebag. Okay. I want to see you look half as good as this when you get to my age. Not even half. 25%.
I was like, give him 30 years. Let's see what he looks like.
Give him 40.
Give him 30 years.
Oh, man, the hate that just pops out of here.
30-something.
Let's give him 20.
Let's say.
Let's give him 10.
Well, we don't know.
He might not be here at 4 o'clock.
So Dom just sent me something. It is quite sad, and actually it's talking about it on the Gator. It did. But because we were giving away Welcome to Rockville tickets, and you're like, well, how are you doing that? We have a preset thing going on. By preset thing going on, I mean, first of all, we should be your number one preset on the iHeartRadio app. And if we're not, well, we're bribing you to make us your number one preset.
It works every time.
It does.
Want a table at a restaurant? Give somebody $100.
So on that iHeartRadio app, you're going to see right there's an option to make presets, your favorite radio stations, podcasts, whatever it may be. And you make us your number one preset. And if you do, you're going to take a screenshot of it, and you're going to enter that screenshot, realradio921.com. Oh, the Pope's coming out, /preset, realradio921.com /preset, and you could get a pair of passes to go to Welcome to Rockville. All right, we got him. We see him. We got him.
I don't know if
we
this
don't know
is
who
the
he
Pope.
is.
I don't know if this is it. I think they said they make an announcement first, then the Pope comes out.
I can't, because we should at least, we can't hear anything, so I don't know what's going on. But
this is not the new Pope. I have closed captioning.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, that's what I read. That they come out, they make a new announcement, then the Pope comes out after it, and an entrance by himself.
Okay, so if you want to go, realradio921.com /presets, show us your presets, please. That's all you have to do. Make us your number one preset, and you could be heading over to Welcome to Rockville. Now, you may be a little confused because I think it's no, hold on. Now I'm very sidetracked because of the Pope situation. So, really sad situation. One of the bands there's a ton of bands that's going to be there. Ton. Jimmy Eats World, Incubus, Alice in Chains, Good Charlotte, Linkin Park, Green Day, Korn. So many great bands. And one of the bands is Three Doors Down. So they made this announcement. Really, really sad situation. I've gotten the honor to interview them actually this past Sunfest. Mm-hmm. Cool guys, great guys, very talented, have been around for a long, long time. And is he coming out? You're clapping.
It's very emotional.
I know, but this is sad. So their singer, Brad Arnold, who we got to meet, they announced that he has kidney cancer. And it was in a video that was posted. This was yesterday afternoon. He was like, I've been sick for a couple of weeks, or I've been sick, and a couple weeks ago, went to the hospital, got checked out, and I had actually got the diagnosis that I have clear cell renal carcinoma that had, it got into his lungs. Like, it spread by this time. Stage 4. Oh. And he was like, it's not really good, but you know what? We have a mighty God, and he can overcome anything. I actually heard what he said. And so he says, I have no fear. I'm really sincerely not scared at all. He was like, but it's going to have, they have to cancel the tour. So it's going to be one of the bands that you're not going to see there. But, he said he's sorry for that. But if you listen to him, oh, my God. It's just, he really is so positive about the outcome. And he said, I'd love for you to lift me up in prayer every chance you get. And he was like, and I think it's time to maybe go listen to It's Not My Time for a little bit, which is one of their songs. So it's really sad. People who have that cancer that spreads to other parts like that of their body, sadly have a 5-year survival rate of about 10%. But he's got hope. and positivity and faith.
You never
and
know.
So, yeah, just sending a lot of love and positivity and prayers his way. If you guys are a fan of Brad Arnold for Three Doors
I
Down.
think we have a new pope, and I think his first name is Dominique.
Is it?
Is it really?
Well, it said I was reading.
Are you ahead of us?
No, I'm reading closed caption.
Okay.
Only
okay.
on the caption of TV, not life. Don't get confused.
I might be wrong though. I've been reading a whole bunch of names have been popping up.
Wait,
oh,
is
maybe
that
not.
him?
That might be him right there.
He's from the U.S.
Yes, he's from the U.S.
Look at that. Is that your dude?
Is that the guy who was on?
Is it another Francis?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
well,
it wasn't Dominic.
Robert Francis Prevost. Yeah, elected
There we
new
go.
pope. Yep, from the U.S.
All right.
Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost of America elected the new pope.
That's very nice.
Looky there.
Congratulations. Very proud.
Born in Chicago, it says.
Wow. Have we ever had an American pope?
I don't know.
Huh.
Have to check it out.
I do have to check it out. I want to say this may be the first.
I don't know.
I love this is almost the first thing that pops up when you. None. This is the first time. None of the 266 popes in history have been from America. So this is history made too.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
What an honor.
Yep. Yep. So awesome. Congratulations.
The overhit.
Oh, big time. Big time.
And he's pretty young too. I mean, he's about what, 68?
I don't know. Did you just guess that or did they say that?
I thought I saw he was born in 1955. Maybe I'm mistaken.
You could be right.
Yeah, I think he's like 68 years old.
Well, 55, that he would be 70. Dude, I thought you were good at math.
Oh, yeah. A couple of years. Still young.
There you go. Yeah, he'll be 70.
Yeah, God bless.
He'll be 70 this year.
I'll text him later.
You should.
Say, hey, lots of good luck, bro. Greek. Peace. I'm half Italian. I'm Catholic.
Not very good at it, though.
I think I'm a good Catholic.
Every time we ask you questions, you never know the answers to it.
Well, that doesn't make me a bad Catholic.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there'll be other things maybe, but not that.
Okay.
I go to church once in a while.
When was the last time?
I went to church.
Yeah, you have to think about it.
Somebody asked me
So
last
great.
night.
So great.
Last week. What was the last night? I went to the movies last or church? So I'm thinking, well, I've gone into church and said prayers. That doesn't really count, right? Because if you go in for just something, it's different than actually sitting
Well,
through
you go to
a
like a mass or anything. Like
yeah,
that.
so
And
that's
does weddings or funerals count?
no.
Okay, so not those.
No, so I've gone into church when I had to pray for something.
Okay.
I would say within
Well, when was the
last-
last time you actually went for mass? Because you're Catholic. For mass. Yeah. Not
I would,
good.
I would say, yeah. But I do my prayers every night. Does that count? Let me ask him.
Whatever.
Do they involve gambling?
No, I would never ask the guy upstairs about gambling. That's terrible. I have morals.
So 47142 started off with Real Radio. I graduated in 08. I started my current job in 09. That's when I first heard you guys. I would say 2009.
Okay.
Is what we have here.
All
So yeah, I'm about 2009, 2010. It's just we're trying to just
Find the actual
we're trying to
date.
pinpoint that actual date because we
Yeah.
obviously don't care enough.
We care. Just don't care
Just
enough.
like Greg said, he's a good Catholic. We're not good.
I think I am a good
Penthousers.
Catholic. I had my communion, my confirmation. I mean, what else you want me to do? I think I'm a good Catholic out there. If somebody's pulled over on the side of the road and they're hot, I stop. I mean, things like that.
All right.
You stop to what? Look at them?
Check 'em out.
Talk to them? You're not helping them.
Well, how can you help somebody if you can't help yourself? So if
That is one of the most true things you have said. It is very true.
I mean, if I get a flat, I can't help myself. I love calling like Mercedes-Benz service, and they don't want to talk to you. They just want to know like what your the problem is, and I like to try to like kick up conversation, like, "Hey, how you been? What's going on? What's your sign? What you do this weekend? You sound hot. Do you have any hot friends? Stuff like that." But they always answer their phone very serious. Mercedes-Benz service. How can we help you? Where's the problem? And I'm like, I don't know the problem. And they know exactly where you are, obviously, and they pick it out. So we have a new new pope, and his name is Francis again, back to back.
Well, that's his middle name, Provost. He's gonna be He's gonna be Pope Provost.
But the first
unless
one,
you say Provost or Provost.
first one from America, though, right?
First one.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yes. And Pope Francis he changed his name. So I'm curious to see if he keeps, Pope Provost. Provost. I'm not sure.
He will be out, I would guess, within the next 5 or 10 minutes to address the crowd and the world, by the way. And you're hearing this live on Real Radio. That would be cool if you were there today. Because, again, you're not knowing, when they were going to come up with their selection. Could be tomorrow, and you just happen to be there. And obviously, we have somebody who worked for Real Radio who's in Italy, right? You said?
He's in Italy. I think last I saw he was not in Rome or Vatican City. He was in Positano.
Yeah, that'd be cool. If I was out
The
there, I'd
Amalfi
want to
Coast.
check this out and just see what's going on.
Wait, we forgot something.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Franny will take it from here. I don't want to mess up the guy's
that's
name.
you. Go ahead. You go right ahead.
We got a new pope. He's from USA. Yes. I think he was a long shot, too. I got to be honest. I have to check.
Is this the social media one or a different one?
I don't know because...
Well, he said he's from Chicago, right?
Yeah, I thought there was a cardinal from New York who
I
was
didn't
on...
see that when I looked, but
I heard that this morning in a couple of places, that there was a cardinal from New York who was on social media.
Was it a New Yorker telling you that too?
No.
Okay.
No, it was a radio station in Miami. They were talking about, and they were wondering if this election was going to be done today. Ooh, big word. Or tomorrow.
What?
Selection.
Which one was
Which
that?
one?
Wow. That was a big word.
Big?
Try to keep it simple around here. Try to keep it simple. We entertain for the masses. You know what I mean? We don't want anybody to listen to the show and be like, what'd they just say? You know? What else you got there? You got some word drops or whatever? This is a big day. You remember where you were when the new pope was announced, and we were on Real Radio.
What kind of ass clown douche nozzle?
What?
Yeah, so he was not one of the top candidates.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ooh, I would have had him if I bet.
He was
a
not.
long shot.
Yeah, Cardinal Peter Erdo was. Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzaballa, Matteo Maria Zuppi, Cardinal Peter Codwo Apia Turkson, and let's see, Cardinal Luis Antonio Gocum Tagle from Manila, and then Cardinal Pietro Parolin. They were the top ones. Yeah, not.
I don't think they announced the votes, how many votes he got.
But they were the top 5. Well, I'm saying on betting odds.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about people who actually bet.
Oh, okay.
Those were the ones, even as of 8 hours ago,
Yeah.
were the odds people thought were gonna the top 5.
Yeah, I couldn't bet on this. I think it's disrespectful. I wouldn't want to do it. I just can't. I have some morals. I just think I would feel so bad. You know what I mean? And especially if I profited, I would feel worse. Now, if I lost, I would feel bad. But if I won, it's bad. You know what I'm saying? I would think right away I was going to get gamblers are most gamblers are very, very superstitious.
Mm-hmm.
One of the most superstitious players ever was Derek Jeter. I don't know if you knew that, but Derek Jeter, if he went anywhere where he had a meal that he had a great day, he would go back the next day. There was a story about him one time going 5 for 5. And he went to a special restaurant in Cleveland, and he wanted to go back the next day. He didn't feel good because he ate so much, but he wanted to go back. Here he is.
Here's
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very good. He's waving right to me. Greek man, what's up, buddy? Way to be. Big news today on the Penthouse. Our shows are always big, but this is pretty big. And he chose to come out when our show was on. See, that's big. Right there, that shows you're important in life. Could have came out 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I'm going to come out during the Penthouse so we can celebrate. Way to be. Looks very happy. I wonder how the other Cardinals are. 133 Cardinals. That's a good trivia question, Tom. Remember that. Somebody might ask you how many Cardinals there are that voted for the Pope. See? Our phone's ringing. It's probably Vatican. They want me to say something to them. Pick it up. Greek, you got a couple words? It is the Penthouse, and it is a Thursday. We appreciate you guys all listening. And again, big news. A new pope was just announced. We'll come back with a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
My parents told me years later that they were supposed to. I was supposed to have leg braces.
Really? Like Forrest Gump?
Yeah, like Forrest Gump.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
No significant incidents or delays on our Palm Beach expressways. We do have plenty of roadwork slowing us down. PGA Boulevard East at Ellis and Wilson Road. That right turn lane is blocked. Major construction. Blue Heron Boulevard West before Congress with the right lane blocked. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Get big summer flavor in every bite with the new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu. featuring new mixing bowl mashup, fan-voted s'mores, and more. For a limited time, right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. At participating locations.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Pace the Greek from Monroe's Palm Beach. Adult entertainment, upscale dining, full bar, full liquor, and full nude. And Friday night, Fetish Fridays. Live fetish shows every Friday. That's where the beautiful girls are. Monroe's Palm Beach. Open to 5 a.m. Fetish Fridays. What's your kink? Every Friday, there's a beautiful lady waiting for you. And they're always there 7 days a week. Monroe's in Palm Beach. Get over there today. Makes a good night a great night. Monroe's of Palm Beach. Peace.
It's the Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. 2 bets facing off. Winning side splits $250K in bonus bets every single day. Time to pick a side. Team underdogs or team favorites. Team over or team under. There's one way to settle this. Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. Pick a side for $1. Win your share of $250K or more today. Prize pool will be paid out in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor. Rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. In office, West Palm Beach.
When a person calls 988, they're connected to a crisis counselor.
Crisis is completely self-defined. If you're wondering if you should call, you should probably call.
A caller can expect to talk about coping skills, talk about resources, and ways to move forward beyond the call.
They can call us, they can chat, they can text, and when they come out on the other side, they're feeling better.
Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
What the Florida is brought to you by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cartus, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Savings are in full bloom at Lowe's. Right now, get Miracle Grow 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil for just $2. Shop these savings and more at Lowe's. Valid through 5/14. Excludes Hawaii and Alaska. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are going to be mostly sunny as we go through the remainder of our Thursday. It's a warm one, too, with temperatures in the upper 80s. Humid, so it might even feel like it's in the low 90s at times. A few isolated downpours or storms could return late into the evening hours for us and possibly lingering overnight, but plenty of sunshine returns for the day on Friday.
This report is sponsored by the Florida Forest Service.
Wildfire season is upon us once again, and the Florida Forest Service is reminding everyone to be prepared. Follow Florida's burn laws and visit BeWildfireReadyFL.com to learn how you can prepare your home, your yard, and your family this wildfire season.
Made for This Mountain exists to empower listeners to rise above their struggles and face the mountain in front of them. So during Mental Health Awareness Month, focus on your emotional well-being. Tune into the podcast and climb that mountain.
You will never be able to change or grow through the thing that you refuse to identify. The thing that you refuse to say, hey, this is my mountain. This is the struggle.
Listen to Made for This Mountain on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Made for This Mountain.
Medical marijuana made easy. Get approved for your card today at mmjhealth.com.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Son of a bitch.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse. Thank you so much for tuning in on a Thursday. We got a new American Pope, Pope Leo the 14th, as he's addressing the crowd right now. And no, Greek, he did not mention anything about you. Thank you so much for tuning in on a
Who would even say
Thursday
something like that?
afternoon.
He's not done speaking. He might throw me at the end.
And a heads up before we get into introductions, I want to let you know that if you want free meals for a whole entire month,
Who doesn't?
Ideal Nutrition is doing something really awesome. They are giving away free meals. We're talking breakfast, lunch, dinner for an entire month. Free, free, free. You've been hearing me talk about how amazing Ideal Nutrition is. I've been eating their meals for a long time now. They really are fantastic. They can cater to most every dietary needs, gluten-free, keto, paleo, vegan, whatever it is, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If you want to eat free for a month on Ideal Nutrition, all you got to do is go to realradio921.com/meals. That's realradio921.com/meals. And we are going to pick a new winner for 30 days of meals tomorrow. So make sure you jump on that. Hey, this is Franny. You heard that. Ooh, that's Dom. Hi, Dom.
Ooh.
And then, of course, we have Greek.
You didn't sound too excited.
Yeah, well.
You poop. We got Don here, and we got Greek. It's like that Taylor Swift one we have when she goes through everybody.
What about this one?
Son of a bitch.
That's when she sees me walk in the studio, because she hopes I call out sick.
What kind of ass clown douche nozzle?
Oh, yeah, that's all that.
I got that from Sarah.
Oh, yeah, Sarah, thank you.
Yeah, so if you're not here, we do have a new pope, and it was Robert Francis Prevost who did change his name to Leo. So it's Pope Leo the 14th. And if you're wondering why, well, popes, they do change their name. Now, it's not something necessarily that they have to do, but they have done it, and they change their name typically upon being elected. Not a requirement, but a very long-standing tradition that symbolizes a new beginning, a new identity as leader of Catholic Church. And this tradition started early centuries of Christianity, with some popes changing their names because original names were of pagan origin. Some did, and now, as somebody did mention, it is a symbolism of new beginning, but a lot of them do take them from honoring predecessors or saints, is what they say. So, yes. So he took on Leo. And if you look to see who Leo is, St. Leo the Great was a pope of the Catholic Church reigning from 440 to 461. And they say that he is known as one of the most influential and effective popes of the ancient church. And his feast day is celebrated on November 10th, if you're curious about it. So that he's the very first Leo, St. Leo the Great, and now we have a Leo the 14th.
Very nice. Yes. Very nice. Congratulations. And again, big announcement to the world that just happened moments ago. And we'll keep you informed if anything else happens. Dominic's in the house. Good afternoon, Dom.
Hello. Again.
Of course, you just heard Francis.
I already did the introductions, but
whatever. You can do it twice.
Yeah.
Special people get 2 introductions.
Oh, yeah?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What?
Time for Trifecta.
Okay.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
And again, the biggest news of the day is that we do have a new pope. We just gave you guys the rundown on it. Takes the name Leo. So very excited about that. And the first pope ever from America. NBA playoffs tonight. Minnesota will take on Golden State. They are 11-point favorites. People are expecting a blowout by Minnesota, but we shall see. These NBA playoffs have been like March Madness. I just got a text message from one of my friends. He's going to the game Saturday night. He said, Greek, would you come with me to the game? And you could also stop by and see your mom. I was like, wow, that's a nice invitation. I got to be honest with you. Where are your seats? So look at Dominic laughing. And I got to fly private, bro. I'm not going up there commercial with all the problems at Newark Airport. I mean, I got to be honest. Let me know where your seats are, and if we're going ETA Jets, I might be in. Also, last night, the Dodgers beat the Marlins again. Marlins are happy the Dodgers are gone. They beat them 5 out of 6. Yankees and Mets both won. So if you bet the Knicks, Yankees, and Mets yesterday, guess what? You're buying dinner tonight because you are a winner, no doubt about it. And bad news for us, Panthers lost last night to Toronto 4-3, but they have Game 3 home tomorrow night. And if you're a Panther fan, you got to stand up right now. Represent your team. This is what it's all about. When your team's down, you got to stand up, just like in life. And they weren't supposed to win game 1 or 2 because they're on the road. They take one game at a time. You know what? We could get back in this series. Tomorrow, you can hear the Panthers on Real Radio, 921 and 1017. So make sure you guys listen, and hopefully the Panthers could get back into it. Yes, Dominic.
I have 2 quick talkbacks for you.
Okay, my buddy.
Hey.
Oh, that brought me down.
This is Danny. Greek, you're always betting on long shots. So when you come over tonight, I got a guaranteed bet for you. My Virginia will come in first. Honey?
And the next one.
The Penthouse question of the day should have been, who is more likely to be elected Pope? Greek, Jorge, or Manny?
Wow.
And the last Pope, his actual name was Jorge.
Really?
Very coincidental, right? Wow. Peace, guys.
Now, I would say, would you suggest to be Pope Francis, Dominic, or myself? And I would vote for Francis. Because out of the three people, I think she's the most qualified, the nicest, intelligent. And you're right behind her. So I would say that. I would say Francis first, then Dominic, and then me last. If you voted Pope.
Oh, okay.
Who do we have on hold?
I thought you were an idol and people should look up to you. And
I would be too big.
Your role model.
I think I had to be too big for the whole thing. You know what I mean? It'd be too much focus on me. And I would want it to be about religion and the Catholic Church. Who do you got?
We have Evan on the phone.
Who?
Evan.
Evan, what's up, Evan?
Hey, everyone. Hi, Franny.
Hey, Evan.
Yeah, Greek, you heard that the Pope is from Chicago, and they say he's a Cubs fan.
Really?
So bet hard on the Cubs tonight. Yeah, bet on the Cubs tonight.
Oh, I didn't know that. Let me write that down. Cubs fan. Is he really a Cubs fan, or are you just throwing this out there?
Yeah, no, that's what they said. They said, I was watching the thing, the interview, and And they said, yeah, he's a Cubs fan as well.
Well, yeah, being from Chicago, I guess that's not so far-fetched. It's very nice. It's the first time we've ever had a pope from America. It's an honor.
Yeah, it's
history.
Congratulations to all the Catholics out there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, are you going to bet hard on Minnesota tonight?
I like Minnesota. The way the playoffs have gone, you just don't know, because I think the world, and I mean the world, is going to be on one game for many reasons. It's an isolated game. That's the first thing. Steph Curry is out. So if you ever think that Vegas and Hard Rock and bookmakers make a ton of money, this could be the night when it's the most lopsided in years for one isolated game. But based on the NBA playoffs, what's happened, I mean, the right side might be the Warriors if you got Stones, because I know so many people who lost on Boston game 1 who came back game 2 because they were home. I mean, and people were like, I heard it all day. I mean, and I'm not exaggerating. I must have got over 150 text messages yesterday. There's no way Boston can lose game 2. And they did. So, I mean, you don't know, but you would think Minnesota is going to bury them tonight. You would think.
Yeah. And the Warriors might do well, back in San Francisco, but without Steph, it's going to be a tough haul, man.
The one thing that Steve Kerr did, and a lot of people are talking about it, is when they played Game 5 with Steph Curry and they got way down, he took everybody out. And he was like, we're giving up this game. And he did. So people are saying you never know. He may do that again tonight and not want to risk anything and go back to San Francisco, tied at 1-1, which they're in a good position. They're saying Steph Curry is going to be out a week. So that's really going to be like Game 5. So I don't know. But I would guess the world's going to be on Minnesota tonight.
Yeah, I would assume so. And the thing about, I don't think we're going to see another player like Steph Curry that of his caliber, because that will stay with one team like you did.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's gone.
Well, yeah, I think it's highly unlikely. I mean, most players, nobody really stays with one team anymore. And that's for reasons of money, obviously. And there are situations where teams just don't have the money. And the max contract in the NBA is going up more and more to $350 than $525. I mean, it's going to be ridiculous. I know the teams are going to make it, but it comes to a point where, like, how much can we pay these guys? I mean, it's just, and we've said this for 20 years, 30 years, like, oh, when does it stop? When does it stop? As long as people are spending money and watching these games and these big companies keep writing these big checks, it's not going to go away. And what's really surprising about the NBA is they get some unbelievable TV deals, and their ratings are okay. They're not like the NFL, like where they dumb. Like every year, the NFL in the top 100 usually have like 85 or 84 of them in there, around there. The NBA, they get like 16, 12 million for the NBA Finals.
Sure.
So
now let me ask you a question. When on tickets, like you say, they could be 20,000, 10,000, whatever. Does the NBA get a cut of that?
No. You mean tickets for the game?
Yeah.
I think the NBA gets a ticket price of the game when the team sells it, yes, but not when it's on a secondhand market.
Okay, so the $20,000, they don't get a piece of that at all.
No, I don't believe so, Evan.
For their basic ticket, the cover charge.
Yeah, whoever purchased the ticket from the team, yes. I'm sure the NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, hockey gets a piece. But when it's on the secondhand market and already switched hands and somebody purchased it, no. I mean, that's one of the biggest things they talk about in sports and concerts. They've talked about it for 30 years. Are they ever going to be able to stop, the people who get them? And they keep saying they are, but they just can't.
No, because people will mortgage, like you said, their credit cards or whatever, just to go to a game or a concert or something like that, which is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is. And a lot of, like you saw Taylor Swift. I mean, I know a police officer I'm friends with, and he told me he went to Tampa and he spent $1,900 and he got 2 tickets upstairs. And he said, you know what, Greek? She was so happy. His daughter was 13 and he wanted to do it. But, there are a lot of people out there that will do it. And unfortunately, that raises the prices for everybody.
Sure. I think Franny said during Taylor Swift, you could go to another country with a hotel and all this, then pay for a ticket here in the States.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially South America and some places in Europe. It's ridiculous.
Again, it's
and you have a built-in vacation on top of that. You get to go somewhere you've never been before, and you get to see Taylor Swift.
Yeah, and again, I think for most people, they're not thinking that. You're thinking like, oh, she's down at Hard Rock. It's an hour drive, and I'm going to go do that. But if somebody stepped away and said, hey, you can go to, I don't know, Spain and see her and stay for a week, you'd be like, what are you talking about? But the ticket prices, for secondhand market are always dictated by us, unfortunately. And there's always somebody with money who's going to say, I'll spend more. They can't control it, but what I said years ago, I think there should be a cap on it. That's what I think would be nice. Like some kind of cap where this is the most you can sell the ticket for. And based on the game, based on, what if it's a finals or a Super Bowl or something like that. You'll never see that, obviously, just like you'll never see them ban drinking from stadiums. But that's what I would like to see, that they have a limit per game.
Sure, if they do that, but still the black market, you can't stop black market.
That's my point. You can't.
Yeah. Nope.
It'd be nice because I don't think it's cool that, a regular family today can't go to a ball game or a concert. And I think that's something that's part of our culture that should be available for everybody. If I become governor of this great state, it's one of the things I'm going to do.
Yeah, well, I was watching an old interview with Billy Crystal, and he said when he was a kid, they would go to Yankee Stadium for $3.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's Billy Crystal's in the 70s.
And that's how, and then now for box seats, because I think his father was a musician or something like that, and he was friends with Louis Armstrong, and they got to sit in Louis Armstrong's seats when he wasn't using them.
Yeah, I mean, again, at different times. You're talking the 60s when Billy Crystal grew up, and a different time, and it's just escalated so much. But it's one thing that I wish that they could do and change for concerts, and I also think for sporting events. But it's a pipe dream. It's never going to happen.
I got it. So who's on the zone today?
We have 3 people today. We have Drew Martin calling from Mexico. We have Kelly from the Visa Network and Josh Cohn.
Yay!
All right, Evan. Way to be positive.
All right, peace.
Peace. Tom, you have something? 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. It was a Reddit thread of things that you should not say to people when they're going through a tough time. Dominic came up with a good one. Yours was again?
I don't. What was it that I said?
I've been through it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple other things like everything happens for a reason.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And a lot of these are all like yank it, really sayings. And you don't have to say something when somebody's going through a bad time. You could just listen and be a friend and just say, hey, you know what? If you need me, I'm here. Your job is to be supportive and to give encouragement. And if they got screwed, say it. I've said it to my friends. You got screwed, dude. No doubt about it. Let's get even. 877-927-6969. How come Franny's camera's not on today? I'm getting a couple texts.
Oh, sorry. It's been off and on. I just keep on forgetting to turn it.
Yeah, because people are like, where's Franny?
I've been on it.
Yeah.
If they were looking, yeah. It's just been off and on.
Now, Dom's never on the camera.
That's my fault.
If you ever asked. But the other day, there was a little slip where he shot.
I walked in the studio.
He walked in the studio not realizing it. Franny knew, though. And Dom was on the camera for
We were chit-chatting, and he was right in front of your camera.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, he was.
I should have put the middle finger up or something.
That's not right. You're a role model. I don't think you understand the seriousness this job comes with and who you represent and the people that look up to you. I mean,
so did you see how much the tickets are? Because they're playing the Celtics on Saturday.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Crazy.
Yeah, but like they're saying that they keep on going up and up.
They said 20,000 courtside.
Yeah, and like that's what I'm watching right now. Like an article just from there said it's absolutely insane how much these are going up now. No, 50,000.
We're up to 50 now.
Wow.
Yes.
You said 20 at 10 o'clock.
TickPick, because I know that's that. Yeah, they said TickPick has a report, $50,000. Somebody put on there looking for a pair of courtside tickets. There's a pair for $109,000.
Oh, that's crazy.
For a pair. Yeah.
Now, there was
That's
always
insane.
speculation that went out with the Nick courtside tickets that certain celebrities got him on the arm.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't think that should be true. I think they should pay because, again, the Knicks don't need them or anybody else. Now, I know in L.A., a lot of the celebrities talked about having. Now, Spike Lee said he paid because he was talking about years ago he started when he was upper deck, and then he came all the way down as he got more successful. But, I mean, that's something that's been out there. It's also like the Super Bowl thing. Do they get paid for halftime entertainment? And you hear different stories. Some people say yes. Some people say no. And then they spend millions and millions of dollars on the performance, So, I mean, it doesn't make sense sometimes. But even that, there's been a lot of articles that said certain celebrities, they just get comped. So, I don't know. I wouldn't think that. I wouldn't be happy about that. I'd be like, why?
I would think certain celebrities are there every once in a while, maybe, rare, opportunity for them to come, something like that. But the ones that are there every time, I think they're paying.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, why do they give it to him on the arm? Because people want to be where celebrities are. And so you see Kendall Jenner or Kylie or whatever it is, and then they're there hanging out. I know Kylie and Timothée Chalamet just recently, and people are like, oh my God, you might have people who wouldn't go to a game buy tickets because they see their favorite celeb watching a Lakers game.
Maybe,
it's like clothing. It's like other things. People want to do what they do.
Maybe. I mean, you could be right. I don't know. I
That's
can't
what
confirm.
influencers are about.
Yeah, I couldn't confirm it. I would think, you know what? You're paying no matter who you are. Now, I think ex-ball players, like when you see Knicks, like Patrick Ewing, Bernard King, they should be, because they play for the organization, stuff like that. Hey, here's a ticket, you get comped or whatever. But I don't know. I mean, again, it's different. If I ran the arena, you'd be paying, bitch. I don't care who you are. You know what? I don't need you. I got 20,000 people that would dying to come in here. And but again, maybe they do get it on the arm. I don't know. 877-927-6969. That's the number if you want to order a pizza. Give us a call. We're at a little low on anchovies today, but we do have a lot of pepperoni. Big day today. Don't ever forget that the Pope was announced today on the Penthouse. And Franny gave you...
We're the ones who broke the news. I love how you give us credit.
Just saying.
Oh, goodness gracious. I can't take that.
Just saying. He could have 3:30. He could have came out. I didn't want to make it about me, so I didn't want to do it the Greek zone.
You didn't. No?
You heard it first here on the Penthouse.
That's it. I have a feeling it's going to be said on the Greek zone, too. I just have a feeling.
I'm not going to say anything on the Greek zone. It was on the Penthouse. I got a text from him, and first American Pope. Let's take a bow. Wait, and he's a Cub fan. How about Evan said we should bet the Cubs tonight? What do you think of that?
So you betting the Tigers and the Cubs?
No, I wouldn't do that. I don't step in the higher ground. You know what I mean? I just think it's a little. I don't want to benefit for that reason. If I like the Cubs already, that's fine. But I am a role model. But I'm definitely going to send him a text this afternoon and say I'm behind you 100%, whatever you need. Dom, great job no matter what they say. Thank you for everything you do.
No problem, buddy.
You got another hour with me.
Woohoo!
That was pretty good fake. That was not bad. I mean, I've heard better woohoos, and I've heard worse ones, too. Franny, I know you really enjoyed the show because it's 2 o'clock. And you have you just always have such a great smile, but at 2 o'clock, it really pops. Thanks for all your help, all the things you do for us. Help us with the website, blogging, and just your everyday presence adds mucho to us. Thank you.
Thanks, G-Man, of course. Thank you for everything you do. Dom, thank you for all that you do. And, of course, thank you so much for listening. And make sure you keep on listening because we got more keywords coming your way. We're going to call it 2 o'clock. Get another keyword from Rover from Rover's Morning Glory. Take the keyword, enter it, realradio921.com, and hopefully, God willing, you win $1,000.
All right, if the Tigers win tonight, I'll be putting some on IG for the new place. New background, a new place. I'll be doing it later. If they lose, I'll be hiding like a beaver. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday afternoon. New Pope, and he's from USA. Woo! We'll be back in a few minutes with a Greek zone and some more madness. Peace.
It's Rover. Catch Rover's Morning Glory weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. on Real Radio. Just tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers are roaring through the playoffs. Now facing facing off against the Toronto Maple Leafs in round 2. The quest for a repeat is heating up, and Real Radio is your ultimate destination for all the action. It's heart-pounding playoff hockey, and we're bringing you every thrilling moment. Tune in for every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Can't get to a radio? Stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Afternoon commute up to speed along our expressways. No big problems on the Turnpike or 95 roadwork, Blue Heron Boulevard West before Congress Avenue. There's a right lane blocked. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Got a classic hot rod or resto mod? GimmeTheVin.com wants it. Just go to gmtvcc.com. Get an offer in minutes. GimmeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with their big cash giveaway. Gimme the Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's with GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Quitting tobacco is hard, but it's also hard to deal with a cough that won't go away and thinking it's lung cancer, or feeling your heart race after a walk and wondering if it's a heart attack, or telling your family you may not be around to see your next birthday.
Quitting tobacco is hard, but the consequences are even harder. Tobacco-Free Florida has free resources to help you stay smoke-free. You may be eligible to receive free nicotine patches, gum, or lozenges. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW or visit tobaccofreeflorida.com.
Leo Schofield spent decades in prison for a crime Jeremy Scott later confessed to. Season 2 of the hit podcast Bone Valley investigates how Jeremy's violent past unfolded and who else may have suffered his wrath.
This is a case that should never happen. I told him you got the wrong man.
Listen to Bone Valley on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Bone Valley.
When a person calls 988, they're connected to a crisis counselor.
Crisis is completely self-defined. If you're wondering if you should call, you should probably call.
A caller can expect to talk about coping skills, talk about resources, and ways to move forward beyond the call.
They can call us, they can chat, they can text, and when they come out on the other side, they're feeling better.
Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Card, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell and Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Card, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are going to be mostly sunny as we go through the remainder of our Thursday. It's a warm one, too, with temperatures in the upper 80s. Humid, so it might even feel like it's in the low 90s at times. A few isolated downpours or storms could return late into the evening hours for us and possibly lingering overnight, but plenty of sunshine returns for the day on Friday.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places to take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/creditcard.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword check at realradio921.com. That's check. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
What do you want? Make your bet.
I know. I got to change the bet. I got $21,000 here. So you add it on to the 19 grand. It's $40,000 and off.
Scrap the whole bet?
Scrap the whole bet. I want to make a six-way parlay. Celtics, Sixers game. What's the line?
Still +1.
+1. Okay, so I want the Celtics to cover. I want the Celtics halftime. I want Garnett points and rebounds. Garnett block shots. Celtics opening tip. Do you take lightning bets?
Yeah, but you don't want any part of lightning bets.
Fine.
Come on.
$1,000 a point, okay? Take this. And this is a gift for me.
It is the Greek. It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday. Special day today. The Pope was announced. So we talked all about that on the Penthouse. The Greek Zone is a sports handicapping show about gambling lines, where the money's at, and what is going on. And right away, we're getting to our first guest. He is the host of Questionable Call on YouTube TV. I check it out every time. It's 4 minutes, 3 times a week. Yesterday, great one about Justin Tucker. If you missed it, download it today. Good afternoon, Josh.
What's happening, Greek? What's happening, buddy?
How are you today?
Oh, I can't complain. Underdogs keep winning outright in the NBA.
It's crazy.
And finally, we got. Last night I got on Twitter, Josh on air on Twitter, and after the Celtics-Knicks fiasco, I said, bet every dollar you have on OKC on the money line, because there's no way dogs can begin 8-0. And then, I didn't really. I was watching hockey. I checked back and I was like, okay, thank God. But do you remember a crazier opening where not just the dogs or the road team were covering, but winning the games outright? The first 7, I can't remember it. And like you, I've been watching NBA playoff basketball since the 80s.
Yeah, I said last night to my friends, we were out, and I said, you know what? This is for the first time, the NBA Finals reminds me of March Madness. You don't really know. A 20-point lead doesn't mean anything. I am a little surprised the Celtics twice where they made the exact same mistake, almost had the identical lead and time-wise and score that they had in the first game, and did the same thing where they just throw up threes and went, again, 6.5, 7 minutes without scoring. I got to put a little on the coach, Joe Mazzulla. Not only could this happen once, but twice. And Tatum seems like, if you don't know anything, that he's on NyQuil. He just seems like he's so out of it. He really does. And I don't know what the hell's going on with this team when they're champs and we're the favorite. And how crazy would be like the 90s if Cleveland loses and Boston loses and it's the Knicks and Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Right. Spike Lee, no Reggie Miller, no Patrick Ewing, no John Starks, but no Charles Oakley. But you're right. It's not just that the Knicks are 2-0 now and heading back to the Garden, it's that the Celtics blew 20-point leads in both of those games and did so at home. Normally, you blow a 20-point lead at home in a game one, you bounce back because there are adjustments made, and you just play different. Like, you can't – they let it happen again. They let it happen again to open the series, and at home. It's crazy because the Knicks, you talk about playing with house money.
Yeah.
They go home now back to the Garden up 2-0, but you look at series price, and I just checked it, and the Knicks are still only plus 105.
Yeah, it's weird. It seems like it's Fugazi. And the other thing, too, is when you look at these games, to me, it shows me that Brown and Tatum are not coachable. I think he has them on autopilot a lot because I cannot believe that he doesn't say to them, drive the friggin' ball. There was one play now, and I want to ask you about this. We're speaking to Josh Cohn, host of Questionable Call on YouTube. When Tatum went at the end of the game, I don't know if you saw it, and he drove right down the lane and he scored. Was that the equivalent to some NFL teams when they let him score, or do you think he just made a good move?
I mean, in the NFL, we know the circumstances in which you need to let them score.
Yes.
You don't ever really see that in the NBA. You don't really see that in basketball because, well, I mean, the fouling is the equivalent, right? When you foul somebody, you can send them to the line to get the ball back. But the way that game played out, the way that game finished, it just feels like, well, that's basketball. It just feels like the randomness of the game. Tatum and Brown, 33 points combined, shooting 13 of 42 from the field. To me, when you said it, coachable, uncoachable. Joe Mazzulla inherited that team that was so close from Ime Udoka.
Yeah.
Remember, he had the scandal and he had to be fired. He didn't want to have to do it. But like the most bet prop was on Brown on points over.
Yeah.
He wasn't even close last night. Wasn't even close. So this may be a series in which the road team wins the first four. Who knows?
Yeah, a guy that I like, he's had a great career, but he's getting way too many minutes, is Al Horford, and taking too many shots. Like, the Knicks are just leaving him open, and he's almost forced to take them. And it amazes me, even, we're talking the highest level of basketball. These guys cannot take the ball out. Like, you want to talk about throwing a remote? Like, 3 times, 3 games we saw in the Pacer game. We saw it last night, too. Like, you got 17 assistants, okay? There's more assistants on the NBA bench than due to Kardashian's makeup. It's crazy. And you're telling me that's the play? You came away with a fade by Tatum? Like, I was shocked to go, that's the play? Like, really? I don't know. It's you know what? And the Knicks fans, I know you grew up in Philly. You know I grew up in the Garden. When they win, they're the worst. They're so passionate. There's videos from IG, and I talked about today in the Penthouse, where you see like 8, 9-year-old kids, and they're using profanity with their parents for the Celtics. Like, it's so unreal. Because when you see that, your first thing you do is, anytime you see a kid use profanity, you laugh a little. But these kids like have such passion, and the Knicks fans, because for years they've been the stepchild. Who's kidding who? Right. And so now they're up 2-0, but what is worse right now? Would this be worse if they lost 4 straight?
Without question, right? Because they're expecting, it's bing bong, bing bong. They're excited. Last couple of years had a little bit of hope, a glimmer of hope. Mm-hmm. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
But like the Knicks are very much like the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep.
They're always in the conversation. The league is better when they're good or when they're relevant, but they haven't won a championship in a very long time. Yeah. And in the case of the New York Knicks, for over 50 years. Like, the last time that they were in the NBA Finals was the strike-shortened season of 1999.
Yeah.
In the Spurs. That's when the whole Spurs dynasty really began with Popovich. I know he just stepped aside. But basketball is better when the Knicks are relevant.
Yeah, before that it was 94, and I was at that game with the OJ case.
O.J. Simpson, Friday night, June 17th, 1994.
Yep.
O.J. Simpson, Bronco chase. They made a 30 for 30 about it because all that stuff happened in sports. Arnold Palmer's final round of the U.S. Open, the World Cup opening in USA, Ken Griffey Jr., Ken Griffey and you were in the Garden.
Yeah.
And it was Bob Costas and NBC. And then remember on the Jumbotron, they were showing the O.J. Bronco chase.
Yeah. They were showing it all over the place. People were flipping out. And I remember that. And the Knicks had that series. They were up 2-0, and then they got swept by Houston. And I remember Kenny Smith got a table in front of me at Tattoo, a nightclub. And I was like, who the hell's this? Like 6 hours later, I was like, didn't you do enough damage earlier in my pocket? Oh, yeah, we're talking to Josh Cohn. New Pope today. That was announced earlier, so that's news. First Pope in America. That's an unbelievable honor.
Chicago guy, too. How about
Yeah.
that? And by the way, one of the priests who voted on this Robert Francis Prevost, who's the new Pope Leo, was the brother of Paulie Walnuts, God rest his soul, Tony Sirico, Sopranos fame, his brother, priest, voting in the Chicagoan Robert Prevost. I saw that MGM was taking bets on this.
Yeah, crazy.
Less than 1% of the money was on this guy to become the new Pope. 19% on this one dude, 50-some percent. If you're betting on the Pope,
You
you've
can't.
got a real problem.
I can't do that. No, people ask me that.
I wanted to ask,
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
I wanted to ask you, because you understand celebrity and fame as well as anybody, Greek. We've talked about this for decades, you and I. Is there any place that has a bigger glow-up, that you go from nobody knows who you are, nobody cares, that you're invisible, to being the most famous, most powerful, most respected than being Pope? This guy woke up this morning.
Yeah.
Nobody in the world knew who he was.
Yeah.
Nobody cared. And then tonight he goes to bed, and he's one of the most famous and powerful and respected people on the entire planet. It doesn't happen in any other role.
No, not in the world. In America, there's been different things, but at a lesser level when somebody, does something in sports that you don't know who they are. But worldwide, no, nobody at all goes to this quick where the whole world is watching and knows you and instant.
Talk about a life change, right? His whole life change. I mean, to keep him humble and they still live in the same spot, but as far as just your mindset, like nobody waved at me yesterday. Nobody noticed me.
Yep.
And today I go on the balcony and everybody's crying.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, there are things that happen in sports where, nobody knows who you are. I can think of a couple in the last couple months, but not at this level. Right away, the GM of Dallas, after he made the trade, everybody knew who Richardson was.
Nico.
The coach for the Jets, whose son made that call. And these are on smaller levels, obviously.
Yeah.
But, I mean, all of a sudden, you're like, what the hell's going on? When you see somebody in a game, any sports game of a playoff magnitude, where all of a sudden somebody comes out of nowhere and has a big game. And people are like, who the hell's that? You don't know, or somebody, I can think of somebody who, when you think back to actors in movies and stuff that all of a sudden were one person and then 6 months later they couldn't walk down the street. Don Johnson. I mean, he talks about it all the time with Miami Vice. He banged around in Tony Soprano, Gandolfini, when those guys that you talk about, and it's an interesting thing and a topic where, you think about, but this guy is worldwide. We're talking to Josh Cohn, the host of Questionable Call. Check it out. I did check out his show yesterday about Tucker. Now, the Tucker situation, you and I have talked about it. Do you think that's done or no? Do you think, is it like a wink with NFL teams like with Rice, like nobody call him? Or do you think he tries to get back on?
Right. So yesterday we did the show on this, about 5 minutes long. Again, on YouTube, subscribe at Questionable Call. The name of the show is Questionable Call with Josh Cohen. The channel's Questionable Call. New episodes Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Yesterday's show was a compilation of what I was working on for Monday, then I got sick, and then all the new information that came out on Wednesday. So here's the situation. You and I talked about this, about the team punishment. Why did the Ravens continue to try and convince us it's a football decision? Harbaugh kept saying football decision. The GM, DeCosta, kept saying, well, it's football decision. And it was so obvious. Like I said, we talked about this Tuesday, he doth protest too much.
Yeah.
When people go on such a rail and they're trying to convince you, it's so obvious something else is up. When Mike Florio pointed it out, and Mike Florio said it so eloquently, and I took 12 seconds of it, and I put it on yesterday's show. What Florio said was, because of the collective bargaining agreement in the NFL, either the team can punish or the NFL can punish, but both cannot punish. So what happened is exactly what I told you was likely the case.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL got on the phone. The NFL got on the phone with the Ravens and said, listen, if you're going to cut him, fine, but do not in any way make this about his conduct. It can't be about representing the team, personal conduct, because if you guys do that, he can make us drop the investigation. So what happened was the NFL said, do what you're going to do, but make it just football because we got to continue the investigation. So it can't be both ways. If, in fact, the Ravens had said he violated personal conduct, we expect more from the Ravens, Tucker then could say, NFL, guess what? Loophole, you got to drop your investigation. And then they'd be screwed. So the Ravens played ball, and they said, football decision, cut the kid. Now the NFL investigation can proceed exactly as they want. And I'm not saying the NFL wants to nail the guy, but what they do want is they do want to get it right. And if the Ravens had said anything about it being behavioral or we don't like, the allegations, then the investigation could have been ceased immediately. So with that, it does seem that it's not good. It does seem that the NFL is doing due diligence on this. And again, I'm not saying that they want to nail the guy, but 16 accusers from 8 different locations. And these aren't massage places like we talked about with Robert Kraft on Indiantown Road in Jupiter. This is the Four Seasons, the Ritz-Carlton, the kind of places, like I mentioned, that you stay at. So you know and I know. If the investigation comes back and says the NFL thoroughly reviewed it and there'll be no punishment, etc., somebody's going to sign the guy. They're going to bring him into camp. Kickers are cheap, don't cost you anything, and this guy is the greatest in the history of the league. You don't forget, mathematically, that's the one position where literally people argue the greatest of all time. Tom Brady. Well, maybe yes, but what about in the NBA? They argue LeBron and Michael Jordan, but with kickers, it's pretty simple. The percentage, because it's just you and the football in the upright.
Yeah, it's him in the last 20 years and Vinatieri. I mean, those are the two that come to my mind.
But statistically, his lifetime percentage is higher than Vinatieri.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you about the Ravens again. Could you see in any shape or form where he gets suspended, say, 6 games, and the Ravens re-sign him?
Oof. I mean, you released the guy, you drafted a kicker, and then you wrote this big glowing statement, which was ridiculous, with praise and love.
That's why I'm saying that, because of that statement. That's what I'm thinking. Like, when I first read that, I said, are they going to backtrack to him if they don't think the kid works out and say, well, we told you we loved him and he was great and we wished him, you know what I mean? Because when do you even see statements like that when they cut guys?
Right. So a statement like that is just piling it on like too deep, like piling it on way too much. But also you're pretending maybe that you don't know anything. Because if it was just to the point, people like me would say, hold on a second, why is this so brief and short? Football decision, they know stuff. Like they're in on this. But you can now have plausible deniability with all the glowing praise. So then when it comes out that, the NFL did the investigation, it's really bad, it's really, really bad, and now he's apologizing, and then the Ravens say, oh, geez, we had no idea. I can't imagine them bringing him back in light of all of this, regardless of the outcome. But with that said, stranger things have happened. I guess if you talk to people in Baltimore, and I'm on a text thread with a bunch of my buddies from college, and they said these rumors have been going for years.
Yes, I did hear that.
There was always... Right. This
speculation.
People talk. Right. They said this guy's a creep. So-and-so's fiance. She worked at this hotel. She said it was well known that he's a creep weirdo that would do strange things and try to expose himself, etc. So I think that there's two sides to this. There's the insulated Baltimore area that knew the guy was a weirdo creep and then kept it insulated, and then the rest of us on the outside that just found out in January he might be freaky. And he might actually be a predator. How we treated Deshaun Watson completely different than how we're treating Justin Tucker. And I know that lawsuits were filed, right? But with Tucker, there's not this public, you're a monster, you're a predator, you should be in prison, like there was with Watson. And
Watson was a different type, I think. Also, a lot of people with Watson, they saw that contract he got. I think that added to it. So we'll see what happens with it. But the NFL, in your opinion, will come with a decision at some point and say he's suspended for X or Y?
Yeah, the language, the way that Baltimore kept talking football decision and then that statement and trying to – nobody bought it. Nobody believed it. That tells everybody. The NFL said, get out of the way. We're in the middle of this. We're on this, and it's going to be nasty. And we don't want you to screw this up because what could happen is a technicality And Tucker would say, well, now you got to drop it because they said conduct.
Yep.
And then it all come forward. There's all this. It's really bad, and they can't suspend the guy. And a new team signs him, and they can't do anything about it. The NFL, I mean, they take everything
into
very
consideration.
seriously. They take it very seriously, and they've got real investigators. They're all former FBI agents. They got the full cooperation of all law enforcement, and they're just protecting the brand. They're protecting the brand, protecting the integrity of the game because of the betting that goes with it as well. This isn't a betting scandal. This is a personal conduct, and it involves a kicker. But you can't ignore the fact that it's a goofy, nerdy white guy, and that does get treated very differently in the media and public perception. It absolutely does, and we have to be honest with ourselves about that. But no, the NFL, they're going to drop the hammer. They're going to come down, particularly because he doesn't have a team. They're going to drop the hammer and say that this dude suspended a year for this stuff that happened while he was a Baltimore Raven NFL player. And yes, they can suspend him and they can punish him even though he's not in the league. He's still part of the players' union, part of the CBA.
Talking to Josh Cohn, host of Questionable Call. You could download it on YouTube 3 times a week. It's excellent. Take it from me. I never miss it. And for me to be committed to something, that's pretty big. Josh, before I let you go. Before I let you go, I got one more topic. Tom Brady was on a podcast again the other day, and he brought up the roast again and says it was a mistake and he shouldn't have did it, and with the kids and everything. Why do you think Brady keeps bringing this up when, to me, it was a year ago, obviously, and people talk about it, but he said, it's something I really regret and with my kids. And we go back and forth with a lot of people. What people say to me that, and I try to explain to them, like, maybe he didn't realize where they were going to go because in the very beginning, Robert Kraft, he said, hey, not there. But why do you think he keeps addressing it? Because I think when you keep bringing stuff up, it heats it up. But what is your opinion on this?
I think there's a difference between bringing it up and then responding to questions about it. I don't think that he's on a campaign to go, hey, everybody, I want to let you know I really regret it. It's a bad idea. I wish my kids weren't exposed to it, as opposed to being on podcasts and being asked about the roast, being asked about, hey, what happened with that? But I look at those roasts are brutal, brutal. I used to love them on Comedy Central back in the day. Remember the one with Trump 20 years ago? Yeah. It was outstanding. David Hasselhoff. But what he's talking about is we live in a digital age. Nothing goes away. And for his kids who are now in their late teens, middle teens, late teens, tweens, they've all got phones, they've all got laptops, and they've all got internet. And they all have videos and the things that are being said about their mother, and their mother and her jiu-jitsu instructor, and their father. And this, so you forget about the impact on the kids, and then those kids having to answer that stuff with their friends. And how then they get, not cyber bullied, but reminded and sent things. Like, I had a very viral moment with Conor McGregor 4 years ago.
Yeah.
2 years ago, a year ago, I'm in an Air Force hangar in Tampa before a bowl game, and the Wake Forest football players are all looking at me, and they're giggling, and the kid's got a phone. He goes, excuse me, is this you? And he takes the phone, he shows me, and it's a TikTok of me and Conor McGregor in that exchange, and it's edited to look like Conor was like punking me as opposed to what really happened. And they're all giggling and laughing. Now imagine you're, Brady's 13-year-old daughter in real life. Things that are being said about your dad and about your mother and these things and all these platforms constantly. Brady just didn't realize the effect it would have on his kids.
Do you think Brady, Josh, do you think Brady went into that not really realizing where they were going to go? Do you think at any point he said to them, where are you going? Do you think he heard jokes? I mean, any of that, or do you think it was blind?
It feels maybe a little bit like he didn't realize to what degree they would go, like what was off limits.
Okay.
It feels like. Right, because he's not a comic. Comics know that anything is on the table. Everything is fair game. Some of the most horrible things that are also hilarious have been said on those roasts over the years. Like Siskel and Ebert. Remember the one that died from brain cancer? God rest his soul. Gene Siskel. I remember one roast moment. Somebody was talking about a movie, one of the actors' movie, and they said that instead of seeing it, Gene Siskel took the easy way out.
Yeah.
Dying of brain cancer.
Yeah.
People are just like, oof, like nothing's off limits. Brady he didn't know what he was getting himself into. He had no idea.
Josh Cohn, always great talking to you. The host of Questionable Call. If we have dinner in Boca, how are you going to get there?
Well, I don't own a vehicle. I haven't had a car since I turned the Range Rover in 2 years ago. I live downtown, city boy. I walk everywhere. But if I'm going to meet you for dinner in Boca, I'm going to get me a Revo rideshare. I'm not using Uber, not using Lyft. It costs too much. They treat drivers badly, don't pay them enough. With Revo rideshare, drivers get paid more. Riders generally ride for less, and I get rewards. Every mile I earn rewards back. I'm actually earning while I ride. I'm going to download the app from the App Store, REVO, Revo rideshare, the new revolution of rideshare, and that's how I'm getting there, buddy. And then you and I are going to... What's that dessert you ordered us? Lemon cake? What was that thing that we
yeah, the what the hell was it? I forget the New York Prime. It was good. It was good. It was their famous dessert. Dominic shaking his head because he went there Christmas time with me and Franny to celebrate, and he loved it.
Unbelievable.
It was great.
Unbelievable.
We got to get dinner sooner than later. Thanks for your time. Always interesting. Josh Cohn, the host of Questionable Call on YouTube 3 times a week. I can't commit to brunettes, but I can commit to that. Check it out, guys. You have a good day, JC. Peace.
Take care, buddy.
It is the Greek on the Greek Zone sports gambling show. Our big pick today was the Tigers' second hand because I had a text from a girl who knows the guy pitching tonight, and he's not great, is what she said. But we'll see. We'll come back, and I do believe we have Kelly from the Visa Network, and we might even have Drew Martin. We'll see. From Mexico. You know the Greek organization. Everybody pops in and out. We'll see what happens. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
So this conclave is starting. I think they're going to elect an old pope. They do that in case he's bad. You only have to deal with him for 10 or 15 years. It's kind of a safety net.
Do you think there are secrets like what that movie was about? Do you think that they have a past, and what if that came out?
Well, yeah, they're old. They've done something. Everybody's done something weird that is un-pope-like at some point in their life, right?
Have you? I mean,
Yeah.
He's done like 10 things this morning.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers are roaring through the playoffs. Now facing off against the Toronto Maple Leafs in round 2. The quest for a repeat is heating up, and Real Radio is your ultimate destination for all the action. It's heart-pounding playoff hockey, and we're bringing you every thrilling moment. Tune in for every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Can't get to a radio? Stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com.
Motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Roadwork slowing us down PGA Boulevard. Expect delays eastbound at Lake Victoria Gardens Avenue. There's a right lane block. Expressways are looking good. No major incidents on the Turnpike or 95. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Member Week is here at Lowe's with up to 40% off paint, stains, tools, flooring, and more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today to save more. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor, rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early, while it's still a simple repair, and before your car gets locked out, or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake. and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil Nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Leo Schofield spent decades in prison for a crime Jeremy Scott later confessed to. Season 2 of the hit podcast Bone Valley investigates how Jeremy's violent past unfolded and who else may have suffered his wrath.
This is a case that should never happen. I told him you got the wrong man.
Listen to Bone Valley on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Bone Valley.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733. In office, West Palm Beach.
When a person calls 988, they're connected to a crisis counselor.
Crisis is completely self-defined. If you're wondering if you should call, you should probably call.
A caller can expect to talk about coping skills, talk about resources, and ways to move forward beyond the call.
They can call us, they can chat, they can text, and when they come out on the other side, they're feeling better.
Call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Trust Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are going to be mostly sunny as we go through the remainder of our Thursday. It's a warm one, too, with temperatures in the upper 80s. Humid, so it might even feel like it's in the low 90s at times. A few isolated downpours or storms could return late into the evening hours for us and possibly lingering overnight, but plenty of sunshine returns through the day on Friday.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off, free UPS shipping, and add code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
She's back. Khloe Kardashian returns to On Purpose with Jay Shetty, and she's getting real about healing and self-love. Plus, Caroline Levitt shares what it's like being the youngest White House press secretary in history on Post Run High. And Rob Lowe spills some of the funniest stories you'll hear with Chelsea Handler on the Dear Chelsea podcast.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
Why does this still seem like gambling to you? I mean, why do you think the same 5 guys make it to the final table at the World Series of Poker every single year? What are they, the luckiest guys in Las Vegas? It's a skill game, Joe.
Don't guess at the games. Know the games. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek on the Greek Zone on a Thursday afternoon. NBA tonight. We got Minnesota taking on Golden State. Minnesota laying 10. We got a gentleman join us who's part of the Greek Zone for a long time. A man that I respect and does his homework, Kelly from the Visa Network, joins the Greek Zone on a Thursday. Hello, Kelly.
Hey, Greek, how we doing, man?
I'm doing very good. Thanks for making a special arrangement for us yesterday, and I appreciate you. And I know we're going to get to a couple of things, but the NBA playoffs, I've said all day and yesterday, it reminds me of March Madness, how crazy it is. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's move over college basketball. NBA's got to borrow the madness here for a little bit. Apparently, it's been absolute chaos. I'll tell you, Greek, the NBA regular season betting is my most profitable time of the year. Playoffs, the past couple of years have made it abundantly clear to me that they are two very different sports that you are betting regular season versus playoffs. And honestly, last year I got beat up pretty well in the playoffs. So this is it's been, reset your betting expectations. We talk about a lot of this. You and I have talked about this before about when you head into the playoffs in the NFL. I know it means there's less games and we're all excited to get out there and bet everything, but it doesn't necessarily mean you need to be betting more than what you were betting in the regular season. So that has been very much the approach for me this playoff so far. And a profitable first round. This second round has been ugly so far.
Yeah.
Brett. Ugly so far. I've been on the wrong side of most of these wild end of game scenarios.
Yeah, I think in all these games, everybody's been getting crushed because people bet favorites more. Obviously, they do. Than they do. And plus, when your teams are home, and, with the Pacers, take 2-0 on Cleveland. Who would have thought that? The Knicks, 2-0 on Boston is probably the most unbelievable one that I could think of. Obviously, the Warriors beat Minnesota, and Curry goes out in the first quarter. And I feel bad for people who lose, always, but I feel bad for more people who bet in-game because they're probably getting just annihilated with some of these in-game bets.
Well, hey, there's always two sides to that coin, right? Great, yeah. You either get annihilated or you're that guy who's making out like a bandit so far in this playoff. It's become the running joke, I think, between me and some of my NBA betting friends where even the Knicks, it's like I had one guy send me a text as soon as they went down 20 last night.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it was a joke, but the text was the Knicks got them right where they want them. And sure enough, that's exactly what ended up happening.
Yeah, again, I blame a little bit on this, just not so much the Knicks winning, but Boston with Joe Mazzulla not coaching well. 2 games in a row, plus at this time. These are not games in January and February. This is the playoffs. You're the champs. To me, a little bit's got to fall on Mazzulla. I also think Green and Brown are uncoachable. Green and Tatum. I don't know what's wrong with Tatum. I've said it all week. He seems like he's on NyQuil. And again, at the end of the game, he goes to the hole and he slams it in. I'm starting to think more and more that the Knicks just let him score because they didn't want him to take the whole clock. But just one of the worst performances by this organization and a history of great, great playoff wins and championships. It's sad. It really is that they are, just come down, chuck up a 3, and lose, and then it goes the other way. It ignites all the time because of the way it is that, it ignites a fast break when you miss threes.
Yeah, I would really like to get some truth serum into Tom Thibodeau and get his thoughts on really how the end of that game played out last night, because it was, I'm with the Greeks. It's just, the rabbit ears go up a little bit when you see something like that. You're like, wow, after missing 13 consecutive shots, Jason Tatum just went from end to end and had an easy dunk home. And what did it do? Sure enough, Mazzulla has a timeout in his pocket, doesn't use it because he thinks to himself, well, if this just worked the last possession, why don't I do it again? And the Knicks were ready for it the second time. They had Mitchell Robinson back there, Bridges, Dan Dobie all prepared for it. And it backfired completely. Mazzulla's had his questionable moments. I think what makes him tough is he's very unapologetic, and I think he's pretty cocky, confident, whatever word you want to use. And the tone gets a little tough to take sometimes. I think you get it out of him and Redick. I think there's a couple guys you could include in that conversation where it's, hey, look, man, we all get you're smart. You don't got to talk down to everybody though after you screw up. They're just wondering why you screwed up. And it's but he gets tough with it. But when you're talking about this level of NBA basketball, when we get to the playoffs, it's all about the stars. And Tatum and Brown have not showed up for their team. Well, Brown's been dealing with a knee injury here.
Yeah.
We don't even know how long. It's probably worse than we all know. But first half he looked pretty damn good last night. He was firing on all cylinders, rebounding, putting up points. Then second half just disappears. And Tatum has not been consistent at all. The shooting's been bad. He's missing layups at the basket, and I think last night was the perfect example for me of why he's just never in the MVP conversation for me. Just never. When your backs are against the wall and you need someone to trust with the ball to go out there and win you a game, I'm sorry, Tatum is way down that list for me compared to some of the other guys in the league.
Talking to our good buddy Kelly from the Visa Network. Let me ask you something now. Speaking of Celtics, that I did see on your pad, you like Boston in the Garden laying 5?
Having said all that, Greek, I'm laying 5 going back to New York. Yeah, I am.
Wow!
It is a numbers game. The Celtics team always plays with the threes. It has bit them. They have missed so many wide open threes. Look, I think after game one, they were frustrated but cocky and confident that they were going to come out and their style of play would work, and they were unapologetic about it. I am sure there is much more scrambling around in that locker room after the game last night of, okay, what the heck is going on and what are we going to do here, than after game one. Having said all that, we've watched this Knicks team long enough. They've been so impressive these first 2 games. But what have the Knicks done to that fan base for so long? Greek, build up everybody's hopes just to let them down in the worst way possible. And I'm not saying I think the Celtics are for sure going to come back and win this series, but I would be surprised if this wasn't a long series. I think the Knicks drop a game at home at some point here over game 3 and game 4, and this tightens back up, and we're in for a 6-7 game series most likely with these 2 teams.
Talking to Kelly from the Visa Network on the Greek Zone on a Thursday of one of the craziest NBA playoff weeks in history. Now, Thunder come back last night, and they answered the bell. I did like the Thunder going into the playoffs and winning it all. Do you think they keep it going, or do you think Denver goes home with the Joker, who is probably – I look at Joker and Ohtani when they do things. Nobody even looks at it because it's so easy for them because they're so quiet. But does Denver lose home?
Yeah, Greek, I think it's a fascinating matchup and had me, my head spinning a little bit after that first game 1 because that was a terrible spot for the Nuggets to go into off a short rest, off of going up against a well-rested Thunder team who has been the best team in the NBA all season long. And, man, they laid a smackdown on them in that game 1. And I think you saw everything, all the concerns that us NBA bettors have had about this Thunder team over the past couple of years seem to rear their ugly head in that game 1. It was, okay, you got killed on the glass. You lost rebounding by 20 to Denver. Jokic got whatever he wanted. I thought that was the point of bringing Isaiah Hartenstein in here. The Hartenstein and Chet Holmgren back line supposed to stop Nikola Jokic. And look, what happened was game 2, this Thunder team looked like the Thunder team we've seen all year. The offense was absolutely explosive. They were getting anything they wanted and really picking apart a Denver defense that is very, very average. That is being nice. This is not a team that played great defense throughout the year. They do not have the right pieces to match up with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and take away the best parts of the Oklahoma City offense. Now, I can say all that, and you could fire right back at me, Greek, and say, yeah, but Nikola Jokic is on the other side. Yeah. And that's fair. That's fair. He's the best player in the world. And, look, I think he single-handedly dragged that team to that Game 1 win. I don't want to say single-handedly, but he was the biggest difference in that team picking up that win in Game 1. And I think he could make some noise with another win or 2 here in this series. I still think the Thunder come out of this series, though, and the way the rest of this playoff brackets are shaping up, Thunder or Nuggets, whoever advanced from that series, yeah. I think they could have a pretty clean path to a championship. And I think if you just want to take a step back and you can get that Game 1 out of your mind, seeing the Nuggets at about plus 120, plus 130 to win the finals right now, I went back in and dipped back in on a bet today just this morning, Greg. I'm back in on the Thunder. Already loaded up with tickets on them to win the West. I actually didn't have any exposure for them to win the finals So I did make a bet this morning on them to win the NBA Finals. So I will be a very, very, very big Thunder fan for here on out.
Talking to Kelly from the Visa Network. Cleveland up on Cleveland down 0-2. Big surprise. Be a big surprise if the Eastern Conference Finals was the Pacers and Knicks. It'd be like the 90s. But Cleveland does have some injuries. What are your thoughts on them? Do you think they're done?
I don't know if I want to go that far yet, Greek, but I'll be surprised. I'll tell you, I was a little surprised to see all three of those guys get ruled out for Game 2, and Hunter and Mobley and someone else I'm forgetting, Garland. I was a little surprised to see all three of those guys get ruled out. So I'm not so sure. I'll tell you, for this Game 3 line, it makes no sense. We closed like 5.5 in Game 2 with all of those guys out in Cleveland. And now we're looking at the board right now, and Cleveland's laying 2 points in Indiana, and we don't have any updated injury information on any of those three players. It's a head-scratching line to be sure. If I had to make a bet on that game right now, it would be Pacers or nothing. There's no reason the Pacers should be home dogs if we think all three of those guys are going to be out, and we really haven't had any indication that those three will be back. So something worth monitoring. I know you asked about the series as a whole. I think it's so injury-dependent for Cleveland. I think if those guys do get back and get back sooner rather than later, they're still alive, really, because I don't want to take away from what that team did this regular season. They were one of the best teams in the NBA throughout the entire season. So I don't want to say they got no chance. But, man, this Pacers team, they are a team. They finished the season well. They are firing on all cylinders right now with everything at play. We've seen Nembhard and Nesmith step up this series. They weren't needed as much in that last series against the Milwaukee Bucks. Really just the guard play on the Milwaukee side. We didn't need the defenders that Nesmith, especially Nesmith, is. You're seeing that come into play a little bit more here in that Cavs series. And Halliburton's a different player. I thought there are a couple of great pieces I've seen, I've read about the past 24 hours, and just Halliburton and where he's come from the beginning of the season to where he's at now. And he's just a different player, both health-wise and kind of mentally where he's at. And I think this team can be dangerous. I think all the criticism they've gotten the past couple of years is fair, and if they were in a bigger market, they would have gotten a lot more criticism. There's a lot of talent on that side, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we're talking about them in the NBA Finals.
It's going to be interesting. Like I said, 2 surprises so far, 4 games where all the road teams win. Shocking. Then the other night, the Warriors, Curry goes out in the first quarter with 13, and they beat Minnesota. Another shocker. I think Minnesota does answer the bell tonight, and I think they come out, and I think they do win comfortably. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a tough game tonight. I tend to lean that way as well. However, when we're looking at a total of 200 or wherever it's at right now, it's tough for me to lay 10.5 points. We're at 201.5 most places on that total right now. 10.5. It's hard for me to lay that. I think that when you are managing a lot of these games that we're seeing these double-digit spreads, this even is just in the second round of the playoffs. My suggestion would be, hey, unless you've got a lot of conviction on it, no rush to lay anything pregame. As we've seen with a lot of these games, you'll get the opportunity in game. NBA is about the best sport to bet live and in game, so you can take advantage of those opportunities. Now, it means you might be entering the game without a bet in your pocket, which I know some people are uncomfortable with, and it's not always going to present itself as an opportunity to make a live bet. You've got to be okay with that. But from a side perspective, that's probably would be my thought heading into that game. I do lean to the under here, and I think if you wanted to maybe take away the spread and just play a Golden State team total under, I think that could be a good play as well. Look, all the respect in the world to Jimmy Butler with what he's done in the past is really the only reason I'm not fading this Golden State team more. I think that in years past, Greek, if we said Steph Curry's going to be out for a few games, looking at this roster, since Kevin Durant left, we would have been like, all right, well, they're toast. They're toast. And this is that you brought Jimmy Butler in to help you win a championship. I think over the past 24 hours, my mind has switched more to, No, it's not about winning a championship with Butler. It's about surviving to possibly have a chance of that. And I think that he gives them enough that they can at least stay alive until Steph gets back. I still think we're going to see a long series here.
All right.
But, man, I had high expectations on the Wolves coming out of the playoffs. I played them heavy against the Lakers. They were a really good team heading out of the regular season into the playoffs. So wouldn't be surprised if it went that way.
I got to tell you, tonight's game, an isolated game, there is going to be so much money on Minnesota. And, laying the 10, the first half, maybe team total 106. I would not be, where the world's going to be on one game because there's only one game tonight and Curry's out. Yeah. My God, it's going to be top heavy. Joe Public and Wise Guys, I think, over 95%.
Yeah. No,
and that's scary.
I think you're right, and to your point, you usually see that the Joe Public and the Wise Guys are on opposite sides of each other. I haven't heard many Wise Guys stepping up with Warriors bets yet, so I'll tell you that much.
It's going to be crazy. Like I said, if they ever pull out a win or cover, man, you'll probably see a new Caesars tomorrow morning because over the last 2 weeks, they have just crushed it to Vegas, Hard Rock, anywhere where they're taking action because the public traditionally – more times than not, bets the favorites, and when they're laying this kind of wood, and not only are, they losing, not covering, they're losing the games outright. So even if you had like a parlay with, you had Cleveland first game and you had obviously the Knicks or the Warriors, I mean, you're crushing it. All four of them. The teams, the underdogs, not only covered, but won.
It's wild. It's wild, Greek, and I think for... if you're an NBA bettor like me, or even just a bettor and you got a little bit bigger bankroll, I mean, some of my advice to some of the bigger bettors I know when we've been talking NBA is over these past couple of days, even I feel awful about it now, obviously, but my advice has been, hey, just play the money line, man. Don't lay all these points. Like, this is it. Yep. Two wild innings. And you're talking about, we're not even talking about these teams not covering. They're losing outright.
That's my point. I mean, it's not even covering. They're losing again. Like last night, somebody comes up to you, Kelly, you're in Caesars having steak or drinking, and somebody says, look, I'll give you Boston plus 15 when they're up 20. What do you want to do? You're like, give it to me. And they lose the game. I mean, it's crazy.
It really is. It really is.
It's unique, man. That's why they call it gambling, because you never know what's going to happen. We're talking to Kelly from the Visa Network. Kelly, let everybody know how they can get some information from you, because sports betting is legal in the state of Florida, and you need good information when you're going to put some money down on a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Follow me on Twitter at Kelly Bidlin there. If you're into golf betting, check out Long Shots Golf Betting Podcast. We'll be doing a lot heading up to the PGA Championship next week.
Kelly, always appreciate your time. What is the weather in Vegas today?
Oh, it's been gorgeous, Greek. We had some South Florida rain early in the week. It was weird. It was like 3 o'clock Monday, Tuesday, or Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, getting rain every day. In the past 2 days, it's just been gorgeous. I'm looking outside right now. Not a cloud in the sky. About 85 degrees out there. Just perfect.
Oh, man, I wish I was at the Win. I missed that place, and hopefully I get out there sooner than later. Keep cashing some tickets, my friend, and let's see. Keep your phone on tonight. If Minnesota loses outright, you'll get a text from it.
Sounds good. Great. Thanks, man.
Peace. It is the Penthouse. It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday afternoon. Tomorrow we'll have Rob Vino. The Greek Zone is always a show about sports betting, where the money is, and what is going on. Special thanks to Jason Weiser, who stopped in yesterday, our proud sponsor. Gives Jason's team a call at 561-689-8180. More information to come about Jason. He is switching firms, so that's good news for him. You guys always appreciate you listening. Dom, good job as always.
You too, buddy.
Great afternoon, everybody. Big news today in the world. We have a new pope, which is great. And we are promoting the Tigers in a second game. So let's see what happens tonight. You guys have a good night. Be safe and enjoy. Peace.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Roadwork slowing us down PGA Boulevard. Expect delays eastbound at Lake Victoria Gardens Avenue. There's a right lane blocked. Expressways are looking good. No major incidents on the Turnpike or 95. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off. Free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
As America's largest injury law firm, size is our strength. Morgan & Morgan.
Hey, it's the Greek for Alini Water Filtration System. Call them today, 954-646-7402. I didn't think it'd make a difference in my life, but it does. Jump in the shower, and I come out feeling like a perfect 10. Walk over to my faucet, get some water, and I'm happy. Because you know what? I'm saving money, and it's good for my health. It's simple, it's safe, and it's clean, and it's no hassle. Call them today, 954-646-7402. Alini Water Filtration System. It'll make a difference in your life, and it makes a difference in my life. Soon as I get out of bed, I feel like a winner. Peace.
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. The good news is Tobacco Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. When you call Tobacco Free Florida's phone quit service, you'll receive one-on-one sessions with a coach who can help you on your quit journey. You may also qualify for free nicotine replacement therapy like patches, gum, or lozenges. Whatever your reason to quit is, Tobacco Free Florida can help you get started. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in-network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
When a person calls 988, they're connected to